In a world where everyone's talking, but no one's truly heard.
Hello. Hi.
What happens when you finally find your voice?
Can everybody hear me?
When you find your voice, everything changes. Ideas turn into movement. Confidence becomes contagious. Purpose takes center stage. You stop holding back. You show up. You rise. You shine. And your voice carries vision. Once you find it, there's no stopping you. Because your voice is not just for you. It's for generations, for change, for destiny. Now it's your turn. This is where you find your voice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Find Your Voice, Lagos. In a world where everyone's talking, but no one's truly heard.
Hello. Hi.
What happens when you finally find your voice?
Can everybody hear me?
When you find your voice, everything changes. Ideas turn into movement. Confidence becomes contagious. Purpose takes center stage. You stop holding back. You show up. You rise. You shine. And your voice carries vision. Once you find it, there's no stopping you. Because your voice is not just for you. It's for generations, for change, for destiny. Now it's your turn. This is where you find your voice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Find Your Voice, Lagos. In a world where everyone's talking, but no one's truly heard.
Hello. Hi.
What happens when you finally find your voice?
Can everybody hear me?
When you find your voice, everything changes. Ideas turn into movement. Confidence becomes contagious. Purpose takes center stage. You stop holding back. You show up. You rise. You shine. And your voice carries vision. Once you find it, there's no stopping you. Because your voice is not just for you. It's for generations, for change, for destiny. Now it's your turn. This is where you find your voice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Find Your Voice, Lagos.
Testify. I have come to testify. And I've come to glorify. For the many things you've done. And I will praise you in return. If I have 1,000 tongues, it will never be enough. For the things you do for me, I can never tell it all. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, everything within me. Bless His holy name. With my song, with my dance, with my hands, I'm alive. Bless His holy name. JB, now you be my helper. Now you be my helper. God, you never let me suffer. Never let me suffer. Jehovah, Jireh, my provider. You bless me, I can't recover. Adonai, now you be my God. Baba, when no they retire. You do what no man can do. I will tell the world. Bless the Lord, oh my soul.
In a world where everyone what happens when you finally find your voice?
Can everybody hear me?
When you find your voice, everything changes. Ideas turn into movement. Confidence becomes contagious. Purpose takes center stage. You stop holding back. You show up. You rise. You shine. And your voice carries vision. Once you find it, there's no stopping you. Because your voice is not just for you. It's for generations, for change, for destiny. Now it's your turn. This is where you find your voice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Find Your Voice, Lagos.
But can you tell your neighbor Happy Independence Day? It's no coincidence that rain fell this morning. It's showers of blessing. Nigeria is a blessed land. Amen? Can you say Nigeria is a blessed land? Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. How are we feeling? Cold? Excited? Okay, if you're excited, make some noise.
Come on, make it louder.
No, that noise is like a 2.5 over 10. Let's do a 10 over 10. If you're excited to be at Find Your Voice Lagos, make some noise. All right. So talking about coincidences, right? I honestly believe that it's no coincidence also that Find Your Voice Lagos is happening on Independence Day in Nigeria, because you will indeed find independence that will catapult you into destiny. And so, on that note, we are delighted to warmly and very specially welcome you to Find Your Voice Lagos.
Welcome.
No, now, you know how they do it at the Oscars. Once the energy goes up, you guys will now start shouting like, whoa, 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 whoa. So let's do it again.
Give it a try.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to warmly and very specially welcome you to Find Your Voice Lagos. You know what? Let me get an usher to get everybody's names. I'm traveling for an event next week. We're going out of the country. Everybody, we're all going together. This is the kind of audience that we want now.
I'm first.
The energy is energy.
I'm with you already.
Of course, now we're going together. We're sitting just by the cockpit.
Thank you.
All right, talking about Independence Day, Nigeria, before we start anything at all, it is only proper that we honor our dear country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So please rise as we take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We only have one national anthem.
Check.
And I'm so confident that everybody in this room has learnt it. Okay, we'll take the anthem, but anyone who can sing the national anthem gets a cash prize from me. Like verbatim, no missing any lyrics. All right, but we have someone who will lead us. Let's stand and stop all movement now to respect our country as we celebrate 65 years post-independence. as the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Amen.
Thank you very much. You may please be seated. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're excited to welcome you to Find Your Voice Lagos. We're truly, truly honored to be a part of this occasion and serve as your compass. My name is Mojibade Shosoye, and I'm not working alone.
My name is Thomas Makinwa. It's good to be here this morning. Oh, please, you can clap. Feel free to clap. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. The theme for today's event is you too can be great. But the idea is you're going to live here with a clarity of purpose driven by confidence. And that's the idea behind all the speakers we have lined up for you today. They are here to ensure that you find your voice in this world and you make the impact that is designed for you. So are you ready to find your voice? I can't hear you. Are you ready to find your voice? Thank you.
I'm ready to find my voice. Even though we have the microphone and you think you'd hear our voices a lot, but we're also here to, make our journeys even better. Yes, it seems like we found our voices, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done. And we'll be listening to a lot of interesting stories. I did see an interesting quote that says, "Greatness is not the preserve of a select few. It's the birthright of every single person who dares to dream and dares to do." So it's one thing to dream and it's another thing to do. So you find your voice and you use it. That's pretty much what it's about. And Thomas, I was thinking about the stories of two incredible Nigerians out of, so many other incredible Nigerians who found their voices and who are doing extremely amazing things on the continent and, of course, across the globe. I was thinking about Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie when, from a young girl who was just passionate about telling authentic African stories. There were no spotlights. There was no TED Talks at the time. It was just someone who was passionate about telling authentic African stories. And now we have her go from Nsukka to the world, literally. She's gone across continents telling African stories. You too can be great. When you think of another gentleman who started as a little boy playing chess from Ikorodu, and so you think that sometimes your background should keep your backs to the ground, when in actual fact, your background should not keep your back on the ground. You can rise from anything. Antonio Onokoya always says, you can do great things from small places. You can do great things from small places. Are we ready to do great things from small places today? Are we ready to use our voices? I'm not even asking you if you're ready to find your voice because I'm so confident that at the end of today, with the lineup of speakers, I only gave 2 examples because I want our speakers to come on stage and share their stories themselves. You'll be listening to people, walking examples, not people who are going to tell us aspire to perspire, all this stuff, but people who have genuinely found their purpose, who are walking in it, who have the audacity to show up regardless, because it's not always going to be a smooth, rosy journey. But we have people who, against all odds, you'll be listening to their stories today, raw stories, real people, real stories. They will tell us, how they found their voices and how exactly they are using it. And then we'll also be listening to a grand voice who's just walked in. Someone who has dared to not just find his own voice, but has said, beyond finding my voice, I will ensure that people find their voices around me. Nations are blessed because voices are being found. And I'm talking about our convener, the global lead pastor of The Elevation Church, my pastor, Pastor Godman Akinlabi, who is joined by his jewel of inestimable value, our co-lead global pastor, Pastor Bolariwa Akinlabi. Please celebrate them with a befitting round of applause. You can rise and give them a standing ovation as we celebrate them today, because it's one thing, they say that a candle loses nothing by lighting other candles. And Pastor Godman and Bolariwa Akinlabi are clear examples of that. They are shining lights that continue to shine across the world, not just Nigeria, not just Africa, but into the world. Please celebrate Pastors Godman and Bolariwa Akinlabi for putting this together. If you know how hard they... Don't stop the applause, I'm still talking. If you know how hard they work, ordinarily on Independence Day they should be resting. Yeah. but they've worked tirelessly with the team to ensure that you, all of us in this room, including both of us on stage, find our voices, shine our lights to the world, catapult our destinies, because the ripple effect of finding your voice today, I promise you, you will not recover from it. Generations will be thankful that on the 1st of October 2025, you were a part of Find Your Voice. Please celebrate our conveners with a lusty round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, I told you about this audience. We're going to America next week, and you're going to be part of the audience because your energy is energy. You may please be seated. Thank you.
So before we move on, we're going to serenade you with the next item on the list. But before we do that, we're going to start with our own. So,
do you want to stick to your calling, or you want to pivot into something else?
No. We have to key it in, like show them how it's done.
Okay, let's have it.
Early this morning, the rain began to fall.
And as the rain began to fall, I stood tall.
Yet, we started this event and there was no stall.
Now I'm thinking, should I go or should I fall?
Before you do that, you can just give him a call.
All right, this is not our calling. Let's just make welcome a multiple award-winning public speaker, poet, storyteller, voiceover artist, and a lawyer whose words give hope, challenge, and inspire. With over 20 public speaking awards to his name, including 10 from Toastmasters International, he has risen through the ranks to win at club, area, and divisional levels in 2021, where he emerged as District 94 champion, outshining seasoned speakers from 11 countries across West Africa and Central Africa. He's fondly called Mr. Kola Nut. He's a talented spoken word artist. He's my friend. He's my brother. Please, let's make welcome an ambassador of this house, King Ojikemba, for his spoken word performance. A round of applause for him, please.
If you had one opportunity, one moment, one chance, one stage, to give one message in 10 minutes at Find Your Voice, what will your message be? Would you tell your story or someone else's story? Would you showcase your stars and hide your scars? Would you highlight your gains and keep quiet on your pains? Will you show them the crown but not the cross? Will you tell them about your victories, valedictories, and trajectories without your failures, flaws, and faults, thereby giving us the impression that you can win a war without engaging in a battle, that you can win championships without hardships, that you can find your voice without losing your voice? What will your message be? I pondered on these questions as I prepared for this moment, and I resolved that I won't just rhyme with my time with rhythm and poetry. I would tell my story. I would turn my mess into a message. The year was 2006 when I gained admission to study law in Nigeria's most prestigious university, the University of Ibadan. I had one goal written down in my vision book, that by the time I get to 500 level, in every 3 UI student, one of them must have heard my name, King Ojikemba. I was going to be seen, to be known, to be noticed. I will be a voice, not a noise. I believe that to find your voice meant to be famous, to be number one. You either win first place or you're in the first class. During my third year in the university, my opportunity for fame, to find your voice, came. It was the biggest public speaking contest in the university. It was called the Super Bowl. Everyone attends the finals of the Super Bowl, from the vice chancellor to the janitor. It was a platform to be seen, to be known, to be noticed. About 500 students of us registered for that contest, and I aced every stage of the audition until I became one of the top 10 finalists at Super Bowl. The posters of the Super Bowl 10 were posted all over campus. I was excited. The preparation started. I prayed, prepared, practiced, read, researched, rehearsed. I was determined to be the king of Super Bowl, to win first place. A famous American professional golfer, often referred to as one of the greatest of all times in the game of golf, Walter Hagen, he said, "No one remembers who came in second." Second place meant failure to me. On the day of the contest, the hall was packed full with over 3,000 students who had come to witness the showdown. When my name was called up, I walked majestically to the stage. I spoke like my life depended on it. When I was done, it was clear to everyone that this contest was down to two persons, King and Faith. 8 hours later, results came in. Third place winner, I didn't hear my name. Second place winner, I looked up to God. I reminded him that I was his son. I made vows and promises to him. Just let me win this. Surprise me. The suspense was choking. Second place winner, 2008. And I heard the name, King Ojikemba. I felt betrayed by God. Faith was declared the winner. And God made me watch fireworks from the stage. Golden confetti poured on him. The crowd went wild. I watched as his family and friends rushed to the stage and carried him on the neck. And in all that frenzy and noise, I was forgotten in the background. Second place. He got an all-expense paid trip to Kigali with a brand new laptop and amazing prizes. My consolation prize was sachet, Nescafe, a pen, and an umbrella. I waited to when the hall was quiet and dark, and I started walking to my hostel. And then I heard someone call my name. I turned and I saw this tall, muscular guy walk up to me, and he said, "King, right?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I heard your speech in Trenchard Hall, the Nigerian youth, the lifeline. While you were speaking, I could see fire around you." I was like, okay, wondering where this was going to. And he said, "I'm a cultist, and I've realized that I'm the lifeline of my home. And after hearing you speak, I've decided to renounce cultism. I just wanted to say thank you." And then I watched him walk away. For 10 seconds, I couldn't find my voice. Someone renounced cultism just by listening to a 5-minute speech that had nothing to do with Jesus is coming soon, give your life to Christ. I ran back to my room and I brought out the book where I'd written to be seen, to be known, to be noticed. I canceled it. Right there, a vision was born. My purpose was discovered. Finding my voice was redefined. And I wrote HIS, to give hope, inspiration, and salvation through my words. On that day, I resolved that I don't want fame, I want a good name. I don't want to be a star, I want to be an icon. Because stars are noted, but icons are quoted. On that day, I resolved that I don't want to win awards, I want to win souls. I don't want to touch plaques, I want to touch lives. I don't want a soft life, I want a significant life. I have not lived very long, but in more than 3 decades on earth and serving as executive assistant to the convener of Find Your Voice, I have watched men and women chase success, but have gotten nowhere. But those who have chased a life of impact have had greatness chase them. Now this is where I close. You may not win first place, and that's okay. You may not be on the face of the billboard and the flyer, that's okay. You may not be famous, and that's okay. Not all of us will be famous, but all of us can be great. There is a drop of greatness in everyone. It's not in some of us, it's in all of us. Albert Einstein said, try not to be a person of success. Rather, try to be a person of value. When all is said and done, whether you're a director or a janitor, a board member or a staff member, a student, a career person or a business person, let it be said that this is a person of value because they brought sunshine into the lives of others. Thank you.
another round of applause for King Ojikemba. You know, we just thought the weather is a bit cold. Let's give you something hot to start the day. Was that really hot? Did you love it? And it gets even hotter this morning. We're very happy to have all of you here because, again, it's a public holiday and you could be doing so many other things. But that you chose to be here is an indicator that you indeed are interested in finding and using your voice. So we're going to have a charge. And every time I come up stage, I'm going to ask you what your commitment is. And I want you to say it with conviction. When I ask you what is your commitment, your response is, I will use my voice. Because I'm very confident that you will find it in this room. Now we're going a step further because post this room, what are you going to do after finding your voice? So, ladies and gentlemen, what is your commitment? Okay, sounds nice, but doesn't sound convincing. You have to say it with conviction. Ladies and gentlemen, what will you do? 8 over 10, let's give it a 10 over 10. And now say it whilst you nod your head. What is your commitment? Amazing. Thank you so much for that commitment. And we will run through it till the end of the day and post today. Because indeed, when you find your voice, you must, as a matter of necessity and urgency, use your voice because the world needs your voice. You can do great things from a small place. Don't think that you're too small. Don't think that you're too insignificant or that it's too late. It's not late for anyone. There are so many stories, a lot of which we'll be listening to today, and you can still listen over and again. To everyone who's joining us virtually, we'd like to say thank you for joining us. We know that you're joining from different parts of the world. This is Find Your Voice Lagos. We have gone from different countries, and now we have brought it here to our home in Lagos, Nigeria. We are excited to have you join us, and we're looking forward to a truly phenomenal day because all our speakers were carefully curated. We have people who, of course, are walking in purpose, who are unlocking their potentials, and who will be impacting us today and sharing their stories. The first on that list. Are we ready? Okay. I don't think we are, so I'll just... That's the energy. Are we ready? You know, Find Your Voice didn't happen by accident. It was a deliberate attempt by a teacher, a visionary, a mentor, and someone who is living in greatness, who has said, people around me must experience greatness. There's nobody that is on this earth that will not experience greatness. And that's how the Find Your Voice mission and vision was birthed. But we're going to have him up shortly. I'd have loved to do a proper introduction, but what we have done is something even better. We have a video introduction for him, and I'd like to ask everyone to please focus their attention to the multimedia screen as we introduce our first speaker today. But are you ready? Are you ready? Let's have the video introduction.
Influence, and this is one man who radiates influence and purpose, carrying a clear mandate to make greatness common. A seasoned teacher, trainer, relationship coach, and public speaker. His voice has inspired countless lives across nations. As global lead pastor of the Elevation Church, a thriving multi-expression church with over 28 locations across Nigeria, Canada, the UK, and Europe. He has built a movement centered on transformation and excellence. His passion for social impact birthed the Pistis Foundation, which champions empowerment in education, health, and shelter, and the Pistis Life and Leadership Institute, dedicated to raising Africa's next generation of leaders. He is also the visionary behind influential platforms such as the Exponential Conference for Pastors, Ministry, and Business Leaders, Vantage Forum, a business and economic outlook event, Gravity Youth Conference, the Man Up Mentorship Program, and Better Half Media, which is reshaping marriages and relationships. As a prolific author, his works include The 7 Commandments of Foolishness, Don't Waste Your Pain, I Am Possible, Solid, and Burning Questions, Flaming Answers. Beyond his public ministry, He is a devoted husband to Bolariwa and father to 2 beautiful daughters. Lagos, with a standing ovation, please welcome the convener of Find Your Voice Conference, Pastor Godman Akinlabi.
Keep that energy, sustain it, and celebrate with a rousing ovation our convener of Find Your Voice Lagos, Pastor Godman Akinlabi.
Thank you, Mujibade. Find Your Voice Lagos, are you ready? Can you help me appreciate our compares? Please put your hands together for them. Have you said Happy Independence Day to somebody beside you? Yeah. Ask your neighbor, are you truly independent? See, I'm not talking about Nigeria, I'm talking about you. What a joy to see everyone here on this special day. I know, let me first apologize for starting a little behind schedule because of the heavy downpour in Lagos today. And, like we say in this part of the world, it's showers of blessing. All right. Yeah. So we're blessed in Jesus' name. Please, you may be seated. Find your voice. When I first got the idea to put a program together called Find Your Voice, the first person I spoke to about it asked me the question, is it going to be about music? Because it sounds like an audition for the next maybe music icon or idol. But the truth is that all of us have a song in our heart. All of us have some lyrics that we need to live out. All of us have, things that God has put inside us that must come out. Not all of us will sing. Not all of us have great voices. But all of us have serious, innate potentials that our world must benefit from. And that's what Find Your Voice is all about. We live in a crowded world where many things are happening all of the time. And people are struggling to get, known, to put their best foot forward, to become a person of significance. And it can be tiring. It can be discouraging when it looks like you've tried all you can, but things are not panning out. But for those of us who are here today, who are mostly young people, you have the best opportunity in the world to spend this season of your life pushing out that which God has put on your inside, such that you will not leave this world the same way you met it. And on this special day, where we celebrate our National Day, our Independence Anniversary, I also want to say that one of the best places to live in the world at this time, when you talk about opportunities, when you talk about, solving problems, when you talk about real energy, creativity, inspiration, and demonstrating God, is Nigeria. Nigeria is not a cursed nation. Nigeria has produced some of the best people in the world. From musical icons to Nobel laureates to, doctors who have performed some of the best surgeries in the world, to some of the greatest fintechs in the world, to, whatever you want to call it. I know we have areas where we still have our struggles. I mean, for instance, we cannot claim to have produced the best politicians in the world. But such as we have some of the maybe worst pastors in the world, we have also produced some of the best pastors in the world from this part of the world. Yeah. So whether you talk religion or industry or academia or tech, Nigeria is never behind. Nigeria know they carry last. Yeah. So what a joy to be a Nigerian, even on a day like this. Yeah. So if there's anyone, whether you're in the room or you're watching online, and you've always felt, why must I be a Nigerian? Why can't my parents just have made a mistake and just give back to me somewhere else or whatever? Please stop. It will interest you to know that currently Nigeria may not be in terms of, what do they call it, that index, maybe like some of this index that they talk about, ease of doing this, ease of doing that, and how, life expectancy and all. But in the midst of the chaos, a lot of opportunities abound. And that's part of the message of today that I want somebody to be aware of. And that's why we're going to be bringing you all kinds of stories of people who've made it in Nigeria, of people whom, with the help of God, defied the odds and, pushed the obstacles away. In fact, some of them behaved as if there was no obstacle. Some just, looked at the obstacle and just behaved as if it wasn't there. And today, the world is literally singing their praises because they made up their mind that they're going to find their voice. For those of us who are in the room, you are already here. So make the best of the time that we're going to spend together. For everyone online, people who will watch this later, my message to you on this 1st of October 2025 at Find Your Voice Lagos and celebrating our National Day is not just that Nigeria will be great again, but that you have the permission to be great. Yeah. You have the permission to be great. I'm privileged to pastor the Elevation Church globally, and this month also marks the 15th anniversary of the starting of the Elevation Church. So starting from today, 1st of October, there's going to be an array of celebration for us as the Elevation Church till the end of the month. And we have a singular mandate as a movement, is to make greatness common. I remember in 2009, just about a year short of starting this church, where I knew where I was, I knew what I was doing, when God spoke to my heart. My pastor, Dr. Sam Adeyemi, had told me, take your time and just pray about this new church. But I believe that God is sending you out to plant another church out of this current church. But you need to take time to pray, to just search your heart and to, hear God. And so that was my marching order. And I took time and I knew where I was, just seeking the face of God when God spoke to my heart. Your assignment is to make greatness common. To let people know that greatness is not the exclusive preserve of certain privileged people. And to make people understand that truly God is able to make anyone great, notwithstanding where you started from. So I needed to understand this, that greatness is not the exclusive preserve of the privileged. It's our common heritage, especially in Christ Jesus. It's our common heritage as a people. But much more than that, in Christ Jesus. But you must understand this, that greatness is only achievable through intentionality. Many people want to move from, obscurity into notoriety, into being famous, into, pulling their weight and finding their voice. But listen to me today. When it comes to greatness, when it comes to becoming a person of significance, when it comes to finding your voice and pulling out your gift to serve your generation, there's a need for a lot of intentionality. Greatness is achieved by pressing into your calling and purpose with intentionality. I want you to hear this. We may not have the same personality. We may not have the same background. As we're here, there are Nepo babies and Lapo babies, whatever you call it, yeah. All kinds of babies in the house. Privilege, a golden spoon, wooden spoon, no spoon at all. We've all come from different backgrounds. And we also have come from, different personality types. Some people have said, if only I can talk more. If only I can be more lively. So if you are here now, you're a melancholic personality, or you're phlegmatic, somebody who just, live and let's live. You don't trouble anybody. And you are telling yourself, nobody should trouble me. I wake up when I want to wake up. I go to bed when I want to go to bed. Nothing is chasing me. I'm not chasing anybody. Yeah. Whatever personality you have, I want you to know something. Our background, our personalities, our differences in giftings, our differences in height, our differences in size, doesn't matter when it comes to greatness. Sometimes greatness is packaged in small bodies, and some other times greatness is packaged in a body like Goliath's body. Whatever and wherever you have come from, greatness is not about size, it's not about background, it's not about how you grew up. It's essentially more about understanding that God has given each and every one of us certain things. For instance, there are partnerships that God will bring into your life. In a friend, from a local school that can transform your life. Yeah. There are partnerships that God will bring into your life. In a colleague that you're doing a menial job together somewhere that can transform your life. In the same way, there are platforms that God wants to open to you. And the core of my message today at Find Your Voice 2025 Lagos on this 1st of October is also, and I'm going to get into it gradually, is also that when it comes to platforms, many people have been deceived to think that you need permission. The older generation lived on the premise of permission, and some of them never got anything done because they're always waiting for somebody to give them permission. Yeah. There are platforms that God is opening today that do not require permission. There are partnerships that God will bring into your life. There are products that really deep inside of you that God is saying this is the time to unleash. There are places that God wants to take you to. That's why in the scriptures, the Bible says that the race is not to the swift. Men of strength will not always win. But it said time and chance happen to them all, being at the right place at the right time. And I believe today that this is one of such right places to be. That's why you need to connect. That's why you need to participate. I need you to understand that when you become more intentional about your life, one of the things that will start to happen to you is that you will start to realize that when you see the right partnership, you will recognize it. When you see platforms, you will recognize it. When you see opportunities, you will recognize it. Those recognitions, the power of recognition is linked to intentional living. Are you still with me today? Yeah. The capacity to recognize platforms, partnerships, to recognize God-ordained places is linked to intentionality. I want somebody to listen to this. You can fall from a height by accident, but you never rise to a greater height by accident. It must be intentional. If the camera can pull up to me, I'm on a platform. I can fall from this platform by accident if I'm unmindful and I'm just talking. Are you getting what I'm saying? Yeah. But I cannot climb this platform by accident. Yeah. I have to be intentional. Either I look for the staircase or I jump up. Have you ever seen anybody that climbed Kilimanjaro to the top and it's by accidental? No. Yeah. It's a lot of intentionality. You get your hiking gears. You get everything. Your shoes, different things. You hike intentionally. But you know you can fall from the top of Kilimanjaro accidentally. Some people think that life is about unusual accidents. Yeah. I just want to blow. And before your eyes, I will just blow. Yeah. And such people wait for a long time. Because this, especially in a part of the world, when you see people who are behaving like that, without the level of intentionality that is required, what starts to happen is that they start to live with a lot of disappointments. It becomes a life of regrets and disappointments. Someone, as you stay with us today, as you engage everything that will happen here, I need you to understand that one of the things that I'm believing God will no longer be a part of your life is regrets. Yeah. One of the things I'm believing God that will no longer be a part of your life is the lack of intentionality. To understand that we rise intentionally, that we unleash our potentials intentionally. Let me quickly speak to potential principle. Many people do not understand one thing, which is that you are a bundle of potentials. And I'm not speaking to it like, a motivational speaker just speaking, aspire to. No. I'm telling you that there is a seed of greatness inside of you. Why everyone is not great is simply because we have people who are living intentionally and people who are not living intentionally. One of the ways you live intentionally is by paying attention to how you are releasing your potentials. When you recognize that you are a bundle of possibilities, you are something that can happen that is yet to happen. You are a person that can be great, but that is yet to start to live in the reality of greatness. All through the Bible, for instance, as a pastor, in studying the Bible, one of the things I realized is that everyone that God used, they did not have to flip over backward. They didn't have to, break their back to manifest their greatness. When you think about, you can mention any name, and what I'm talking about now will resonate. If you talk about a Moses, all Moses needed was a rod. Yeah. And it was always with him. And God said, drop the rod in your hand. And he dropped it, it became a snake. And mesmerized Pharaoh. Whatever Pharaoh God is sending you to, there's something in your hand. If you talk about the story of David, it was a sling and a stone. Even when the king gave him the whole armory of the king and all, it wasn't useful to him. Because what you need is already around you. Yeah. What you need is already around you. What you need is already around you. Can you hear me tell your neighbor, say, what you need is already around you? Yeah. What you need is already around you. All you need is to stop looking far off, look within, and look around on the immediate. The potential principle works on the premise of discovery. Discover who you are, discover what you have, discover what is already inside you, discover that one thing that you can do differently from every other person. Discover something that resonates with your spirit. Then start to develop it, and then start to deploy it. Many people want to deploy things that they have not incubated. Yeah. And what happens when you try to deploy things that you have not incubated is that it's like trying to serve rice that you have not finished cooking. Yeah. Rather than people enjoying it and blessing you, they will throw it back at you. Yeah. So, discover, develop, deploy. And when you start to deploy, that's when God starts to open up platforms for you and the kind of partnerships that you need. And then you can maximize your potentials and reproduce it. But one thing that you must learn is that potential without permission remains a buried treasure. Yeah. Potential without permission will remain a buried treasure. When you have potentials and you're not giving yourself the permission to unleash it, it remains a buried treasure. To help me in this plenary talk, I have two of my prodigies, and I can call them younger friends. They're also part of this house. One is here live and one is not here, but he had decided to speak into today as well. We're going to take him first. He's going to tell his story. I'm going to come back and resonate, with that story with you, and then I'm going to also then bring up another person that has a similar story that is here. Today is about storytelling. Today is about querying what has led to other people's possibilities so that your own possibility can show forth. We're going to be taking a short story from the founder of Art School, a young man who used to be here. I used to see him towards the back there, I think he was in data management unit in the church, and he loves to run around and punch data and did that. I knew when he started his first company, and then the second company now that has become a global phenomenon. I wanted to listen to Adewale Yusuf's story, and I'll be back. Multimedia.
That educates and empower young talent around the world. We currently have over 100,000 learners from over 100 countries at the moment, with office in Nigeria, Lagos, Kigali, Rwanda, and Austin, Texas, and the US. My story, my background, I think I was born and raised in Ibadan, and I did my secondary education, which is high school, in Ibadan. And after then, my parents just couldn't afford to send me to college, to university. And so while all my friends were going, I was like, what do I want to do with my life? At 16, I left home. Eventually, around 18, 19, I found my way with one-way ticket. I bought a one-way ticket, came to Lagos, and in Lagos, I started doing every job from security guard to also doing labor job when they are doing buildings. We are one of those people that carry cement and all this stuff just to make a living. Then that was it. But one thing for me is, I always wanted more for my life. And one thing that also helped me was then I was able to find God, and also then I became born again. Then I started going to church. Then I started listening to a lot of messages, which really changed me. And I realized okay, I can actually do more with my life and for myself. So that was how the story started. And from then, I started one way or the other trying to do a lot of things. I remember in particular, I was in a church one day, and someone came. One guy came to church talking about how the technology would be the future. Everyone should learn tech, be creative. And then I just felt like this wasn't for me. I didn't have a bachelor's degree. I didn't go to school. Even in secondary school, I didn't do science or anything you could think like that. I was just I did commercial, what we call commercial there. I still don't know, maybe that's the system currently. So I did that, and I didn't feel like I was privileged to be in the meeting, but I could hear what he was saying from outside. While he was going, I still remember that moment. I just went to meet him oh, can I do it too? I don't have this, I don't. He said, yeah, everyone could do it. He said, send me an email. And out of everyone seated that you talked to that day, I was the only one that sent him an email. Eventually, he became my mentor, someone that I still have good relationship with today. And one thing I learned is his own job is always telling people, send me an email. That's his strategy, because you have to take a leap. You have to take a step. No one will force you to do anything. And that was it. Recently, I think he and I were chatting, and I went to see that old email. It was horrible what I sent there. It was just weird. I just put everything together. My grammar was horrible. Everything was terrible. But I took that step, which was the most important thing. I sent an email. And that was it. Well, that was how the mentorship started. I was learning everything. I went on NAIRA, all those things. And fast forward, I went through a lot of things. Fast forward, 10 years after, today, I have like 2 companies. My first company, which was like Tech Points, the media tech companies, they are also a global company right now. I stepped down there 4 years plus ago. I'm currently the chairman of the company now, and also the one I'm running. And I've been to many countries. I've traveled around the world with just that single decision of sending an email and taking a bet on myself. So that's just it for me. And today we have spoken around the world as well, and with the grace of God, and also I've been building. I'm now on a mission to actually build the largest school on the planet, to actually give people like me an opportunity to actually learn. Now I'm building a school that I couldn't go to for the 16-year-old me then. That's one of the things I'm building, and for me, that's just my background. As an entrepreneur, as someone in the space that I am now, in the tech, evolving and everything, one thing I've learned is even every time there's a season, every time is always a season. And one of my favorite message is actually by Pastor Godman. He actually preached that message at the Elevation Church 8 years ago. I go there, I think I've viewed that message more than 1,000 times on YouTube myself, because I replayed, which was talking about, he spoke about seasons of life. And one of the things you should know is every time there are times you have to be invisible. It's not every time you must always be in the light. You have to go through that. And sometimes also for me, I take myself to be invisible self. I force myself, because sometimes you need it to step away from the light. I've experienced different seasons in my life where the season you were celebrated. See, when it is night, that's when people don't see you. When your voice can't be heard, everyone ignores you, all those things. But guess what? That's one of the best moments. You understand? But the only thing that comes that time is the terror. This terror of, oh, what am I doing with my life? Am I making the right decision? All those things, you feel lonely with it. That's the terror. But you now see the arrow that fly by day. The moment the light shines upon you and you're in your date period, everyone sees you. It's very easy to send the arrow. It's very easy to attack you. Whatever you put in the marketplace is very easy. So for me, I don't see a situation whereby my voice is not, there are a lot of times that my voice is not heard, but I just see that as a time to prepare. I see it as a time to go to prepare for what is next. I see it as a time to actually grind, to actually reflect, and to prepare myself. And everyone, I always kind of encourage everyone, you have to go through that time, because it's very important. Also, there's no sword that is sharp that doesn't go through refining moment. There was a decision I made that changed my path that wasn't ordinary. I remember clearly. Back to that genesis of my story, a lot of things changing. I remember going to, when this person came, when we started talking, and he said, oh, this was tech is the way, just go to it, just learn what tech is. And guess what? Then, because I always wanted to go to school, I just entered a school. I just entered like LASU then, an online school. I just wanted to do part-time kind of, because I would be working. There was no way I could go full-time. I would do security by day, find a way to go, or at night, find a way to go to school part-time. So the day I supposed to pay was a Friday. I was just like, oh, they will close the bank. I just said I would do it on Monday. I met that guy on Sunday. I saved money to go to school. So when he was talking to me, and he said, like, see, then you need to invest. Then you have to find a way to get laptop. Even I started learning on my mobile phone, the way the world has changed now, that you can actually learn a lot of things from mobile phone. But he told me then, and I remember clearly, because then it doesn't make sense. Not now that some of us are advocating for, oh, all you need is a skill. No one was advocating for that, especially in Nigeria. The best part to go is just to go to get your degree and you get a job. And I remember clearly, I was speaking to people because I was scared. No one to make decision for me. Then I went to pray. And I remember I heard a voice once. And the voice, God shows me like, see, there's a path that is known to men, which is clear. Just go through it. But you see this other path. I saw it is bush. But he said, I will be with you. Go through this path and I will be with you. And you know, sometimes when you pray, when you just feel like, you know, sometimes when the pastors, when they talk about miracle or some of those things, hear from God, you think it's some drama, they walk with God. But sometimes God actually talks to you. And I was just there, praying, trying to say, God, is this you? Is this thing? And I didn't hear anything again. But I knew it was God I heard. Then I followed that bush path. Everyone, I tried to also seek some counsel then. And everyone just said, go to school. Because it's the pattern that's been made. But God said, I see this way. Then I followed him. I was like, if I perish, I perish. I follow this path. And today I'm here. That same money I saved was the money I eventually used to buy my first laptop. But all I'm saying is, I'm not saying you should leave school. All I'm just saying is you need to listen to God. You need to find a place to listen to God for yourself. Because he knows the path. It might be that path for me to learn tech. It might be path for you to go to school to get your degree. So different path, but you need to work with God. But one thing I can assure you, when you follow God, when you listen to him and you follow him, that path is never a failed path.
I want you to help me tell your neighbor one thing that you learned from Adewale Yusuf's story. Just one thing, one word, one thing. Let the intentionality begin from here. Just tell your neighbor one thing, not two, one. If your neighbor is not talking to you, change your seat. That means they are not here. They are still at home or they are still fiddling with Instagram. We are not here for that. Yeah. Engage someone and just one thing that you pick from the story. And if you aren't listening, tell your neighbor I didn't listen. So you listen next time. And for everyone online, I hope you got something from Adewale Yusuf's story. It's an important story. And I want to bring some things out of it before I bring on the next story in this first session. One of the things you must pick from Adewale's story is the need to live a permission-oriented life. How do I mean? To be able to tell yourself, I've given myself the permission to succeed. I've given myself the permission to be great. I've given myself the permission to fulfill my potentials. I'm giving myself, I don't care what has been withholding the permission. Let me tell you what I mean. Adewale today said, I'm on a mission to build the biggest school in the world. And he's doing great at it. Our school is just about 3 or 4 years old. Now they have over 100,000 students from 100 countries. Everything online. Very unconventional. Yeah, and it's attracting funding from everywhere. He has an office here in Lagos, in Kigali, in Austin, Texas. This is just a boy from Ibadan. You were born in Lagos, perhaps. Or somebody listening online, you may even be born in London. This is just a boy from Ibadan who at 16 found his way to Lagos just to come and sort himself out. And he said, look, I did everything from construction site to security. When Adewale joined this church, he was still a security man. Yeah. But today, when I saw his family, they came for summer. They now live in America. His kids came for summer in Nigeria. I was here for old school graduation a few months ago, and some of Adewale's investors came. These are Americans that flew in to attend the graduation, the regional one, because they now do it regionally. And this is, so, What I'm trying to say to someone here, and I need you to listen, is that life will posture as if you don't have permission because you don't have a first degree. Adewale does not have a degree from a university. As in, traditionally, the way some of us will go, either a private school or that. Some people think until I go to university abroad, I cannot succeed. You're telling yourself a lie. Yeah. Because somebody may be listening to me now, your parents cannot afford to pay your school fees abroad, you are looking for scholarship you have not been able to get, and you think that's what is standing between you and the fulfillment of your destiny of finding your voice. From these stories, we are busting the myth and letting you know that these things that tell you you don't have permission to do this and that is not true. It's not correct. It's not true. It's not true. Give yourself the permission. You know, when you start to give yourself the permission to live excellently, the permission to dream, the permission to connect with the right people. I told you earlier about partnership, about platform. Adewale attended, a church-organized tech forum, and he was the only person that sent an email to that guy. And a partnership born from heaven started that day. I was at the old school graduation, like I said. That mentor came that day too. We were there together. And the guy is still, mentoring him and following up with him from many years ago. There are people that God wants to bring into your life. You don't have to look like it. But because God is sending them, they will overlook everything. I wish I had the email that Adewale sent to that guy. Terrible grammar. Terrible composition. But the man overlooked everything and still kept mentoring him and pushing him forward. That's where he is today. Why are you writing yourself off? That's why we're here. You have to stop and give yourself the permission, to be excellent, permission to be visionary, permission to pioneer something, permission to say something, permission to take a step. Because God has already permitted you. So stop waiting for permission from people when God has already said go. Tell your neighbor, say go. Tell somebody else, say go. Yeah. So stop waiting for permission. You already have it. It's time to go. It's time to push forward. It's time to find your voice. I'm going to be bringing forward the next story, which is from one of our speakers, who's also going to tell his story. I'm going to allow him to tell his story because his story is similar but different from Adewale's, but very, very challenging as well. There's a short video intro for him. He currently works as the CEO of the biggest non-banking lending institution in Nigeria, which is Credit Direct, a subsidiary of the FCMB Group. And one of the things he has in common with Adewale Yusuf was that he also did not get a first degree from a conventional university or from any of the universities you are chasing. By the way, don't only find your voice 2025 and say, PG said don't go to university. No. We're saying that whether you have a first degree or not, whether you can afford, from Adewale's story, the money he was supposed to pay for LASU part-time, he used it to buy a laptop and then started taking courses online. And that's how he became. And he was saying it towards the end. He was saying, look, everybody was telling me, go and pay the school fees and go be doing your security man job and be doing LASU part-time. But he said, no, I'm going to follow my heart. Tell your neighbor conviction. Say, what are you convinced about? What is resonating with your heart? Say, it's time to start following your heart. Yeah, that's one of the messages you will take out of this place today. It's time to start following your heart. Because there are things that God will put in your heart as a matter of conviction that you must follow through. From our next speaker's story, you will also pick something about conviction. I want us to take the short 1-minute video introduction, and then let's listen to Mr. Chuks Mwezi.
When you think of leaders who embody resilience, excellence, and impact, you think of individuals who have not only excelled in their careers, but have also lifted others along the way. We are about to experience one of such leaders with over 2 decades of proven experience across industries such as consumer lending, management consulting, oil and gas, and financial technology. He has consistently demonstrated the power of vision, hard work, and continuous learning. Today, he serves as the Managing Director of Credit Direct Finance Company Limited, the fintech arm of FCMB Group, where his leadership has positioned the company as the largest and most profitable finance company in Nigeria. But beyond his boardroom achievements, he is a passionate teacher, mentor, and advocate for growth. He has facilitated hundreds of trainings on business, finance, and strategy, inspiring both finance and non-finance professionals in Nigeria and the United Kingdom. His academic journey spans some of the most prestigious institutions in the world, including Warwick Business School, Oxford University, Nanyang Business School, Stellenbosch Business School, and Lagos Business School. He is also a fellow of ICANN and currently a doctoral candidate at Edinburgh Business School. He is a firm believer in continuous growth, equality, and transformational leadership. He is a living proof that greatness is not just about achievement, but about inspiring others to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Find Your Voice Conference Lagos, Chukwuma Nwanze.
Morning, everyone. Are you having a great time so far? You know, it's sometimes embarrassing when you're watching yourself, so allow me to catch my breath for a second. So let me take it again. Are you enjoying yourself so far? You know, for the few minutes I've been here, what I've heard is transformational for me, so I'm hopeful you guys are feeling the same vibe. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a story, and let me just quickly rehash what PG said. And I think the first speaker, Adewale Yusuf, said the same thing. In this world, there are many voices. The reason why we are here today is for you to find your voice. And it's important that you do that with a sense of discernment, hearing from God, right? I like something that Adewale said. You see, it's not esoteric. Many a times we want to hear from God and we think we must see 2 angels flapping their wings or 1 harmattan breeze blows. It doesn't happen that way. And so I'll tell you my own story that helps me in the myriad of many voices hear clearly for myself. And sometimes you don't need to, people like PG hear from God every time. Some other people hear once and it's okay. So I'll tell you a story of my career. This is not trying to paint a grass to grace story, but it is actually a grass to grace story. So I've come from really...
Paint it. Don't.
I should paint it. Okay, thank you, PG.
We love grass to grace stories.
I come from a very humble background. You know, when PG was speaking earlier on, he talked about people that were born with the silver spoon, wooden spoon, and no spoon. I was the guy that was born without any spoon. But we probably were just using air to take it in. And so my parents had given us one critical thing, and that was education. There was nothing else. There were no clothes. They couldn't. It was their desire to give us all the good things in life, but the resources they had to narrow it down to an education, and I'm eternally grateful for them for that. But you see, it also had its own K-leg somehow. I was a science student, right, in my secondary school. I think as from the age of 5, I wanted to be a cardiologist. My mom was a nurse, and she had a cardiologist who worked in the hospital she worked, Dr. Shongo. The guy is 98 today. He seems to want to live forever. And I was so drawn to Dr. Shongo as a very little child. And I remember asking my mom, what does he do? She said he was a cardiologist. And so from 5, I wanted to be a cardiologist. I was so clear. So I wasn't one of the guys they needed to counsel to go into the science classes because I knew medicine and cardiology went side by side. So I'd gone into secondary school and I was doing great. I was very focused. God helped me with being focused. So I was doing really great in my sciences. And there was this day I was just walking. I went to Command Ikeja, and so I was going from my class to the canteen. And if you were a science guy, I had to walk across where the commercial guys were. Now, no whatever to commercial guys, but science guys always had a chip on their shoulder. So as I was walking through that block, I heard something say to me, that is where you should be. Again, it didn't make any sense, but I just out of walked to even see what they had, what were they doing. In all honesty, they never existed to me because science guys, we were thick and by, we're talking to say you're a Babio, we're talking about, those kind of physics, brilliant people kind of stuff. And so I walked to see what they had there, and they were doing what would be like accounting. And so I said to the guy, what is this? I can't remember, maybe he said it was accounts, and I just said to myself, finally, your village people are getting to you. Of course, I moved on with life and never gave it any thought. And so I was so confident in my ability, so I was the kind of guy who was never going to write GC, because I never felt I could fail an exam. So I went to my SS3. On the day of my physics exam, I grew up in Ablekba. How many of you know Ablekba? You guys don't know those kind of places? Okay. Yeah, good. So I grew up in a place called Agbelekale in Ablekba. And if you know, hi, my village people are here. Now, if you know how bad the road was, this is about 20-something years ago. So, it was one of those days it had rained. I had to pick a bus from Ablekba to Oshodi. And then Lagos happened to me.
It was a day like today, right?
Yeah, but PG roads are better now. And so, bottom line is that I was late for my physics practical. So, I can't remember how long. Probably the exam was 3 hours. I must have missed the first 2 hours. So, this is me, a 16-year-old guy. I haven't dealt with that level of anxiety. So, I was fidgeting, confused. The long and short is that for the first time in my life, I failed an exam. I thought, I'll make it up. My target was to go get 50-50 in the theory and objectives, but it didn't happen. Let me put it that way. So I had a P7 in physics. And when it happened, it was clear you needed thick and by to go in for medicine. And so it was now like, what's going on? Now, I had a group of 7 friends. We all wanted to be doctors. We had a friend. One of the 7 of us, his dad was a World Health Organization doctor, and so he was like our global icon. PG is our global lead pastor now. He was all we wanted to be like. And so everybody else had smashed it. We were the guys representing command in jets. Everybody wanted to be the cool guys, put it that way. So I remember that day when I saw my results, I was like, I'll be honest, I wasn't really sad, but I wasn't used to failure, so I was trying to take it all in at that point in time, that for the first time I'd done something and I didn't succeed. And so I needed to speak to that, my friend's dad. And so he asked me, so, guy, what's next? I said, Daddy, what do they do in accounting? Because my mind immediately went back to that day in SS2. He said, accounting, you know me, I'm a doctor, but I have one friend who is an accountant. Go and see him. So he gave me the guy's card. I went to meet the guy and said, Daddy says I should meet you to tell me about accounting. The guy said, what are you? So this is real life. And God bless my parents. I'd come home to say that I'm not doing medicine again. Now, the reason why I wasn't doing medicine, 2 things, and I'll be honest with you. One, because that thing played in my mind that what if that was something telling me to do accounting, not to do accounting. Another thing, I was too proud because I had said I can never repeat an exam. So I was going to find the way not to repeat the exam. And so the guy says, go and write ICANN through the accounting technician scheme, right? And I never knew what accounting was, talk less of what ICANN was. So I got home and I told my parents that I want to write ICANN. Now, an uncle of mine had been writing ICANN for a decade. Any chartered accountants in the house? Yeah, so it's not, hi guys, my people, I have a lot of my constituents here. So ICANN wasn't the kind of exam you were going to confidently say you were going to pass. So this was me at 16. So when I said, I'm going to pick up this form, my uncle had said he cannot pass it, right? Now, this is the weird thing. It wasn't like there was money to go and study that medicine at the time. So I had taken up that bit. I had to do some jobs, right? And then I started my account technician scheme. Now, when PG said I hadn't been, when they were calling all those universities I've been to, I've actually been to all those universities, but I've never been to the university like you guys. So when I hear things like, in Trenchard Hall, I never experienced any of that. They say, don't let school pass through you, let school pass by you. I don't know what all those things were, right? My ICANN days was like going to lesson. You know how lesson is? Because everybody would have gone to work or coming from school, then we start classes at 5:30 or 6 till 9 p.m. So I never experienced all that. God will have it, I became a chartered accountant. So by the time I was 21, I was a chartered accountant, right? I had passed the exam and I said hi to that, my uncle, that guy. It's done, no? But what it meant is that I started seeing a path to, I can start earning money because, my number is 16,866. What that means is I was the 16,866 chartered accountants in Nigeria. In my mind, I was like, how many are we? I will find a job. So I went on and I said, I would just go with my ICANN and get a job. Interestingly, I got a job in the civil service. But you see, the main takeaway for me there was that for the time guys were in school, the 4 years, 5 years, 7 years for guys who were studying medicine, it wasn't easy. While everybody was in school, I was going to lesson, right? But I stayed really focused on the plan. Now, those who work with me or those who know me know I get obsessed about a vision that I have seen. So I could see the end of it all. And so regardless of the momentary disappointment, because we are still human beings, right? I just stayed straight on the course. So I got my ICANN and then I got into the civil service. Again, that was another uncool thing because young guys were working in KPMG, were working in the banks, were working in the nice places. Chuk Swansea was working in National Clearing and Forwarding Agency. It was some random place in Apapa. And if you know how the civil service is, so this is me at 21, chartered. It was kind of annoying to some of my colleagues then. But all I wanted to do was earn money because I was tired of suffering. See, one of the prayers I prayed to God is I cannot suffer. This initial suffering I've suffered, I cannot continue with it. So I was just glad that I had gotten a proper job. I remember having 2 suits and 2 shirts that I recycled every day of the week. And we are talking about coming from Ablegba to Apapa, through the mud, through the suits, through the whatever. May God not let me see those suits anymore. They will be disappointed in me, right? But the point is that I got into this job. And I'm telling this story because the end result of a lot of the successes I've enjoyed today came from identifying that this could be God pointing me in a direction. And despite all the other things people had suggested, I stood by it. So at 21, I got in civil service. Civil servants, there are a lot of hardworking civil servants, but where I was, we didn't have so many hardworking guys. So they had not prepared the financials in years. And this is me being a chartered accountant. Remember, all my background was sciences. So I was, to be honest, it's only God that helped me become chartered because some courses didn't just make sense to me, right? So it was my first chance of going to be able to do something really practical. So I went to the head of finance and I said, these things, I'm just seeing all these vouchers here. Where are the financials? And the guy was laughing at which kind of financials. So I said, can I go ahead and prepare it? And of course, it didn't make any sense to them that who wants to give himself work that nobody's checking? I wanted to do something practical that they I think I'd learned in school, yeah? So I went ahead and I prepared, I think it was about 3 years. And I did it alone. And I was just excited that I had something to come and do because really and truly, I was buying amala for my bosses. And I wasn't making sense. You're a chartered accountant buying amala. So I just got myself busy with that. Now, every time we think of the blessings of God, we just think it happens in a spooky way. And it comes encapsulated with work. I like to describe it as grit. So all that time, I was putting in the work. And I put in the work till tomorrow. Right? So you don't just say, oh, this success story is so good. It's not There's work, a lot of work, and consistent work at it. And so I went ahead, but there was an opportunity a few months down the line. The head of internal audit position was opened. It was open to only chartered accountants, right? So I was 21 at this time. This is about my third or fourth month, or maybe, between third and 6 months in the place. I had done this mad stuff that nobody told me to do, and the managing director had heard that, there was like an attempt. So they said, okay, you're young, you're inexperienced, but since the rule book says only chartered accountants can qualify, go in for the interview. We were 4 chartered accountants in the government agency then. Needless to say, I was the freshest chartered accountant, and I had done the work that puts more of the organization's context in front of me. So I had that interview. Now let me tell you, in 4 months of being without a formal education, at this time I picked up a form, I started some distance learning program. I got that job. The job came with a car, a driver, and it came with the full appendages of the office. And I was like, this is not bad. So I'd come in just hoping to get something done, but life happened. So I got that job, became the head of internal audit. The business had offices across. That was the first time I entered a plane, going to do my job. So it was really cool stuff. I got 2 other promotions in the civil service in 3 years. And then I started thinking like a normal young guy would think. All my friends, the sharp guys I had met during my econ days, were in KPMG, they were in Deloitte, they were in banks, and I was in National Clearing and Forwarding Agency. So I said, no, I'm not doing this. So I then got a job in a consulting company. So at this time, smart guys from Accenture had started an indigenous consulting company called Nexon, and they were looking for someone to do it. Again, remember, I'm telling this story because this decision not to go for medicine, to go for accounting, is what's making it look like I'm the favorite child of God, right? And so I got into the job. On a particular day, my boss was to present at the board meeting. This is 3 months into my new job. And I can't remember what happened to her. She couldn't make it. But I was the chartered accountant, somebody there to present the company's financials to the board. One of my EDs just says, Chooks, you're going to present. So I go there, confused. What's going on here? Nobody ever told me this was going to happen. So I went there, muttered a few words of prayer, swallowed my confidence, and I went, did what I could do, finished. Everyone was like, how was it? I was meeting, legendary guys were on our board at the time. So I just went and I did my thing. By close of business that day, I got a call from my boss that the chairman was very pleased with you. So in 3 months on my new job, after all the nice things that happened to me, I got a triple promotion. So needless to say that my money was now okay. Now poverty had now left me finally at this point. I now knew that I could move on. Now that is how my career continued to progress. Even in the moments where I moved to the oil and gas industry, there was the global financial crisis of 2008. We lost a lot of money. Again, so that you don't think, I never had any problems. I had problems. The pressure was so much at that time. At 27, I developed a high blood pressure because I couldn't deal with it. Nothing of all the nice things that were happening to me could prepare me for dealing with multi-million-dollar transactions. But I remember something, I'll never forget this. The pressure was so much. Bank CEOs were calling me, little me, at the time to say, where's your boss? What's going on here? And I remember praying a prayer one night, say, see, God, I can't cope with this thing because I was totally under pressure. And I'll be honest with you, I really don't know what happened, but I know what my favorite scripture is, 2 Thessalonians 3:16. It says that may the God of peace himself give you peace at all times, in every way. So I just remember that scripture, and when I slept, I don't know if that remembering the scripture had anything to do with it, but honestly, that was it. The pressure went. I don't know how they resolved the matter because I got another job and moved on. I'll quickly roll back to Credit Direct where I am. So I continued my journey, a lot of progress, and a lot of promotions had followed me post my oil and gas life. And when I got to Credit Direct, I got in as a manager, and in my first 5 years in Credit Direct, I had moved from being a manager to becoming an executive director. Now, for those of you who know how the banking industry works, you know it doesn't happen every day. So it was 5 years, and we're talking about moving at senior levels, right? It doesn't come, it's not, again, let me reemphasize. Guys, I work, I put in the work. But at every stage, I was always very assured that I was going in the path that God had orchestrated for me. I remember one of the days when I was coming back from my ICANN classes. It wasn't in the day like it rained, so I'm going back to Ablegba from Maryland. The rain had fallen, and you know how it is when you've calculated your transport fare to the T, right? You know, once conductors see rain, the spirit of price increase happens. So on that day, they had increased price. I had to walk from Maryland to Ikeja because, I couldn't enter a bus from Ikeja to Anokpaja. I still remember those routes. Maybe I need some therapy, yeah? So I went, and when I got to Ablegba to get to my Adubo, that is still further down, bikes were not going. So I was walking in the rain. That road was really bad, muddy, small, mushy, and as those bikes and cars were passing, they were splashing the mud on me. You know, a grown man cried because I was like, see, God, if you just make sure I don't see this kind of suffering again, right? Because it was to the height of it. But I remember by the time I got home, my parents were sad because it was not what anybody hoped for their kids, right? But I remember something my mom said to me the next day, and she said that you must always be content in whatever situation you find yourself. And I remember something Paul would have said. He said, in all things, I've learned to abase and to abound. And I have that philosophy till date. Whether there is plenty, I'm fine. Whether there is nothing, I am fine, right? And I think it's something that is important to everyone. But let me tell you a bit about the Credit Direct journey. So I become executive director. There was the opportunity for a change in succession, right? And then the mantle of leadership fell on me. And that was a big deal for me because nobody was going to give that guy from Agbele Kale who didn't have the same framework or who didn't follow that linear education path that chance, right? And if you understand how banking works, there's a lot of sophistication. I may not have, had all those trappings. And one of the things I said to my guys, and I'm a prodigy of PG, so I'd gone to see PG quite a number of those times to say, man, this is the reality I'm facing. And he gave me a lot of counsel. So I went back to my guys and I said, we're going to do things we haven't done before. I wasn't comfortable with where we were because I knew we had capacity to do a lot more. And I kept on quoting, in the stride session saying, God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and a sound mind. If your mind cannot carry where we are going, drop out now, right? Needless to say, in 3 years, the organization has grown 6x where it is. And I have my amazing guys from Credit Direct guys are the best. Are you guys here? Yeah, my guys are great guys. What God has been able to do with the team and I is take what was a successful organization, but see it grow in leaps and bounds. But I'm saying this because there are many people who are here today whose views will be that I want to take a decision. I think God has said something to me, but there are many voices that are drowning or are getting me confused. I'll tell you a few things, and I'm beginning to wrap up now. One, I found out in life that one of the easiest ways to deal with confusion is making a decision. I'll give you an example. If you have before you rice, beans, amala to eat for lunch, the moment you make up your mind that it's amala you want to eat, it's over. The other options are gone. I was talking with PG, and he said something I hadn't realized in my journey. that I stayed on course to that inkling on the inside that says, go and do accounting or whatever that meant. And I've seen remarkable success in my 23 years career. Many other people would have gone ahead to chase that degree in medicine. They may have been successful, but would have been moving around in circles for a few more years. So I'm saying this because, somebody may be sitting down here and you feel, well, I may not have gone in the way God wanted me to go. And the reason why God is not a man is that he's not punishing you for eternity for not going in queue. Yes, you may have lost some time because you can't do anything about the time lost, but it doesn't mean you can't retrace your steps and continue in that path. The one thing, and if you listen to Adewale Yusuf, it feels like Ojoro when things begin to happen because you're finding yourself encapsulated in the purpose of God for your life. It just looks like the whole world was created just for you. Now, even if you have gone outside, my recommendation is that you retrace your steps, and it doesn't have to come with any esoteric stuff. I'll leave you with these last thoughts. One, anchor yourself in God is important. Work harder than it is convenient, because the difference between you and the next person many a times is the additional diligence you put into your job. Take failure as an opportunity, or what is perceived as failure, as an opportunity for redirection and not destruction, right? In everything that we do, let us work to leave a legacy, because we are not doing it for ourselves. All the blessings, God has given it to you to make an impact. And finally, believe that you too can be great. It's not for a few people, it's for every single one of us.
Thank you, Chooks. Please, wait, don't go yet. Please appreciate him. One of the things, thank you, for everyone in the room and everyone online, one of the things that you need to take seriously about Chooks' story is that people think that our life's journey will be a linear experience where you just go on a straight path. Yeah. There are detours in destiny that lead us into the perfect will of God. And sometimes they happen just like that. In the Bible, the story of David, the king of Israel, David's detour happened, this was a shepherd boy, all right, shepherd, and was busy catering for his father's sheep and all. He was an okay guy. Go and deliver food at the valley of Elah. This is 1 Samuel 17. If you have never read the Bible before, please read it after now. 1 Samuel 17. And David went to deliver food, and then he saw Goliath. He was not a man of war. All the men of war were petrified and, peeing in their pants. And David said, I can do something about this guy, And life just started to happen from there. And by the end of that day, the issue went viral. Saul had killed his 1,000. David had killed his 10,000. This young boy had been promoted over and above the king. And that's what, if it was today's X or Instagram, that's what everybody was saying. Women make things go viral. Because they said the women were singing, Saul has killed his 10,000, David has killed his, Saul has killed his 1,000, David has killed his 10,000. They promoted him above. Yeah. From your story, we can see the effect of following your heart. From going to study medicine and trying to go to university, and you even said, my parents did not even have enough money to be able to finance this medicine. But God said, look, they're going to be an accountant, and they're going to go unconventional. You will work. You used to do teaching. What were you doing?
Oh, yes. I taught in nursery schools. Even when I started teaching, training accountants. So I always had to do extra stuff to make ends meet.
And then you attend your icon lesson in the evening.
Yes.
And your mates were in the university.
Yes.
His story is also similar to Adewale Yusuf. Adewale's own is just that he was doing security guard and construction site work. Construction site work. And then he started training himself in tech. Yeah, and bought a laptop, and all. Why are we saying all this? If there's anybody here, you haven't been to a formal university for a first degree, as you are leaving this place today, please understand you have permission to be great despite that not having first degree. Yeah. And if you put other things side by side with it, so for some people it's first degree. For some people it's that people say I'm too black. For some people it's all kinds of things. People say I'm too short. Whatever it is that looks like has eroded your sense of permission to be great. From these first two stories, I need you to understand that you have the permission to be great. Chooks, what did it feel like when you maybe got into the banking industry and you know that some of the guys, now you two, you have studied more, you've done online, you've gone to some business schools around the world. But before then, how did you used to see yourself when you see people in sharp suits who had maybe gone to Oxford, gone to Harvard, and they're executive director, and then they promoted to executive director?
To be honest, initially it was like an out-of-body experience. I didn't think I deserved it. I didn't think I was the right guy. It was something that you hoped for, but when it happens, you're just like, okay, what's going on here?
Tell your neighbor, say, what's going on here? Something truly is going on here. Again, I wanted to help me appreciate Chooks Nweze. Thank you, Chooks. Yeah. Fantastic story. Please appreciate him more. And maybe you should also help me appreciate his company, Credit Direct, a main sponsor for Find Your Voice Lagos 2025. Yeah, they sponsor the event as well. And with other companies that sponsor, Shotlers also a sponsor. Please help me appreciate Shotlers as well. We're going to hear from the CEO soon. And I will talk about other sponsors later. And next year, we're coming to other sponsors. Big events, we're coming to you next year. You sponsor, and many other people who should sponsor. Small, you sponsor next year too. You sponsor this year. Oh, let's appreciate small. Yeah. And I'm going to talk about other sponsors later. But you know the beautiful thing about this? I want you to dream a dream. And this is not about just, brainwashing you or anything. But someday, you will sponsor this kind of event where thousands of young people will sit down and it's going to be on the bill of what God has used you to build. Oh, somebody say a better amen. Yeah. I remember preparing for my 50th birthday, and I prayed. I was just praying to God. God, what do you want me to do? Apart from all the parties that have been organized and all. That was last year. Towards the end of the year. What do you want me to do? And he said, you're 50. Can you give 50 million out? Just dash. Or just throw it at anything I said to do. I said, oh, why not? I can. I don't claim to be sinkingly rich, but I have some small money. And I can sacrifice by doing that. Later on today, the people who are getting the grant from what we call Godman Akinlabi Enterprise Development Fund, who have gone through trainings, we've trained them, and they just need this fund injection into their businesses. They'll be picking, 20 of them will be picking a check for 2.5 million each from that one experience. Yeah. So, I'm just saying it, that when you find your voice, it's not about you. It's about many other people, that your story can influence and that your resources can influence. That's why we exist. The Elevation Church is about making greatness common. We believe everyone can be great. And it's about all of us using our collective influence to lift other people. And that's why Christ came. That's the whole big deal about Christ. Christ came not just the people who make heaven, but the people will hear the good news and their life will get better and they will find their voice. As I conclude this session, I need you to understand that from the two stories that we've heard, opportunities don't always announce themselves. They hide inside ordinary moments. And you must recognize that. In the story of your life, please stop looking for some esoteric, highfalutin situation that will just happen. And as we go into further stories today, we will still underscore this more. But your next opportunity may not be what you expect. For Madewale's story, his opportunity came from just attending a church-organized tech forum. And something happened to him there. And when the guy who made the presentation was going, he rushed to meet him and said, I want to know more about this tech thing. I only have high school degree, I did not study science. I did commercial. In the case of Chooks, he studied science, but God moved him to commercial. Adewale from commercial to tech. Yeah. And the man said, send me an email. And you heard his story. Out of everyone that was present, his intentionality paid off. He sent the email. Notwithstanding how bad the grammar was, his journey started from there. Your journey, for somebody here, your journey has started. For some other person, your journey is about to start. And that is why you are here. And you must soak in everything. But as I wrap this up, please don't forget, you have the permission to succeed. You have the permission to leave a mark that cannot be erased. Stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting for permission. You already have the permission. Time will not permit me to tell my own story. Maybe in other sessions or some other things when I'm doing the fireside chat, I may have the opportunity to tell my story more. But my story is all over the place anyway, on different platforms and all. It's just, in life, some people will give you permission. In other spaces, you don't need permission. I mean, I'm privileged to have stepped into certain things without permission and to step into some other things with permission. This church started on the permission of my pastor and mentor, Dr. Sam Adeyemi. Somebody who just says, I believe in you so much, and I believe God wants you to do something more with your life. I give you permission to just go and start something with your life. But the permission to be excellent, the permission to be visionary, the permission, to pioneer again and again, I have to give myself. Yeah. The permission to love people, to raise leaders, the permission to roll with the right people, the permission to seek the right platforms, to seek the right partnership, you have to give yourself. The permission to be diligent, the permission to follow God with all of your heart and lean not on your own understanding, the permission to be a person of tenacious faith who will not stop at nothing to fulfill the purpose of God for your life. You have to give yourself that permission. Little setback here and there should not stop you. Because when you experience those setbacks, you have to remember in the writings of the Apostle Paul, in the scriptures, in the epistles, where he said, for our light affliction, which is but for a moment, works in us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. Yeah. And he said, while we look not at things which are seen, for the things which are seen are temporal. Temporal means subject to change. But the things which are not seen are eternal. And there are eternal things that God is doing in your life today that you must come out alive to, that you must be aware of and press in intentionally. And as we continue, please keep your eyes peeled. Soak in, open your heart, get all the things that you need to get from here today. But before we continue, I just want, if you permit me, you see, this pastor hat is difficult to put it off. Yeah. I'm wearing it again for 3 minutes. Organizers, please pardon me. Bow down your heads, everybody. Yeah. In the stories that we've heard today, on this special day, we've seen the impact of the God factor in the story of Adewale Yusuf and in the story of Chukwuemeka. I need you to understand something. God has a plan. He has a purpose for your life. The only thing that stands between God's plans and purposes and you is your surrender. The word surrender is extremely important. And it comes in phases. Because when we think that we have surrendered all, then all of a sudden we remember there are things we're still holding on to that may deny us a divine permission that is already given. So I want to encourage everyone here under the influence of my voice. If you're not intentional about your relationship with God yet, your coming here today will not be complete without laying hold on that intentionality and making a decision. I want God to be the chief pilot, the driver of my life. I want to be intentional about my relationship with God. And I want to pray for you and for everyone who will make that decision to step into a new level of intentionality in your relationship with God. In church, we say, give your life to Christ. I choose to put it this way: complete surrender. To come to God through Jesus Christ and say, I'm surrendering all. I want you to be the Lord of my life. I accept your sacrifice on the cross as a payment for my sin. I want to give my life to Jesus. If you are the one I'm talking about, lift your right hand above your head. Just remain where you are. I'm going to pray with you right now. Thank you for that. Just lift your right hand above your head. I want to be more intentional about my relationship with God. Yeah. Yeah. If your hand is up, stand by your chair there. Just remain where you are. This is not church. This is a conference, and I'm not going to call you out or anything. Just stand and pray with me, and then we'll continue. Just stand and pray with me, and then we'll continue. Yeah? Just stand. Just stand and pray with me, and then we'll continue. Thank you for standing. Thank you for standing. I'm just waiting for 2-3 more people. God is knocking at the door of your heart. Just open it up. Thank you for standing. Thank you for... Just stand. And mark today's date as a day at this Find Your Voice, Lagos 2025. I made a decision to bring God into the story of my life and to engage surrender. That's the word, surrender. 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 And even after you've left this place, there will be reasons why you would doubt your decision. But remember the word surrender. I have surrendered my life to God through Jesus Christ. And I want him to continue to have his way. And just like the stories we've heard, what you're going to see, and the stories we're going to hear, what you're going to see is the effect of this surrender. God paying attention to your life, speaking into your life, organizing your pathways to meet the right people, and the lines will start to fall onto you in the right places. If you are online, you can also stand and join the prayer. I want you to say after me if you're standing. Say, Lord Jesus, on this 1st of October, 2025, I register my intention for total surrender. Today, I stand to accept Jesus as my Lord and my personal Savior. Jesus, I believe that when you hung on the cross, you paid the price for my sin. Today, I declare that guilt and condemnation will no longer be a part of my life. I surrender totally to the life of God that is in Christ Jesus. I declare that I'm righteous as a gift from Jesus. My sins are forgiven. My debt is paid. Jesus, take control of my life. Guide me, lead me, watch over me from this moment forward. Be my Lord, be my Savior, and have your way in my life. Thank you, Jesus, for accepting me just the way I am. Let me pray for you. Father, I pray for everyone standing and saying this prayer with me and everyone online. I ask, Lord, that you watch over them. Continue to give them the assurance of salvation. Let your voice continue to speak into their heart. Guide the affairs of their life. Make a way for them where there seems to be no way. And show up in the affairs of their life. Wherever you are planting them, around this nation and beyond, order their steps to it. Open doors for them. And cause the heavens to perpetually open over their lives. Thank you, because someday they will tell their own stories and it will transform other people's lives. In Jesus' precious name, amen. Right, if you're clapping, do it very well. For all the people who said a prayer with me, our officials may give you a card. Please, if you got one, fill it and return it back. It's just for an opportunity to be able to send you some faith-based materials from our church that will be a blessing to you and bring stability into your life. And if you don't have a local church that you attend right now, please find your way to any Elevation church or a great church around your the area where you live, where the true gospel is being preached, and you will have the opportunity of being pastored well. And if you are already in a church, then get serious in your church. Yeah, get serious. Get serious. Be more intentional about your relationship with God, because God makes a way where there seems to be no way. At this point, before I'm arrested, let me step aside and invite our compere as we move on in the event. Thank you.
I know that we're still trying to marinate all that we've heard, but can we celebrate our convener, Pastor Godman Akinlabi, with a befitting round of applause? Thank you. I'm not sure how I'm feeling. My head is hot. There's so much in my head. Listening to amazing stories that are not sugar-coated. We're telling you real stories, real people, real life experiences, and real success stories from people who have dared to find their voices. Talking about permission. You need to give yourselves permission to do different things today, but I'll spotlight 3. Give yourself the permission, first of all, to pay attention. It's free. Give yourself the permission to pay attention. You never know when the eureka moment will come. A lot of stories will be shared. People will share their journeys, how they found their voices, the ups, the downs, the exciting moments in their stories. But please pay attention. If you've left your homes, make sure that you're here paying attention. Secondly, give yourselves the permission to dream. Dream as big as you ever want to dream. We heard Adewale Yusuf talk about how he wants to build the biggest school in the world. I saw something somewhere that says everything that you see in reality happens twice. First, in the mind, and second, you see it in reality. So please dream as big as you want. Again, it's free to dream. And thirdly, please give yourselves the permission to find your voice. And a lot of times people think that, finding your voice means that you have to hold a microphone like I'm doing now, and that's the only time your voice can be heard. And that's absolutely incorrect. You don't have to be a public speaker. You don't have to, have the spotlight, and I put that in quote. You can find your voice anywhere, anytime, and you can stand out just because you chose to do it. And that's the permission that we're asking you to give yourselves today. We'd like to very specially thank our headline sponsor, Credit Direct. Please give them a round of applause again. Thank you so much for supporting this cause and for being the headline sponsor for Find Your Voice Lagos. We'd also like to thank all of our other sponsors who, we say this is a free conference, but really there's no free thing anywhere, because people who have given us their resources, of their time, and of course, finances to ensure that we put something really befitting together for all of you great women and men in the room. So we'd like to thank Cora Pay. Please give them a round of applause. Shotlaz, Oak Antique, Citadel Views, Gardens and Estates, and Nedcom Oaks. Buy Small Small, Pistis Life and Leadership Institute. Thank you so much. Now give them a collective round of applause. We're doing it in trinkles. Thank you. Thank you very much. According to Nelson Mandela, just before I bring up our next speaker, according to Nelson Mandela, there is no passion to be found in settling for a life that is less than the one that you're capable of living. There is no passion to be found in settling for a life that is lesser than what you're capable of living. So ask yourself, am I settling or am I finding my voice and using it? So let me ask you, what is your commitment? Let me say it because lots of new people have come into the room. So we're going to chant this all through today. And so when I ask, what is your commitment? You say it with conviction. I will use my voice. What is your commitment? Perfect. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause, please. Are we having a good day? I'm having such an amazing day, even as the compare. I'm learning, I'm excited, and I have so many stories in my head. Again, finally, I know I'm supposed to bring up the next speaker, but I don't think that it's a coincidence that yesterday I was at the Lagos book launch, I'll call it the Lagos book launch of Zain Asha, who is a CNN broadcaster. Do we know Zain Asha? Well, some people might know Zain Asha. You too can be great. That's all I can say. I listened to her story and it was absolutely emotional. She talked about so many parts of her journey, and all I can say is you can do great things from small places. You can do great things from a very small place, and you too can be great. There are no great people. People put in the work, and so you too can put in the work, and you can give yourself the permission to find your voice. Find Your Voice 2025. Are you excited? That excitement is a bit unhappy. Find Your Voice 2025. Are you excited? Oh, it's Lagos. Find Your Voice Lagos 2025. Are you excited? All right, so I'm excited to bring on our next speaker, and I'll be doing the introduction of our next speaker. Interestingly, she's a founder and CEO of one of our sponsoring companies, and I will introduce her right about now. But like I said earlier, please don't snooze. Give yourselves a permission to pay attention. I'll be introducing our next speaker now, who is the co-founder and chief executive officer of ShortCodes Nigeria, Nigeria's leading technology-driven shared mobility startup. She has a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from the University of Lagos. She brings extensive experience in process engineering to her role. Her passion for addressing socioeconomic challenges in her community led to the founding of ShortCodes, a company dedicated to transforming urban mobility. And let me tell you something, right? A lot of times when we read bios or when bios are played before a speaker comes up, it's not because we can't hand you the notes or say, go on Google to read it. It's to reinforce what is possible when people dare to dream, and not just dream, but also do. Damilola's innovative leadership has earned her significant recognition, including being named a Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree for technology in 2019. She was also selected for a prestigious technology exchange by the UK government in 2020. Her accolades include the Digital and Tech Award at the Women in Africa contest in Morocco 2017, and the award for the best idea at the Aso Villa Demo Day in 2016, where she had the honor of meeting the president of Nigeria and Uncle Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, he's my uncle, by the way. Additionally, Damilola has secured grants from esteemed institutions such as Airtel, Sahara, GEM, World Bank, and Ford Motor Company. In 2020, Damilola launched the She Moves Shuttle program, an all-female shuttle service sponsored by Ford Motor Company. This company positively impacted over 600 female professionals by turning their commute time into learning time. Under her guidance, ShortCodes has raised $5.6 million in equity funding and is poised to expand into more metropolitan cities across Africa. Damilola was recognized as one of the most influential women in Mobility 2022 by Vlog, underscoring her role as a trailblazer in the technology and transportation sectors. Her visionary approach continues to drive innovation and growth, positioning Shortlers at the forefront of urban transportation solutions in Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, Find Your Voice Lagos 2025. Give a Shortlers round of applause as I make welcome Damilola. Thank you very much. Please celebrate Damilola Olokeshosi. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Wow, it's a full house. So in the next, they've reduced my time. 7 minutes, I would do my best to share how I find my voice. You know, how they said, oh, they are humble beginning. I also have my own humble beginning, but I cannot beat Atewale. But I grew up in Ibadan. Even though I was born in Lagos, I grew up in Ibadan, calm, cool city. So you can imagine, you know, my background. I was also born to, you know, two parents that spent 35 years in civil service, NEPA. So it wasn't as if my parents, you know, owned a dealership or they were entrepreneurs. So there were no indication that I would be an entrepreneur. I was really good at maths and I was good at chemistry. And at that time, oil and gas industry was the recipe for my parents to, you know, to stamp my success. And so the plan was for me to study chemical engineering. So I got admission into University of Lagos and I came to Lagos. I came to Lagos my 3rd year in school. Then we had this long ASU strike. I'm sure if you have heard me speak before, you would have heard this story before, but there's a remix that you hear today that you've not heard anywhere before. And then there were 2 options, because it's a very long ASU strike. We didn't know when we were going to go back to school. It was either I went to NIT or this place, where it's APTEC, either APTEC or DLA. The APTEC that time was about 150K, very expensive. And then DLA was maybe 7.5. And so it was a no-brainer that I would just go to DLA. When I got there, I was the youngest there because it was designed for those that were already working. And this is me, 19-year-old girl, you know, just oblivious of what was going on. And 2 seeds that were planted. There were 2 seeds that were planted. There were so many things that I learned that I've never, ever heard before. First of the seed that was planted was about finding God's purpose. I think you know, when growing up, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 10-year-old, whatever, at different times, maybe you discover yourself at 10-year-old, that's, okay, I'm a human being, okay, I'm not a tree. I think at that time, I had an out-of-body experience to realize that I was not going to live forever, right? And so the time that I was here on earth, God has planted something inside of me, and I needed to discover it. That was number 1. Number 2 was, I can remember Pastor Sam saying that he can never be poor again in his life. I'm like, how can somebody boldly say something like this? And he gave us a simple principle that said, you know, the more problems you solve, the more you create value, and then you attract wealth. I'm like, okay, so this totally changed my whole idea of, you know, just having good grades and looking for a good job. It was all about problem solving. And the more problems I solve, the more difficult the problem, the more value I can create, and the more value I will attract. It was as if I went to, like, it totally brainwashed my head. And by the time I left the place, I came there with another type, like the boldness that I've never seen before. I mean, think if you grew up in Ibadan, you understand that we are very conservative. We don't like to talk too much. We just keep to ourselves and all of that. Is it not the truth? But we have sharp mouths. Anyways, fast forward to my 4th year, I did intern in an oil and gas company. I saw, I saw the good life, we were enjoying, I went to the gas plant. I saw the glimpse of what my life could be, but I knew that this was not it. Even though it was going to be like an automatic, get an employment in this company when I finished my school, but I was so focused on finding a problem to solve. When I finished school, this was around 2013, I'd done my NYSC. By this time, imagine an Ibadan girl that doesn't use, I'm not used to the way people use public transport here, the way people fight for public transport. And I'd gone through a number of episodes with downfall drivers and conductors. And the one that broke the camel's back was my sister's experience that she almost got kidnapped, using entering one chance. My sister doesn't cry. She's like the man amongst the three siblings. And she cried, and as a family, we were so traumatized that we would have lost her just because she was trying to get to work in the morning. And this experience shook me to my bones. And I think I had one last experience that I traveled out of the country for just 5 days. By the time I came back, I'm like, no, I can't go back to using downfall. And, I was so terrified of using it because of what my sister had experienced. And because of the, introduction of technologies like Uber, Behance, all those, .com apps and all of that, I'm like, why can't we create something that, even though it's, I'd used staff bus in the oil and gas company, why can't we create something that's like Uber, but, can allow people share rides in groups? It would be cheaper, it would be efficient, See, I have not gone to the UK before. The UK, when people say, oh, this shuttle service runs like the public transport in the UK, I'm like, it was just born out of a problem that I faced and a solution that I knew that we needed. And this was how Shuttlers was born. And by 2015, I took my rent money that was supposed to pay for rent. I went to Scott with my cell leader in church, and then I paid for our first website. And my friends and I came together to create Shuttlers. This was 2015 November. We had our first pilot, this very nice idea. We had this nice website. We've had this beautiful idea. And then in 3 months, our money finished. We had angry customers. We had no profit. One of the co-founders said she was leaving back to the US. And I was like, wait, what do we do? And I thought to myself that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Then I went back to the drawing board. What was the drawing board? At that time, I was a worker in church, Elevation Church. And I used to serve in the data team. So I convinced the HR manager then that, see, I don't want to get a full-time job. I don't want to go and work in the bank. Can you guys give me a part-time job in church? Just pay me like stipend so I can pay for my transport fare and feed myself. But my plan was to use the church's website, Wi-Fi and AC. So in the morning, I'll come with my laptop. I'll call first timer. Hello, hi, how you doing? As we saw you in church, we love you. We want to see you next week Sunday. After I finish calling, I will just carry my pitch deck and start, designing my deck, applying. I can remember Pastor Bawale Kotun would be looking at me, or Pastor Posh by my side as well. Just be looking at this young girl and I don't understand what this girl is doing. But by 3 months, I had applied for 2 accelerator programs and I got into them. The first one was, I think, She Leads Africa program, and the second one was that Aso Villa Demo Day. By the time, it was like the world, it was like an announcement before even having a product. Because, we did not even have anything at that time, right? By the time we got to the stage, we're pitching and everything. By the time the announcement came out, I'm like, wait, we're not even ready for this product, and we're already in the newspaper. And from that announcement, somebody in church also borrowed us a bus to go and, pilot the service, right? So by October 2016, we launched fully on Ajatu Marina with 8 of our friends, our colleagues, some of them that worked in KPMG and Deloitte. And from that 2016 October, we had not looked back since then. even at that time where you think that, I saw her in the newspaper, I saw her with the president. I thought I'd had my that, man, there's no way I'm going to be poor again. After rubbing shoulders with the president, but guess what? Hey, the Gary started all over again. Because, we thought that, wow, we're rubbing shoulders with the president and the likes. The people that gave us money was just Airtel. So Airtel gave us 3 million naira. One of my relatives said, this 3 million naira, just leave this country and just chakpa. Another person told me, this money, go and use to buy land. See, they are planning Dangote refinery, and so that place is going to... I now remember that they said we should not eat our seed. This is my own seed. I'm not going to eat it. I'm going to invest it inside ShortCodes, and if it does not work, let it not work. And we invested it in, the service. I was the first bus conductor. When people say, how do you guys organize the buses so that you don't have challenges with NURTW? I said, don't worry. I was the first bus conductor, so I used to join the bus every morning. The driver will come and pick me. We'll go to Marina, and I'll welcome the users. Say, welcome, how are you doing? How was your night? And they will join the service. And my time is almost up. But to wrap up, the story here is that even when at every milestone, there were still challenges that we had to face and overcome. I just stayed focused to God's calling upon my life. I was resilient, I persevered, and I also was able to, like he said, he was content. I didn't care that my colleagues were already working in the oil and gas, or they were already working in KPMG, and I was working up and down. My mother had so much high blood pressure that, how can I send you to schools to read chemical engineering and you're a bus conductor? But even at that time, we pitched, even at the time after meeting with the president and all of that, we still pitched with investors. They did not believe us, because you can't blame them. Young girl like me, no experience. You said you want to solve public transport problem in Lagos. How are you going to do it? Nobody believed us. For 4 years, we could not raise funds. And so the grants that we got was just pure luck. And imagine just the technology, not even the assets, the technology that we're trying to build. Right now, we've built we have over 8 systems that talk to each other: the driver's app, the user app, the bus marshal app, different apps talking to each other. So it's very expensive software. And then the assets as well. People will ask us, how are you going to convince bus partners to use the service? Anyways, 4 years down the line, before that 4 years, I need to also mention this. I was attending a program like this in this auditorium, and Shani of Andela just said, they just employed 400 employees. Because, the 3 million also that we got was about to finish. And we had to start thinking of ways to, make money ASAP. And then I remember Shani saying that, they just employed 400, developers in Yaba. I'm like, this is our way to get our first 100 employees. And then I went on LinkedIn and pitched to him. And in 1 or 2 weeks, that is how we got our first 100 clients through that, pitch through LinkedIn. And fast forward to 4 years, Fisayo is here. He reached out to me on LinkedIn as well and said, he wants to, help us with our financials, and wants to help us organize our books. And by the time he saw our books, I'm like, wait, why haven't you raised money? I'm like, nobody wants to give us money. And that was 2021. By the time he started speaking to investors, you remember then I had no pedigree, had no revenue. I seemed very unassuming. In fact, my superpower is that when you see me, you will not even know. In fact, at the beginning, when I introduce myself, I don't say I'm the CEO or co-founder of ShortCodes. I say, I'm the sales manager, so that people would just think that this company is a big company. And, without, trying to prove, it was beyond being a female founder or anything. The numbers spoke for itself, and we were able to attract the funding that we needed to grow the business. And so to just wrap this up and to inspire you that if the ordinary there was nothing that could predict that I would lead a company, that would raise money or even transport or even tech. The plan was, to find a good job that would match, my degree. If I can do it, then you can do it. Today, We've successfully delivered over 8 million user trips on our platform. Because our buses are not that branded, we have over 350 buses on the road running every day. And we move over 12,000 people daily. We are in 12 states, and we are now in a Francophone country. So and all of this was God-enabled. It was not because, oh, I'm the smartest person, or I mean, you can see. But it's God's grace and God's mercies. But I stayed really, really grounded to my values and to all the values I've also learned from church. I'm sure you will see there's a common theme with everybody that's coming to speak. There's a foundation. There's a value system that's helped them to stay grounded and to become who they are. I think that is at the bedrock of who I become, and that's one of the confidence that ensure that I will get to where I'm going to as well. Thank you.
Keep the applause coming. Keep the applause coming. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can we all say thank you, Dami, for that wonderful story? You know, I've always heard it that the secrets of great men and women are in their stories. And everything you've heard today is the power of taking action. That's one thing I'm learning so much here. Just take the action. Adewale Yusuf sent that email. And now she took those steps, even when she was soaking Gary and all of those things. So please, take action. Who is going to take action today? Say, I'm going to take action today. Now, you've listened to so many people come talk to you. Now we're going to have a conversation between our very own convener and a wonderful person that I'm sure everyone here is eager to meet, the person of Somto Ifezue. Is right here. And this conversation is going to center around what he does and also how he's finding his voice and making impact in the world. So right now, we're going to watch a short video introducing Somto. And after that, we're going to invite them up for that fireside chat. Are you ready? All right, let's have the video.
In a world where many are searching for direction, few dare to rise and rewrite the future. Somto Ifezue is one of those rare voices. As co-founder and CEO of PiggyVest, he didn't just build a company, he sparked a movement that has transformed how millions of Nigerians save, invest, and believe in the possibility of financial freedom. Under his leadership, PiggyVest has become more than a platform. It's a lifeline of discipline, hope, and empowerment. But Somto's story is bigger than fintech. It's about vision. It's about courage. It's about listening to an inner voice that says impossible is just a word until someone decides to prove it wrong. From bold ideas sketched in small rooms to building one of Africa's most celebrated digital ecosystems, Somto has shown us that when you find your voice, you don't just speak, you create, you transform, you inspire. Today, he doesn't just lead a company, he mentors a generation. His passion for innovation, community, and impact stretches far beyond technology into tourism, entertainment, and industries waiting to be disrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be challenged, inspired, and awakened by a man who embodies what it means to turn vision into reality. Find your voice, Lagos. Welcome, Somto Ifezue.
Join me as we welcome our very convener, PG and Somto, to the stage right now. They just talk to us about voice, vision, and legacy, please. A round of applause, please keep it coming. And when PG took the altar call, if you stood up, please give the cards to any of the volunteers around you. Thank you very much. And I'll hand over to them. Have a wonderful time. You may please be seated. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Compare. And, you know, our compares in black and red, are they doing well? Will you help me appreciate them? Wow. Truth is that I've had this event in a few countries. I mean, in maybe 2 or 3 times in the UK, in Canada, you know, and all. And when we do find your voice outside of Nigeria, we focus more on helping immigrants find their voice. And when God started to stir my heart about bringing the event to Lagos, I said, what should be the target audience? And the question was like, who are the immigrants in Lagos? The young people. Yeah. Because the old people are institutionalized, they're established. In fact, they're the ones that are waiting for us to come and ask for permission to fulfill our destiny. They're the ones holding the reins in different industries, in government, in policy making, and all. And the most important thing that we can do for ourselves as young people, well, I'm counting myself as young as well, yeah, is to give ourselves the permission to be great. And that's what we are celebrating today in the lives of the many people who have graced the stage here at Find Your Voice 2025, and the people who will continue to grace this stage even as we continue to Find Your Voice in Lagos. And one of such voices is the person that we have today. You've listened to the bio, and it's very inspiring. A few years ago, I saw adverts from Piggy Vest, Piggy Bank. That's what came to my mind. Piggy Bank, Piggy Vest. Okay, some of these young people who just think they can make things happen. And you know, it was at a time where the fintech space was really going topsy-turvy, and people were losing money, fintechs were shutting down, and all that. And somewhere at the back of my mind, when I heard that these Piggy Vest guys are different, in fact, one of the things that made me feel they're different was that, oh, the founders are alumnus of Covenant University, you know. So, so I was praying for them in my mind. Lord, preserve this company. Let this story be a good story. Let them not fold up and all that. And I didn't know Somto at all. I was just praying for them. And today, we're gracing the stage together. God has answered my prayer. Piggy Vest is still doing well, and they will continue to do well in Jesus' name. So, Somto, this is Nigeria. And you know what people say about Nigeria. You were born here, lived here, you started Piggy Vest here, you went to school here. On this Independence Day, this fireside chat, I wanted to start by just saying something about being a young person trying to find your voice in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I didn't expect it to be this much, to be honest. Yeah. So this question is, or this statement is interesting for me, because I tell my friends and everybody that knows me that I'm the last person that will leave Nigeria. When everybody leaves, I will close the gate. Right? That's what I tell everybody. Yes. Yeah. And it's not some, so people think it's just started now, right? Since I was a child, and I don't know why. I started business at 17, because I was threatened at 12 years by my dad that once I'm 18, I'll leave the house. So I believed it. I'm the first child. So there was no example of someone above 18 in their parents' house. So I just believed it. So from 12 years, it was a countdown every year till I was 18. All right. So I never said my birthday was never a thing for me to be happy about. Yeah, it was like, oh shit, 4 hours. All right. I'm sorry, 4 years at 16. Oh, 2 years, 17, 1 more year. So because of that 1 more year, I said, okay, it's time to incorporate the company. Right. So I started kind of early trying to do business, but my dad would always tell me to just do and leave the country. So that was because he schooled in Italy. So just, do what you're doing and just leave. But I never agreed. So it's like, I'm going to be here. And I refused to, so I've never worked in any company before in my life. So I've always done business myself. I refused to work because I felt like if I start it, I will be stuck doing it. So I said to just take the risk and just say, you know what, no matter what, I will try to do entrepreneurship. I'll try to create value and do it in Nigeria. So I think in doing that, I noticed that, or I started seeing Nigerians more like my people, like how complex we were, the things that make us tick, how if you're doing a business and you don't have an office, it's probably not work, or if you don't have a phone number that people can call, it's probably not work. Just our unique differences. But at the same time, I saw how, well, I see virgin the country is. Like, opportunities are everywhere, and Nigerians are willing to pay for value faster than even other countries, right? And I think for me, Nigeria is like the best place to do business if you are creating value. If you're not creating value, is rough. But if you're creating value for people, it's very easy. No matter the government policies that come, it always is going to favor you if you're doing something that benefits the normal, everyday person. So that's like my statement. I would say just, if you're creating value for Nigerians, I'm sure you'll make money. That's just it. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Sonto. So, Sonto, there must have been a turning point. A point, because I know before Piggyverse, you must have tried your hands on a few things. I wanted to maybe share one or two things on that. But outside of that, when or what was the turning point where you said, I'm giving myself permission to do something with my life that will solve problem and that can be big?
I've never shared this story before.
So we're privileged. Yes.
Yeah, but like...
Listen. Go ahead.
Because it's actually about the permission. So because I started early, at 17, I and my friends, we came together to create a food delivery system in school at the time. So this was basically, instead of people going to class and going to the cafeteria because they want to read their books, they can just stay in their hostels and order food from the cafeteria. That was the idea, very simple idea. At the time, I never knew anything about tech, but I just knew that we had phones. So we had devices like iPods, we had internet in school, we had laptops, it's almost compulsory. So I knew everybody had a device, right? So, and we had cafeteria, so it was possible to do it. Now, this is my first time ever doing anything. We built out the system, and the next thing was now to, because Covenant is a very structured environment. You can't just do whatever you like there. So we tried to now get the permission of the school. So after a long wait, we were able to get a meeting, and I think I'm seeing the long wait small. Like we waited, we waited for like months in front of the office of the officials just to get the meeting. But after a long time, we finally got a meeting towards the end of the semester, and it was a fantastic meeting. Like they all stood up, standing ovation. This is a brilliant idea, and get to work. After that meeting, I remember telling my friends that I've blown, like we've made it. Like this is it, like finally, yeah. So everybody went home, and my friends stayed back to now set, because we needed to set up an internet system in school. So I remember the vice chancellor at the time telling everybody, I give you, no break all protocols, do whatever you want to do. And that's like, I was so happy. Now everybody has gone home, she has gone home, time to now do the thing. And we're getting restrictions, right? We could not find the person, we were chasing everybody up and down. And long story short, we finished all the money that we had, right? Because we're in camp house, so we're paying every day, because there was no hostel, right? Because they locked the hostel. We're paying every day, and we realized that they were not going to, will not be allowed to actually do this thing. So I decided first at that moment to never do any business that require permission. That was even just the first year. If I'm going to do any business that will require you to allow me to do it, I would rather just try to serve the customers directly. So we pivoted to a different business, tried to do something there, and it went well. But that was my first decision because in that kind of environment, it did not still work, right? Bureaucracies up and down, so there was no way for us to do that business, even though some people liked it, but there were some people also who did not want it to go live. So we decided just not to do, so that's why I'm fully retail. I do only things that directly touch customers, yes. Yeah, because of that.
That's great. In life, there are situations you find yourself where you need permission. You have a choice to seek the permission or to find a way around it and get into trouble, and God will help you after you have gotten into trouble. No, I'm just telling you the truth. And from his story, you see, the first thing he wanted to do, they actually got the permission, but some people frustrated it. Yeah. In my own experience, I remember 1993, this is 32 years ago, as an engineering student, an undergrad, I had a sense of starting something in university, just like that. And this time around, it was a fellowship, because I realized that in my university campus then, I could not attend some of the existing fellowships because it was too religious for me. And I wanted something that students can come together like this. We can be free. We can read the Bible together. We can brainstorm. We can have ideas. Yeah. And when I got some people that were foolish enough to follow me, just about 7 of us or so, one day after we finished praying, we asked ourselves, where are we going to start this fellowship? Where are we going to use? And then we saw an abandoned cafeteria in the university campus. This cafeteria used to belong to the cooperative society of the staff. So it was staff cooperative canteen, where staff used to go and eat, and it was cheaper. I think they ran it down. It was no longer profitable to the cooperative, so they shut it down. But they had the all, it was still there. And we were stupid enough to think to ourselves that nobody will stop us if we are using it for fellowship. And I told my friends, let's walk around it like the wall of Jericho. We will walk around it 7 times. I mean, we were all like 18, 19, under 20. And we walk around it 7 times. And we say, God has given it to us. We did not write the school. We did not seek any authority, any permission. And I tell you the truth, we started fellowship there. And for months, we were meeting there until one day, one security man came and said, what are you doing there? We said, we're having fellowship. He said, who gave you permission? One of my friends I was talking to, he just said, God. And the security man looked at him and said, God, not vice chancellor, not registrar. And the man said, I will allow you to finish the fellowship today. But before your next week fellowship, get the right permission. This God one may not work. But you know the truth? We still continued. And eventually, we now actually went to find out how can we, who is the head of cooperative and all that. And at the end of the day, they said, what you are doing there is good. We continued to use the place until we could find, and at that time, fellowship had grown to maybe like 60, 70, while we're using a place that we didn't have permission to use, but we're not doing anything funny there. And when they discovered us, they celebrated what we were doing and allowed us to continue. So what I'm saying is that, just like he said, the best place to function is to be in a place where you can give yourself the permission, and the permission is not coming from outside. And when you do well with the permission you have given yourself, when you have to seek permission from outside, they will celebrate you and give you the right permission. Please help me appreciate something. So launching fintech in Nigeria obviously comes with a lot of trust issues, you know, regulations, skepticism of people. Are they going to carry the money and run away? These guys are young. Some of them may even be saying, look at his hair. If you give this boy your money, he will run away with it. How did you manage all those things? Because that's why some people don't really venture. How did you manage that?
Well, to be honest, it's something I also think about, right? Like, how did all these people trust? Yeah. So me too, I asked the question. That's the truth. Yes. I can't say that, when starting Piggy Bank that we thought to have millions of users. No. The plan was just 1,000 people, maximum, right? We never imagined that. So we just felt like, okay, some people wanted to save, but not that it would be as big as it is. That's the truth. So when I ask myself these questions, I get some answers, to be honest. And I will start with, I feel the beginning, that because we went to Covenant, so this is just theory, maybe. I feel because we went to Covenant University, we had the initial trust. And you also confirmed it, right? So I think there's also that. I don't think if we went to a different school, it would have started the way it did. Because again, we're young. But I'm sure people said, Papa's boys, Papa's people, Covenant people. Maybe that's why we got the first 1,000 people. So that's I have to give credit to that. Yeah. But now, how did we maybe grow it past that stage? I think the first thing is us obsessed with customers, right? We are the customers of the product ourselves. We built it for our friends. It was not built for like people that we cannot relate to, right? It was built for people like us. So we're looking at the product, or what else would we like to have? When someone says, add this, we're looking at it that, this actually makes sense for me, right? So the customers actually built this product maybe from like the second year till, to be honest, till today, right? But the thing is that we accept most of the changes or most of the, let's say, improvement, because we can actually relate to it. We can say, wow, this is actually a nice idea. Then we just, optimize it and launch it to the market. Another thing is customer service. We're big on customer service. I think that's pretty much, there's no, I won't say there's one secret thing that makes, I think people also have carried, and another thing, I feel that because in the beginning also, nobody wanted to be the only person in this scam platform, right? So they wanted their friends to join them in case, maybe. Yeah, because I can tell you now that I don't know how this thing grew as big as it is, but I think people just said, well, I'm using this app to save my money. You come and save too. Right. And that's how, because there was no special campaign or anything that we did. God just grew this thing. That's the truth of the matter. And yeah, so I actually asked questions.
So the lesson from this is that sometimes, even you are second-guessing yourself, you are not sure, but you just keep moving. And then some things will work out. Like the initial trust. These guys, it looked like because of the university they went to, some people can trust them. And even some of your friends, and then before you know it, they saw that this thing is still going on and on. So in your story of Piggy Vest, what's the place of resilience and a sense of vision? I want us to talk to that. Resilience and a sense of vision in pushing something when you yourself, you are not sure. The people around you, you are hearing multiple voices. Some people are saying, your head is not correct. Some people are saying, well, it may succeed, go on. But you have a group. What's the place of, how did visioning and resilience play out there?
Yes. So just because of the way we started, right? It was no one big giant plan to help the country or Africa save their money. No, it was just some people that wanted to buy wooden piggy bank. We can build a virtual piggy bank. Now that was the beginning. Now when you wake up and you see you have 500,000 people there, you now have to now ask, okay, they're already here now. What do they actually want? What are the problems with finance? Why are they even using this thing, right? Then there's a humbling feeling that makes you now know that you must serve them. So it's not like you brought them, they came, they trusted you, so you cannot just let them down. That's just it, right? So because of that, as at 2 years into the company starting, we actually found out that the reason why people are using this thing like this is because if you want to pay rent, if you just get a new job today, you have to pay probably 1 year or 2 years. So unlike other countries that you can pay monthly, you have to pay upfront. So you just get a job, nobody's asking you that it's your first month, you're paying 2 years rent, right? So that means you actually, saving is not an option in Nigeria. It's actually like it's compulsory. You can't buy anything, credits, you have to save up for, if you want to buy a car now, you have to have the entire money for the entire car. In other countries, your mates are not doing the same thing. They probably just go to the shop, pay 5%, start driving the car, and be paying overtime. But here, you have to have the entire money for the car, and you cannot do it without saving money. So realize that people are actually saving because they don't have a choice, because of how the system is. Now, the second thing is that how do we now ensure that they get the most out of their savings? If they already want to save, can we make and optimize how they save? Can we improve the frequency with which they save? Can we reduce the way they waste cash, in quotes? So the vision just came like, okay, you know what? We want to enable everyone to better manage their own money, their finances. And that's now the bedrock of everything we do. So now we're not intentional in saying, you know what? These people already came to ask us for help. Now, what can we now do to ensure that their finances are better off so that they can actually achieve what they want to achieve, whether it's school, whether it's buying their first homes.
So basically, you're thinking of value-added services, you know, and that gave more confidence, and people saw the value-added services and different things. But from what you said, one of the lessons that one must learn from a company like PiggyVest and your team is that people are actually looking for solutions. Yeah. And sometimes we don't realize how people need what we have to offer. A problem that you found with one person is already existing with 1,000 people. So if you focus on like helping your friend to save money, there are so many other people who are also thinking about how to save money and get the best out of their little funds. And much more than that is that they are not only in Nigeria, they are around the world. I'm sure that's one of your discoveries. And so from just helping 1 or 2 people succeed, or helping 1 or 2 people manage their funds better, you now have hundreds of thousands of people who depend on you. That means there's a journey from small beginning to thinking legacy and thinking solving problem for bigger number of people. How has that played out with you guys?
Yeah, so I think it's the journey. So a typical customer is just fresh out of school, start getting there. They start earning small money. They start saving. But we now start seeing that maybe they have like one Instagram business that they're probably selling shirts or something there. And they are joining their personal money with their business money. So starting, okay, how can we offer them business services, right? So that they can actually get credit in future, right? So we basically look at our customer segments and see the different things that they are doing and how we can actually improve their business. Because the main thing is that if people have more money, our customers have more money, right? It means that they can save more, they can achieve more with their life goals, right? So we basically look at the data, look at what people are saving for, look at what they are withdrawing for, and actually build products around those areas with the ones we can do.
That's good. Please help me appreciate something. We're supposed to be able to take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Multimedia, I don't know if we're still able to do that. Production, yeah, we can take 1 question. All right. So are we going to just take it directly from, oh, it's already on, okay. They can scan that to send in your question. And if we have it, we can take it straight away. Okay, so there's a Slido QR code on the screen. Mujibade, you want to talk to that and give them direction? Yeah, there's a Slido QR code on the screen, right? And if you scan that, you can drop your question in Slido.
Okay, thank you. So for this first session, we'll just take a live question, but subsequently, you can scan this QR code for you to drop your questions when any of the panel sessions are ongoing, and then we'll pick from there and ask. But right now, we'll take just one. First hand to go up. Anybody?
There's one hand closer to the
yes,
camera.
I saw
there.
that, the
yeah.
orange hat. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Your name, very quickly, what the Lord has done for you. Sorry, your question.
My name is Charles. So my question is that you were very young when you built this product, right? So I'm not assuming you have so much money.
Can you speak up a bit more?
Can you hear me now? Okay,
yes,
good.
Better.
So I said you were very young when you thought about building this product, right? And building a tech product of that magnitude can be very expensive. So how did you navigate that? Like, how were you able to come up with money or the skill or just about anything? Thank you.
Yeah. That's developing the platform,
yes.
making it work, so that it's not crashing. You paid top dollar for developers and all. Where did the money come from?
Yes. So I'm actually kind of trying to make this thing not too complicated, right? But and also not discourage people too. So me, basically, a tweet broke out in 2015, December, that someone had saved 1,000 naira every day for 365 days. And that's how basically the idea of piggy bank came. So I saw that tweet with my friends on the 31st of December. And I told them, guys, let's stop tweeting now. Let's build this thing. So I built it in like 5 days. So it was not that complicated at all to do. I already had been.
So are you saying you built
the
first platform?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Like 5 days.
5 days. Let's clap for him.
Yeah.
So it's not that deep. That's what you're saying.
So it's not that deep because so I think again in the program, right? It's just the audacity. There was nobody doing it. It's simple in terms of the concept. Now the thing is just start. The product now is a lot more complicated, and but like in the beginning, it was not that. It's just put money, then we'll show you the money. Then when you want to withdraw it, you send us message, we'll give you your money. It was actually that basic, right? And we built it more over time, but that was just the beginning part. It was not that serious.
So Somto, what you're saying is that there are many things that people want to do, and they think that they have to dive in from the deep end, whereas the shallow end is their friend. Just come into the shallow end, and you can build it up.
Yeah.
Just start. Yeah. So tell your neighbor, say just start. Yeah. So when you are assuming that there will be a need for a lot of money to build the platform and all, you started with what you have.
And the funny thing is that there are many people now that can do it. Like that's the first version I did at the time, right? So you must not know how to do it yourself. There's a friend of yours that today can do something small that you can start with. Yeah. Like you don't have to pay itself. You can pay in like next month.
Somto, So there are whispers across the room that you haven't really answered the question. So
Like how
did you fund it? You know, you were young. Where did the funds come from? You know, I mean, you can't just build an app based on friendship or exposure. Who gave you the money? Where did you get the money?
I don't use any money. So okay, so I had a laptop. I've been coding for years before then. That's why I say you can use your friends.
Now you are talking.
No, but there was no money. I'm just like, for real. There was actually no money.
Okay, let me help somebody. If it's about laptop, even Credit Direct can give you money to buy laptop. Yeah, laptop today is not a big deal. All right. Okay, some people are telling me that I'm outdated or something. Okay, maybe I should just leave it.
You know what? I'm owing 10 people laptop here. Yes. Yes.
What did you just say? I didn't hear what you just said.
I'm owing 10 people laptop, a new laptop.
10 people?
Yes.
Okay. So you can clap for Somto, but But I'm in charge of it. Who will get it? I am in charge of that one. So you better clap for me too. Okay. So, Somto, thank you for that offer. And that's fantastic. And that's why you should come for this kind of event, by the way. Yeah. The organizers and the everybody and your partner, you will determine somehow before the end who will get Somto's laptop. Yes. But we'll find something around that. But there's another question, Somto, before we wrap up this session. He said, how were you able to get investors to invest at the early stage?
Okay. So the story is now before the PiggyVest story. So we're already running a business, a recruitment business, before PiggyVest. So the PiggyVest idea, I said before that it was not supposed to be like a major business. It's just for our friends to use to save money. Then the plan was just 1,000 people. So it was not like a business in itself. So we already had a business we were running, was doing very well. We were recruiting for like the top banks at the time. So to be honest, we did not raise money to start. In fact, maybe a year into already running the business, we got a grant from a firm in the US. I think it was $50,000. In 2018, we were about to be acquired by a bank. An investor came and said, wait, what if I give you this money, would you still sell? I said, maybe not. So I never pitched to investors. I've never said, yeah, we just started the business. So I believe in, if you see value, if it's something valuable, you would do it, right? But again, it doesn't work for everybody. So please pitch to investors. Yes.
So you have to pitch to investors, but it was just saying that, look, just like what I've been saying, some things, you don't know how they're going to pan out until you step in. Other people have their pathways, and we have peculiar pathways. And we've seen that peculiar pathways in the different people who have spoken to them, people who have shared their stories. So don't focus on this is how it's going to pan out. No. Your own pathway can come. And his own pathway is that he never really had to pitch for money. Start small. He built the platform by himself in 5 days or so. And some people started to put their piggy box money, which was supposed to be money that you were even ready to lose. It's not, you know the way piggy bank works now. You put the small change that uncles and aunties gave you at parties. That's what you put there. So that's the mindset. And all of a sudden, it just started, becoming something that really became big, right? So another question there, I think we can still take this one before we wrap this up. What has been one of your greatest challenge with PiggyVest, and how were you able to solve it? I wanted to answer this question from the point of view of perhaps a big business problem or something as a startup, things you did not anticipate. Or I know there was a time that there were all kinds of stories around piggy vest, and you're almost going to have a run on you where everybody will ask for it. You've had one or two of such situations, and yet piggy vest is still standing, and people know that these are young people just trying to make something happen for other Nigerians. How did you weather the storm?
So I'll start with our first like major challenge. Then I'll get to one of the run type of challenges. So I think the first one was, again, we started very informally. We did not think we were a bank. It was just the money is in paystack, and when you want to withdraw the money, we would contact, right? But we now realize that, you have to work with a microfinance bank. So we approached the microfinance bank. We had a partnership with them. Now, the nature of the partnership was when people want to withdraw, we have to send them an invoice or like a withdrawal demand. And they will now reply us with the money. So imagine we're like maybe 20,000 users. We're sending messages to the microfinance, because the money is not with us, it's with the microfinance bank. And they're taking a week or 3 days to reply. And again, customer first. It's us that they've trusted with the money. So what we'll do is that we'll use money from our other businesses to first pay out. Then we'll now say, okay, this is how much we've paid people, refund us the money. But at a point, it was not sustainable because all the money from the other business was drying out. Like, we're using so much of that money to fund withdrawals. So we now realized that we actually had to get our own partnerships, our own banks and stuff like that. So we started, again, the name was called Piggy Bank. Then around that 2018 period, the CBN called us to the Abuja. We all flew there. And they were just not happy that it had bank, and it's not a bank, but it's piggy bank. But they said no, that there's bank inside. That bank means that people will come to a branch and want to. So we tried to explain, but it was like, you should find a way to change the name, right? So it was the meeting in Abuja. Again, it was a very graceful meeting. They liked what we were doing. They saw how we were doing it. They vetted everything, but just said the name should just try and remove the bank. So we came up with the name Piggy Vest. And that's been a very big success on its own, because it now made us expand the product beyond just saving and to now investments and that. So that was how we did the first challenge.
So what was supposed to be like an adversary became a blessing.
Yes, a blessing, yes. Right. The second one, thank you. Yeah, the second one was maybe one of these runs. But what we now realized was anytime, so we've had cases where someone just wake up in the morning and send us a mail or call us that don't withdraw all their money. And why? I just had a dream. Yeah, and not just once, not twice. I had a dream that people close down. And we'll say, okay, we'll give you your money. When you give you your money, 1 week after, you now put it back. They now put more. So I think we now knew that, okay, we're in a low trust environment, right? So one of the things we now did, all the co-founders, we are always outside all the time. So we're the most outgoing set of founders. You can see us anywhere. You can see me in Suya stand today, so that it's not looking like I'm not running anywhere. I'm here. I'm here with everybody. So there was that. But now maybe now all these maybe issues where something will happen and everybody's put on WhatsApp or everywhere. Remove your money now. This is your last chance for right. So we've had artificial runs for no reason. In fact, a bank can be offline and us will face the problem. But one of the things is that because we've had so many scares, it has made the platform even stronger, right? So even if you tweet from now to tomorrow, some people remove the money, but it's a tiny, very tiny fraction of the, so it makes each of those runs actually publicizes the product. You see somebody saying, do you have money in PiggyVest? Remove it. Not like, what's PiggyVest? Oh, you don't have it. Oh, okay. You start asking what PiggyVest is because someone told you to remove your money if you had it, right? And I think that's how we've actually also grown. Those runs have made us grow as in grow faster and build actually more trust for the product. Yeah.
That's very good. Before I allow you to go, Somto, I just want to give you 1-2 minutes, just straight from the heart. Just speak to the audience, thousands of young people sitting here. Someone like you, you're fast becoming someone to emulate, like a role model. Something was in your heart, and with your team, you were able to push it out, and that's weathered the storm and is still going stronger. What do you have to say to other people who have dreams in their heart? Their voices need to be heard, and their potentials need to be released. Please say something.
So I'll start with very big things that are scary. Okay, you know, Piggyverse, we have almost 7 million customers and billions of money saved. But that's today. I can tell you, if you go back, it was first 10 people. It was 70K total saved at a point. It was 100K. In the first year, after building the platform, a celebrity would just come and post their dashboard, and it will now go viral, right? So the point is, this product or this success started from nothing. It started just because we started, right? It started because we also adapted. As we saw things change, we're still committed to still serve, right? If it gets to 50 million customers, we are still ready to serve them. And I think the first thing I'll just say is just that no matter how complicated you think what you're doing is, there's a simple, very easy way to do it, to test it out, and just do it first. Like I think there's something that God likes. So God is a very proud person, right? Being. He will make sure that you cannot say is you. Don't worry, right? So no matter if the more you plan, the more it will fail. That's just it. You will never get to the point where you tell yourself, I did this thing, look at the plans I made and it has come. It will never, I can tell you that one guaranteed, it will never happen, right? So you're going to always look at your journey when you go front. You now look and say, wow, see how far I've come. You'll be surprised. So you have to ease into following his will, finding your voice, knowing when to stop. That voice is not actually your own voice. It is the voice of God. It's the voice of the Holy Spirit, right? Knowing when to stop, knowing when to turn, knowing when to go straight. Because when you now look back years from now, 5 months from now, you will actually see that, wow, left to me, I would have gone left. But this right I took has turned out very, very positive. So God will never allow you to beat your chest in secret that you did it. You know, you can come out and say, it's the Lord's doing. When you go inside, I did this shit. It's not going to happen. You're going to be humble as you're in the toilet. When you're alone, in fact, you can come out and say, it's me. When you go inside, you say, oh, more, God, thank you. Yes, that's going to always be your story. It can never change. It's for everybody. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Somto Ifeswe, thank you very much for gracing the stage with me at Find Your Voice 2025. And we pray that Piggyverse will continue to grow stronger and stronger, and your testimony will endure. And God will use you to help many more young people to find their voice. Please appreciate Somto.
Coming. People appreciate you, please, and give much mercy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we all say thank you, Somto? Thank you. You know, two things I've learned so far that have stood out to me is first, follow God's voice. Everyone has said it. And the second I will repeat again, take a step. There's something we say where I come from, and it goes on a mission. Somto is an eagle on a mission. And so Mochipari and I also, we are eagles on a mission. Proud Communal University alumni. And we're here to ensure that you have a smooth experience throughout this event. But I must also say thank you, PG, because the rich experience you just had and the rich insight you just got is influenced by the kind of questions that were asked. There's something called question pause. The better the question, the better the answer, and the better the world works. So thank you very much, PG, for those insightful questions that brought those gems out. A round of applause, please. Thank you. So we're going to be having a deal room soon. And if you've been shortlisted for the deal room, please head over to the room 9 in the building opposite the auditorium by that entrance. So if you've been shortlisted, please head over there. You know yourselves. There are also exhibitions at the back that you can participate in during the course of the day. Also, we have some amazing lineups later. We still have a live performance by Gaze Baba later in the day. I'm not very ready now to go back, of course. And we also have a panel session with Johnny Drew, Kemi Onobanjo, Ichechi, Damlola Emmanuel, and we have a debate session coming too. How many of you have come to a conference before and you have a debate session? It's about to get fairy, and there are a lot of prizes to be won. But for now, before we go back to speaking, we have a game for you. How many of you are ready to play some game? Of course. So what we're going to have is, I have 5 sections of this hall. By my estimation, I have this side, this aisle, this side, and that side. So the game will be projected on the screen, and the first thing I want you to do now is to select one representative from each side. I have 5 sides of the hall, so select one representative from that side. Okay, thank you. But you would have to go down, but stay down here, please. Can I select the representative from here, please? Please come forward. Exactly. Come over here, please. Over here. Thank you. What side is this? That side. Okay, so I need someone from this side. Okay, so please stay according to your aisle. I need one more person from this side. Where? Okay. So he's from that side. He's from the middle aisle. Okay, so we are 5. Thank you very much. Can I get a mic for them, please? So you would have to work with your people. Thank you. Can I have the game on the screen, please? Can you help me project that? The fat towel. So this is how it's going to work. There are a number of questions inside this. Don't worry about the USD. And that's for something to give you, not me. Alright. So inside each of these boxes, there's a question. If you get the question right, if you select word 100, if you get the question right, you get 100 points for your team. If you get it wrong, you get minus 100 points from your team. Now, this is how it works. Once you select a question, you have 15 seconds to provide an answer. You can go and ask your people for the answer. But even if everybody echoes it, but if you don't say the answer, it doesn't count. So you must say the answer within 15 seconds. Are you all together? Are you ready to support them? Awesome. Do you understand how the game works? How do you log in? You're not logging in. You just tell me which one. So because you're working with time, I'll need you to decide on your question early enough. Alright? So which side am I starting with? Mini, money, or father and ladies first. He said this. Alright, are you ready? So look on the screen and pick a question, please. Please think of your questions ahead of time. Just tell me anyone. There are 4 categories. There's world, there's Africa, there's Nigeria, and there's random. So, there's 100 to 500, 100 to 500, of course, arranged by the order of difficulty. So, which question do you want to answer?
From Nigeria.
Ask the audience. I mean, your audience. Which one should she pick? Why are you answering for? It's from this side. Which one should she pick?
Random, please.
Oh, she's from here?
Yeah.
Where are you from? Where are you from? Okay, can you come over here, please? So, can we start with her?
Okay.
Sorry, I want to make sure it's coordinated. Okay. All right, so pick one.
Random.
Random.
Yeah.
What number?
What did you say?
What number? There are 5 categories under random.
Okay.
Is that 100, 200, 300, 400, 500? Pick one.
Okay. Okay, let's do 300.
Random 300. Are you sure?
Yes.
All right, so remember, you can ask them, but you have to say the answer. You have 15 seconds.
Okay.
All right, can we have random 300 on the screen, please? And your time starts now. Random 300, please. Please click random 300. All right. What has never been in a relationship but has many dates?
Data. Calendar.
He said calendar. Is that the answer? If you are helping them, oh, fine. Everybody will win. All right, so let's see the answer, please. Hello. Please, who's working with me here? Yes, click it, click it, click. Can we? Yeah, click that. I can't see what's at that corner there, but you're clicking it. All right. Please give Team Pineapple 300 points. Thank you very much. Please, Team Pineapple, add 300. Add 300. Plus, click plus 3 times. I think someone is there working with me, right? All right, thank you. All right. Team Potato, talk to me.
What should I choose from? She said random again. Random.
Random what?
400.
Random, please, every other one, get your questions ready. We're going to keep going to finish or exhaust all the questions. Random 400. Are you ready? Your Team Potato. Random 400. Your question starts now. How many months of the year have 28 days?
February. It's what?
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 You have 5 more seconds.
5.
2, 1. Time up.
12, please.
Up. I said time up already. Please continue all the months. That's 12 months. All right, continue, please. Thank you. You get the hang of it now. Continue. Press continue, please. So please give them minus 400 to Team Potato. Oh my God. You already clicked the question. Please, can you take this off? Just click yes, see answer and continue. Please click the top right corner and continue. Yes, continue. You already mistakenly clicked the question. Please don't let's do that again. Continue, please. Minus 400 for Potato. Minus 400 for Potato, please. Minus 400. Thank you. Please let's avoid clicking any question that they've not asked. All right, talk to me. Middle aisle.
Nigeria 200.
Oh, I love it. Happy Independence Day. Nigeria 200 and your time starts now. You have 15 seconds. Nigeria 200. What state is the largest in Nigeria by landmass? We are people of integrity, right? So no ChatGPT, no Google. There are no options. Is
Kano.
You have 5 more seconds.
Kano.
Kano. Wrong answer. Let's go. Show us the answer, please. She said Kano. There are no options, please. And there's no bonus. Show us the answer. The answer is Niger State. Can you press toggle the answer, please? Let's see the answer. Thank you, Niger State. All right, let's continue, please. Now you get the hang of it. So please, minus 200 for Team Lemon. Press continue and go to minus 200 for Team Lemon. Minus 200 for Team Lemon, please. Please, we are working with time. Who is helping me there, please? Minus 200. Please click it twice. All right. Next, please. Pick your question. We might not finish this, so wherever we stop, we stop.
Africa.
Africa what?
300.
Africa 300. Are you ready? All right. Your question. Africa 300. Your time starts now. Name 4 countries that share borders with Nigeria.
Niger, Benin Republic, Cameroon, Chad.
All right, she said Niger, Benin Republic, Cameroon, and Chad. That's your final answer. Time up. All right, let's see the answers, please. Just press it once. You're double clicking. Press it once. Let's see the answer. Why are you teasing us? Niger, Chad, Benin Republic, Cameroon. Thank you. Please, before you continue, give them 300. Before you continue, give them 300. Watermelon. Watermelon 300, please. 300, yes. Press it 3 times. Uh-oh. Plus 300, please. Okay, thank you. Please continue. All right. Please press it. Thank you.
Okay, are we going for Nigeria, 500,000? 500. No, Nigeria 500.
All right, a patriotic citizen. Nigeria 500, your question, your time starts now. What state has the slogan, the land of beauty?
The slogan, land of beauty.
You have 10 more seconds.
Adamawa.
Adamawa State, he says, and your time is up. Can we see the answer, please? And the answer is, why are you teasing us? Just press it. Adamawa State. Please give them 500 points to Team Orange. 500 to Team Orange, please. All right, so we're going to go one more round because we're out of time now. So let's see who's going to lead. Please pick your question. Continue, please. Thank you. Let's go.
Okay, random.
Random.
500.
Random 500. It's already gone. Sorry.
Let's do Nigeria 400.
Nigeria 400. Are you ready? Hold on. Your time starts now. Please walk with me in the studio.
Currency.
In what year did Nigeria adopt NAIRA as its currency? You have 10 more seconds. You can ask the audience.
1973.
I'm seeing phones, but it's fine.
1973.
Let's see the answer, please. Correct. Can you give them 400, please? 400 to Team Pineapple. Plus 400 to Team Pineapple, please. Plus 400 to Team Pineapple. All right, thank you. Let's continue. Your question, please. The pressure is getting worse. Let's go.
No.
No, she said no.
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 All right, please select your question. We're waiting for you, please. Time is fast spent.
Africa 400.
Africa 400. Your time starts now. Africa 400.
What? English.
You have 3, 2, 1.
Pidgin.
Time up. Time. No bonus. Can we see the answer, please? And the answer is Swahili. I kept hearing it, but she didn't say it. Sorry. I didn't find her voice. How about that? All right, please. Minus 400 to Team Potato. Minus 400 to Team Potato again. Sorry.
Credit Direct to borrow them money.
Oh, exactly. Credit Direct, please. They need your support. Minus, take it to 800. Yeah, minus 800. Add 2 more, please. Thank you. All right, let's continue. All right. Middle, give me.
World 500.
World 500. All right, taking over the world. Let's see your question. And the question is, list the oceans in the world.
Pacific, Atlantic, Indian, Southern Ocean, Arctic Ocean.
All right, can we see the answer, please? Just click it once. Don't double click, just click it once. Don't press the toggles. Press the C answer. Let's go. No, don't press toggle. Press C answer. Can we see the answers, please? We have the Arctic Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Indian Ocean, Atlantic, and the Pacific Ocean. Please, can you give plus 500 to Team Lemon, please? Plus 500 to Team Lemon. Plus 500 to Team Lemon. So we're going to, it goes to 300. Let's go. All right. Thank you. Can I have your question, please? Let's continue. Your final question.
Okay, Africa 500.
The crowd has spoken. Africa 500. Let's go. Africa 500, and your time starts now. Which African country is completely landlocked by another country?
Soto, let's go.
Lesotho.
What did you say?
Lesotho.
I can hear them. I can't hear you.
Lesotho.
She's not sure of the country, but
Lesotho.
and the answer is, let's see the answer. Don't toggle.
Lesotho.
Lesotho. Please give watermelon plus 500. Watermelon plus 500. All right, Team Orange, your chance to take it home. Can we continue, please? All right, team.
Nigeria 100. If you fail, you will go back.
Please don't click it yet. Please don't click it yet.
Okay. World 400.
World 400. World 400. And your question goes thus. Which country is known for its siesta tradition of afternoon naps? You have 10 more seconds. No phones, please.
Space.
I can see phones, but it's fine.
Space.
I'm trusting your integrity. Let's see the answer, please. Let's see the answer, please. Spain. Please. Plus 400 to Team Orange. And for our first game session, can we give it up to the Team Orange? Congratulations. Please, you may go back to your seat. Thank you very much. You have some bragging right. Okay, so please, they said top 3 should wait. So can we have Team Orange, Team Watermelon, and Team Pineapple representatives? Team Orange, Team Watermelon, and Team Pineapple. Team Pineapple, please. They said we have gifts for you. Can we say thank you, find your voice? Congratulations. Thank you for representing us. And thank you for choosing to let your voice be heard. A round of applause, please. A round of applause, please.
Thank you for participating on behalf of your group. We know you lose yourself. Have these 3 books, each one of you. You can decide to be one of the they'll give you the right answer. So don't waste your pay.
A round of applause for them as they go back to their seats. So, earlier today, we listened to Damilola share a story during our Find Your Voice session. And now we're going to listen to another wonderful person. Permit me to just read his bio so you can have an understanding of the person you're about to listen to the story. I'm going to be calling on stage Tayo Odunsi. Tayo Odunsi is a seasoned strategist and operator with about 2 decades of practical experience in the African real estate and technology markets, ranging from real estate development, finance, investment, valuation, and affordable housing. He has advised and transacted with organizations such as the IMF, Total Closed Pension Fund, Sterling Bank, ARM, to mention a few. He founded Build Africa, which commenced operations in February 2024. And the Build Africa online store helps property builders reduce waste and procure building materials affordably and transparently. Previously, in 2023, he founded Northcourt, which is the leading real estate research and advisory company in Nigeria and has won several awards for stellar research and admirable mandates. Now, he's a fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and currently serves as the chairman of Nigeria Group. He's a member of Nigeria Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, the African Real Estate Society, and the Society of Property Researchers in the UK. Please join me with a warm round of applause and probably a standing ovation as we welcome Tayo Odunsi to share his story with us. Please keep the applause coming. Keep the applause coming. It's a wonderful one. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Timer, please change the time.
PG, thank you for the invitation. Find your voice. I'm speaking on quiet to catalyst. Can I see those of you that have been called? Have you been called quiet, introverted, shy, not visible? So in some way, my message today is not for everyone. But again, maybe it is. So if you've been called quiet, introverted, not visible, my message is primarily for you. If you are not these things, I think you will still learn a thing or two, and you understand that one size does not fit all. You know, as the speakers were coming, PG kept trying to balance that one size does not fit all. We've heard so many remarkable stories here today, and the idea is you can still find your voice within those stories. Let me ask you another question. Do you know the CEO of your favorite skincare brand? Let me see your hand. Do you know the CEO of your favorite restaurant? Do you know the CEO of your favorite app? Some too. So this is even a topic. You know, I've been asked to speak on quiet to catalyst. And this is even a topic because in recent years, brands have become more humanized. Back in the day, you didn't know the CEO brands. But these days, brands have now become more humanized. The social media algorithms, you know, they favor this. Traditional media, instead of using logos of brands, they use the picture of the CEO to typify the brand. And even many consumers today, you know, they want to know who's behind the brands that they support. And that's why Somto and his co-founders smartly, you know, go out so that they are more visible. But you see, many of us like to be quiet. We like to walk behind the scenes. We like to just get our hands dirty. We don't want to work, you know, in public scenes. We don't like social media mentions. We don't like the attention. You know, we begin to cringe. Our social batteries are not very big, and it needs to be recharged. Even when you come for an event like this, you know, some of us have gone outside like twice just to recharge a bit. You're shy. You too can find your voice. That's someone like me. You see, my story is even more interesting because a lot of people don't know that I'm introverted. I've taught myself to speak to small groups, large groups, but the reality is that I'm an introvert. I know what I do before I come forward to speak to people. I know what I have to do after I've spoken to people. Many people, because they think I can talk, I should be out there, just think, you know, when you say, Tayo, come, and I don't want to come. Sometimes people think it's pride. Sometimes people think it's laziness. My marketing and comms team, they fought me. They were always fighting. In fact, I told them I was coming to talk about this, and they had to vet what I wanted to talk about. But I'm not alone. So people like Yemi Dowu. You see, Yemi Dowu is the founder of arguably the largest property development company in Nigeria, Ecom. Ecom is responsible for your fave housing estates, Nikon Town, Friends Colony, Bodilon Court, and so many more. Even PG lives in one of Yemi Dowu's housing estates. But I'm sure many of you didn't know Yemi Dowu before I mentioned his name. And I'm sure 90%, even 99% don't know what he looks like. People like Deji Ali. Deji Ali is the founder of arguably the largest asset management companies in Nigeria, ARM. How many of us have heard of ARM? How many of us have heard of Deji Ali? Cricket. You see, Deji is so quiet that legend has it. Thank you. Deji is so quiet that legend has it. You can be successful quietly. You can be quiet even though your company is not quiet. So for many years, Jide Odunsi, co-founder of Move. How many of us know Move? For many years, Jide and I were prayer partners. At that time, Jide would only wear 2 pairs of shoes, 1 pair of New Balance sneakers, and 1 beaten up brown loafers. Nobody knew Jide at that time. I witnessed the setting up of their office in VI, recruitment of their first 20 staff, the purchase of the first 100 cars for Move, all done so quietly. Many people will have lost their head at that time, changed character and formation. But Ladi and Jide stayed true to their truth, and they built quietly. They have built a unicorn today without shining the spotlight on themselves. The spotlight is on Move, the company, and the rest, as they say, is history. So I too am building Build Africa quietly. If I shared our metrics with you today, you will likely consider them very impressive, especially considering our reach. We're in 8 countries. We're in 8 states. Amen. 8 countries. We're in 8 states in Nigeria in just 19 months. Thank you. We know our customers. Our customers know us. They trust us. Importantly, they patronize us. But I'm sure most of you did not know of Build Africa up until now. It's interesting. Most of my customers don't know me. Most of my customers know me, and that's okay. I guess they are customers because of our offering and our service, not because of the CEO. But to put some balance, if you're an entrepreneur and all your customers know you, that's great. If you're on social media every day, talking to your customers, emailing them, that's also great. But my point is, there are 2 sides to a coin. I also work tirelessly every day with my product and sales teams. And we are constantly thinking, tinkering with our product to make it even better for our customers. And so that way, we retain our existing customers and they tell other people about what we do. So I'm working on my company. I'm working on my products. But I'm not very visible. So being vocal, visible, and known is great. Publicity and marketing is important for every business, including mine. But in the case where fundamentally you wish to stay back, your good work can do all the talking for you, and your team can also do a lot of talking for you. I have a lot of very vocal team members that love to go for all the events, love to go to all the chambers of commerce stuff and meet with people. But most times you won't find me there. So, we love success tips in Nigeria, and I would give you one today. And my success tip for you is that being visible or being quiet is not the success, is not the secret to building a successful company. Being visible or being quiet is not the secret to building a successful company. I find that there are really 3 factors that inform building a successful company. And I'll share them with you as I close. Firstly, macro factors. These are factors that the entrepreneur and his team have no power over. Competition, inflation, exchange rate, all of that. Micro factors. These, the entrepreneur and his team, have some power over it because it has to do with you and your team and how you respond to issues. But what I want to settle on is the 3rd factor, which I will simply call the God factor. Where do ideas come from? Where do solutions come from? All the brilliant stuff. We heard Somto's testimony. We heard Chuka's testimony. We heard from Adewale. These things, they come from God. So where others struggle, you will succeed. Where others accept status quo, you will break new grounds. Where others are told no, you will get a yes. And all this come from the God factor. Who would have thought that Nigerians living in London and New York would no longer need to rely on family members to build homes in Nigeria? They come on the Build Africa app. They just buy their building materials. Who would have thought that a small company from Lagos can ship building materials across 8 states in Nigeria, billions of building materials in 19 months? So, as I round up, we built Build Africa mobile and web store to be a catalytic change in the construction industry, albeit quietly. Quiet or not, you too can. Thank you.
Please celebrate Mr. Tayo Odusi, the quiet builder. I know that some people might just be wondering, no, I don't want to build quietly. I want to be loud, loud, loud. It's not every time. Sometimes you build quietly and let your work speak for you. Thank you so much for sharing that perspective, especially in the age and era that we currently live in, where people equate greatness with noise and just being the loudest. Sometimes, yes, your work will speak for you, but even until when your work starts to speak for you, just keep building. Just keep building. I spoke earlier about Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, our dear own Chimamanda, who, of course, from her early days where there was no spotlight, there was no big platform, she didn't have the TED Talks, but she was building. And now she is globally recognized. She is our national treasure who's gone out into the world from Nsukka to the ends of the earth. So I dare say to you today, don't wait until the spotlight is on you. Just build, do you, and show up regardless against all odds. And one day, the world will recognize and celebrate you. And even if that celebration doesn't come, just be your own biggest cheerleader and don't stop building. Thank you so much for sharing that. Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Are we having a good time? Is this well worth your Independence Day celebration? Or would you rather be at home eating rice or sleeping or Netflixing? Okay, I love it. Remember, we have 10 laptops to give away, brand new laptops, so you better be here. All right, of course, still to come, we have amazing speakers. We have John Drill coming. We have Gaze Baba, who's going to be here shortly. So please stay tuned and please give yourself the permission to pay attention. We're moving on very quickly to a debate segment. I've always been a debater. I can argue for Africa. But we have a debate master who will coordinate that segment. And I'd like to bring up on stage my friend, my brother. I'm supposed to introduce him in a way, but he has told me not to do that. But I'm truly excited to introduce a consummate storyteller. Hold on, who told you it's you I'm calling? A consummate storyteller, multi-potentialite, and a strategist. Pastor Presley Adewale Ademola, my friend and my brother, who...
Find your voice, Lagos. Good afternoon. Come on now, I know for a fact that this is not the energy Mujibade and Thomas were talking about earlier. Find your voice, Lagos. Good afternoon. Yes, we're getting there. Now, I don't know how many of us heard the rumor, right? Find Your Voice has been around the world, but this is the first time in Nigeria. Now, I don't know how you see it or think about it, but since our convener is Nigerian, it is safe to say that this edition of Find Your Voice is the homecoming. Right? Right? Do I have witnesses in the house? Now, if something belongs to you, how do you respond to that thing? There we go. There we go. There we go. Now, I'm 1 second. I'm going to give us the opportunity to actually scream and shout. But you see, I want to set some context. The idea is that when we put together the promo for this edition, our friends in the other parts of the world, when they see it, they would know that they too need to be a part of Find Your Voice Lagos. FYV Lagos, are we ready to do that shout now? All right, so Find Your Voice Lagos, let me know. Who's excited to be in the house? All right, okay. I'm just going to move really quickly because we don't have all the time in the world. It is my singular privilege, honor, and I'm super excited to host this next session of the Find Your Voice Lagos event. My name is Adewale Ademola Presley. Depending on the day of the week that I meet you, I might introduce myself as a TV and radio host, storyteller, professional MC, and media consultant. Today, however, I am your debate master. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Today, however, I am your debate master for the How We Made It in Africa debate. Now, context again. Some conversations are easy to have. Some arguments are straight to the point. For example, what is better, Ghana jollof or Nigerian jollof? So one person in front of me said Ghana jollof. I cannot tell you who the one person is, because... But let's do that again. Ghana jollof, Nigerian jollof, which is better? See, it's a no-brainer. There's no use debating it. Do you understand? Another one would probably be something like Yoruba men, and actually no, wrong audience, wrong, yeah. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Women are better caretakers than men, true or false? Very true, I agree, very true, right? Even the men also agree to this. But when it comes to conversations around visibility or value, which one opens doors more? It becomes tricky. Wow, I feel like I have a volunteer for the debate already in the audience. You know, it becomes tricky. You can argue it this way or that way, this way or that way. And as much as I'm super excited to get into the conversation this afternoon, I definitely don't envy our debaters at FYV Lagos today. I can tell you something though. All four of them are incredibly passionate, and you'll be super stoked to listen to the things that they have to say. All right, so proceeding straight to it, once again, our conversation is value or visibility, which opens more doors. Is it more important to be seen or more important to be skilled? I'd like to introduce our debate champions. Speaking to visibility, ladies and gentlemen, between them, they have a degree from Leeds University. There's a master's degree also from Rome Business School, Italy. They like to introduce themselves as traders. Personally, it's my favorite because he says that he sells fuel, she sells food. I think that these two people, you should have them on your speed dial for emergencies. FYV Lagos, please put your hands together. Welcome with me, Kenneth Okonkwo and Omobola Olowofeso. These are your visibility champions for Find Your Voice Lagos. Please put your hands together. Do it properly. Do it properly. Kenneth Okonkwo and Omobola this afternoon. All right. For every team, there has to be an opposing team, no? Now, speaking to value, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate the genius that these two people carry, you have to be one that's interested in innovation, new market strategies, and of course, education. I call them purveyors of hope and knowledge, and it's really because these two women are very, very particular about everyone having an opportunity at education in Nigeria, in Africa, and in the rest of the world. Find Your Voice Lagos, please, once again, put your hands together for Rachel Onoja and Peculiar Amal. You don't seem excited. Can we do it really well? Can we do it really well? All right. You all needed to be in the room yesterday at the Dress and Tech. In my mind, I'm thinking, okay. And then at some point, I also heard that there will be prizes. Yes, there will be prizes. We have two specific prizes this afternoon. The first one being the People's Voice Award, which is for 100,000 naira. And of course, there's the group award, which is, of course, whichever team wins visibility or value. But before we proceed really quickly, I'd like us to also appreciate our champions coaches, right? So each one of them have had the opportunity to speak with certain people to firm up their arguments for today. Can we once again celebrate Damilola and, of course, Tayo? All right, so this is how we are going to go. Each team would start with 5 minutes opening statements, and then there will be a rebuttal for 4 minutes, after which they would come back for 2 minutes closing statements, and then we'll do the voting. Our judges, and I would introduce all three of them right now, would be responsible for picking what team wins, but you get the opportunity to pick who the people's voice is this afternoon. To be clear, you get to decide who goes home with the 100,000 naira. And then, of course, our judges will be responsible for picking the team that wins the 200,000 naira. Our judges are people that I am very, very privileged to have some form of relationship with. Find Your Voice Lagos. Would you please put your hands together, celebrate our co-global lead pastor, Pastor Bola Akinlabi, resident pastor, The Elevation Church, Lekki, Debo Omotunde, and of course, director, PLLI, I believe, among other things, Pastor Leonard Thomas. I'm sure it's, okay, there we go. Find Your Voice Lagos. I need to know that we're ready for this debate. All right. So to kick things off officially, are we good to go? I'm sure we can do it a lot more than that. Are we good to go, ladies and gents? Find your voice, Lagos. Can we begin? All right. So to kick things off really, really quickly, I'd like to invite to this side of the podium, representing the visibility team. He is the team champion. Please put your hands together for Kenneth Okonkwo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished judges, the game master, and my co-debaters. My name is Kenneth Okonkwo, and I'm very excited to be speaking, supporting visibility on the topic visibility versus value, which opens more doors. For context, visibility being seen, and value your skill, your competence, your capacity, and also if you do business, the product you're offering or your service you're offering. Very quickly, I'd like to start with the parable that Jesus gave in the scriptures. He said, no one lights a candle and puts it under a bushel, but on a stand where he lights the room and for all to see. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, I'd like to tell you that value is the light and visibility is the lamp. The world does not reward the best kept secret. The world rather rewards the best seen light. Without visibility, your light will not be seen. And if your light is not seen, doors will not open up to you. The Bible, I like to take another example from the scripture. The book Joseph. Joseph in the Bible, scripture says he had always had his value. He had always had the ability to interpret dreams. Scripture says he had always had the ability to interpret dreams. But until his moment of visibility came, where the clerk official mentioned him to Pharaoh, he did not, even though he had the value, even though he had the capacity to interpret dreams, he was not converted, or he did not get to the point of relevance where he became the prime minister in Egypt at the time. Today, many professionals are languishing in obscurity because critical decision makers do not know or do not appreciate the value they bring to their table. Let's go into contemporary times. A LinkedIn survey was carried out recently, and it was found that 70% to 80% of jobs are filled basis recommendation, referral, and networking more than it is filled by online job application. This simple survey goes to show that access is really a function of who is mostly skilled. It's a function of who is mostly seen. And yes, visibility is your ticket to being noticed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say here that value without visibility can also connote wasted potential. Work with me in an organization where so many people are trying to be invisible stars. Great employees. They know what to do. They know their KPI. However, they will rather remain in the shadows. So when the critical decision makers come to make decisions, they don't get noticed. They don't get seen. They say things like, I want my work to speak for me. I find that thing laughable because work don't speak. People do. Work don't speak. People do. Now, let's bring this home even into context. Value without visibility is like an unpublished book. Though it has the capacity to change lives, though it has the capacity to change the world, but because nobody reads it, because it is not seen, it influences no one. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a contemporary example. Satya Nadella. Satya Nadella is the current CEO of Microsoft, one of the Fortune 100 companies in the world. Listen, Satya Nadella started his career as an engineer like thousands of others. I mean, for those who are in tech, you will agree with me that thousands of engineers has gone through Microsoft, even down to this age. But guess what? Satya Nadella's storyline is that of visibility, showing up where it matters, thought leadership where it matters, and of course, ensuring aligned with all the other business units in the company. This itself has earmarked a greatness for him, and of course, giving him the opportunity to be CEO of one of the biggest companies in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring this home because of time. My critics and the opposing side will definitely say to me that, guess what, Kenneth? Visibility without value is just noise. I agree, it's true. But it's the same case. Value without visibility is silence. Of what use is your gift if we don't know you have it, if we doesn't do anything for us? I want to bring this home also to say that visibility is the currency for credibility, is the currency for access, and is the currency for growth in the professional world. And in business, visibility, if we don't know you, we can't like you, and we can't do business with you. I'd like to bring this home. Thank you very much.
Find Your Voice, Lagos was that powerful for a teaser. The man said, words don't speak, people do. Visibility, people in the house. You're not visible enough, oh. Okay, let's move on really, really quickly. Let's invite our lead debater from the value team. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, please put your hands together for Rachel Onoja.
How many of you have had a crush on someone? You met them, dated them, but somehow it became a story of what I ordered versus what I got. Can I see hands? Thank you. Now that's the difference between value and visibility. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Rachel Onoja. For the sake of everyone being in this room, let us be aligned, right? Value is the worth, the importance, and the usefulness of something that can be exchanged for monetary tender. Meanwhile, visibility is the ability to see or be seen. Now, for the sake of this being an industry-based conversation, maybe you're a career professional, maybe you sell things, your clients, what they know you for is the value you are providing them. They will pay you for the value you are providing them, not about whatever solution you said you are talking about on social media, you are doing live and all of that, right? Who would you pay money to? Is it the person who has offered a solution or the person who has sat down and talked about it on social media without substance behind it? Value builds depth, right? Value builds trust, value builds loyalty, value builds credibility. Value allows you to even gain more referral. If you tell me that visibility will open doors, sure. But then value tells me, Rachel, come into the room. Let me have a conversation with you. Here is an exchange. And then, you know what? I want to do more business with you. I will come back. And because I've been able to provide that value, what has happened is that I will be able to, people will go out and say, you know what, I trust Rachel's work, I trust Rachel's words, and I trust that my relationship with Rachel is beneficial, not just transactional. I have been in the tech ecosystem for over a decade. I have worked with top talent development companies like Andela, Decagon, and over 4 years ago, I joined Adewale to start and design the learning infrastructure of Old School from scratch. Visibility didn't get me here. I had consistently delivered value over the past decade, and that was what got me into that room. In rooms where I wasn't in, my name was mentioned. It wasn't visibility that got me there. Value allows you to build depth and expertise. According to Malcolm Gladwell's popular book, Outliers, you need to consistently deliver value for 10,000 hours before you can be called an expert. I'm sorry, all this one that you go and post, oh, you're an expert on your LinkedIn and all of that, don't go and put a title that you have not earned. It is not 10,000 Instagram followers. It is not 10,000 LinkedIn connections. Nobody will keep handing you opportunities when you keep messing them up. You want to be called the next Nigerian fashion icon like Vicky James. What you need to do is learn that skill. Be so good that every stitch and thread exemplifies excellence. It shows that you have a commitment to quality. That is what people would come and pay you for from abroad in this Lagos. But then, think about Joseph, right? Joseph didn't offer the solution that he didn't stumble upon the answer that he gave Pharaoh at the time. What happened was he had been a slave. He worked in Potiphar's house. He built experience. He managed the prison. And when he came in front of Potiphar told him, nah, man, it was wisdom that he tapped into that allowed him to share that, okay, this is the interpretation of the dream. But it was experience that made him provide a solution that Potiphar said, you have to be the prime minister. Now, lastly, right, yes, visibility opened the door for you. You got in. And then you got, maybe your well-optimized LinkedIn profile got you an opportunity. You interviewed and all of that. And then you got the job. 90 days later, you're not able to provide value. You get fired. You get another job. You get fired. You end up building a portfolio or a profile that headhunters called unemployable. Do you want that? I'm sure you don't. Now, think about it. Maybe you are an influencer and you've offered all of this value. You've gone and told people that, oh, I have 1 million followers, I have this, I have that. That's okay. But you know what? Even the brand deals dry up when you can't provide value, when your followers cannot be converted. How many of you have worked with influencers before? You've given them money, and then whatever they are supposed to sell for you, you don't get conversion. I'm sure a lot of us have had that. Let me close up with this. The pieces on the chessboard that you see that are very visible, they are not what provides value. It is the mind, it is the hand that takes action, that actually delivers value. Ask Tunde Onokoya. Thank you.
Find your voice, Lagos. You know, I can tell you something for free, just standing on this side of the room. There's a lot of value in your shouts. Yes, but we're only just warming up. Who's ready for round 2? Right, I just want to take a second again to quickly acknowledge both teams' coaches. Once again, can I ask that we please put our hands together for Damilola Olokeshusi and, of course, Tayo Odunsi. Dami is representing the visibility team, and, of course, Tayo is representing the value team. You needed to see both their faces while both teams were having the back and forth. It's really heavy here, all right? I'd also like us to appreciate our judges once again. It's not an easy task what they're up to this afternoon. By the way, all of our contestants are going to be judged by metrics that I call cards. So C is for clarity, E for evidence, R is your rebuttal, D is delivery, and of course, S is for team synergy. Again, I definitely don't wish to be a judge, but please appreciate Pastor Leonard Thomas, Pastor Debo Omotunde, and of course, Pastor Bola Akinlabi. Find your voice, Lagos. Are we ready for part 2? All right. Bringing up again, representing the visibility team, one and only Omobola Olofeso.
Michelle Daphne once said, and I quote, "Visibility is not vulnerability. It is an important step to the ladder of success." All protocol duly observed. My name is Olofeso Omobolade Grace, and I have come with so much clarity to build on the points that my first speaker has just established. My opponent here has earlier said that value speaks for itself. A person can have value and then later be recognized. I agree with you, but let me take you on a journey. In 2023, a lady called Hilda Bassi decided to take a Guinness World Record of a cooking marathon. Before she finished that marathon, she got partnerships, sponsorship, and she got opportunities of becoming a brand ambassador just because of being seen. Of course, she had value. She could cook, but if she wasn't seen, if she didn't come out for that marathon, no one would have recognized her. Let me bring it to your notice. Visibility inspires legacy. Visibility is not just about how you are being seen today, but what footprint do you want to leave behind? When people see your work, when people see the messages that you've done, what comes to their mind? A lot of entrepreneurs seated here and celebrities have made it into the industry using digital platforms to sell their personal brand. Case in point, Chimamanda Ngozi. Beyond her being a Nigerian author and her talent in writing, she was involved in some TED Talks which got her global recognition even beyond her writing skills. Another interesting personality we have today is Mojibade Sosoya. She is an award-winning host today, But she used to work in a bank where she had the skill of being seen. And then she was able to captivate the audience. She got the nickname, the banker with the mic. Now she's an award-winning MC and a public speaker at that, just because of being seen. In order not to sound biased, Barack Obama, before he became a US president, was involved in a National Democratic Convention speech in 2004. He spoke about leadership. That alone skyrocketed his opportunity of becoming the US president. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to put it to you this morning that visibility is important. Yes, value can be the treasure. Visibility is the key. And once the key cannot be opened, value is then worthless. Ladies and gentlemen, I have come with so much clarity to let you know that visibility is important. But value is important, but visibility is the gateway to opening doors. Thank you.
I just have one question. Why can't this be easy? It's so much pressure, guys. Like, I mean, it's Find Your Voice Lagos. Nobody, we're friends. We're friends. You know, we're all friends. All right. It'll be great to also hear the value side of the conversation for their own rebuttal. 4 minutes on the clock. Find Your Voice Lagos. Please put your hands together. Welcome, Peculiar Amal.
Ring lights and a tripod is an influencer. Everyone with a mic and a camera is a podcaster. Everyone with an optimized LinkedIn profile, professional. Then just add like 2 years working experience, executive coach. The truth about it is visibility is now commonplace. And you ask recruiters, they will tell you everybody is now beginning to sound like ChatGPT because why? There's no value. I stand on existing protocol. My name is Peculiar Mao. And I'm here to support all it is that my first speaker has said. Now, the first thing I'm going to say is that value is how you find your voice. If there's one common thread that has run across all of the sessions we've had today, you hear solve problems, you hear create value. Ms. Damilola told us that she can never be poor again. Why? Because she's finding problems and then she's creating solutions. That's value. So there are two sides of a coin to finding your voice, right? One of it is that you come to conferences like this, people deliver value to you, not visibility. Then the other side of it is that you spend your time, you hone your craft, you develop your skill, you understand the problems that you are passionate about, and you're delivering value. That's how you find your voice, guys. That's the first argument for value. Now, the other thing about value is that that's how you build an accomplished career. So the famed author of Atomic Habits, Newport, spent time after his doctorate degree at MIT researching what differentiates the guys who succeed from the guys who failed. And he put all of that in one book called So Good They Can't Ignore You. Not so visible you are in everybody's faces. So good they can't ignore you. Guys, that's value. The other thing about value is how you become timelessly relevant. Timelessly relevant. Now, this is what I'm saying. Have you ever heard of anybody who was minister for 4 regimes? Most times the government just comes, one regime and then they move on. But let's go back to the Bible and look at Daniel. This man was relevant across 4 regimes. At some point, the queen mother told the king, go and find that guy where he is. He's the one that can deliver the value that will solve the problem that you have. So guys, value announces itself. Visibility can make some noise, but value is the substance that will speak for itself. The scriptures tell us, seest thou a man diligent in his business, he will find himself before kings and not men. Not a man visible, a man diligent. The other thing about value is that value is how you make it in Africa. So I heard my opponents say that Eudabasi, visibility. This is what I'm going to say to that as a rebuttal. Visibility only amplifies the value. Chimamanda that you referenced is a good author. If the book was a sham, nobody will invite her to a TED Talk. And then Hilda Basti that we are referencing, please, can you cook 250 bags of jollof and everything will still be good? Guys, that's value. And so, as I close out, right, there are a number of things I want to leave you with. One, visibility without value is fragile capital. It's like a house like Jesus referred to that is built on sand. after a while it's going to come crumbling. Because people will test you after you optimize LinkedIn profile, your 10,000 followers on TikTok, and they come to you, but there's no substance. Some of you know celebrities where when you listen to them speak, you're asking yourself, what's in this person's brain? The truth is, visibility is not it. Value is what keeps you relevant. Value without visibility is fragile capital. The other thing I'm going to say as a closing statement, scriptures tell us in Romans chapter 8 that creation is waiting, not for the announcement, but for the manifestation of the sons of God. Guys, manifestation is value. Thank you.
You know, I got a call. Hey, Presley, we're having a debate at Find Your Voice Lagos, and our conversation is value or visibility. What opens more doors? And I thought, I can already tell that this would easily become, if not the highlights, one of the highlights of this entire event. Yes, I will do it. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we would have 2 minutes closing statements for both teams in a second. I wonder, even though this part is not on the program, if Tayo, Odunsi, and Damilola have something to say. No, I'm not bringing the microphone to you. But how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Tayo, you need a second to convene with your team. Let me speak to... No, you don't get a minute. All right. Because we don't want to waste any more time, and because, you know, everything is flowing really, really quickly, let's just get into it already. I'd just like to remind us all that you get to decide who the people's voice is. So while you listen to both teams, identify who you think your favorite speaker is, not because all 4 of them are not great, but then again, we indeed want to reward one person with 100,000 naira. And like I said before, yes, you can put your hands together. You can put your hands together. And like I said before, our judges will be responsible for picking what team wins this afternoon. Both teams are going to decide who is going to be sharing the closing statements. Once again, this is going to be for 2 minutes, 120 seconds. I'm going back to our visibility champions, Kenneth and Omobola. Please put your hands together for team visibility.
All right. Still standing on the existing protocols. To bring this home, I like to say that visibility amplifies value. Visibility amplifies value. Managers and executives need confidence that visibility, ladies and gentlemen, visibility does not replace value. It amplifies value. If you go into organizations, you will figure out that there are a number of people who get the promotions, who get the promotions, who get the positions, are those who actually get seen. They are those whose work, whose value gets seen. My co-debaters had said that seest thou a man diligent in his business. How do you, if you don't see the man who is diligent in his business, you can't position him before kings. He can't stand before me men. Ladies and gentlemen, if I call the following brands, I'm sure you will relate with it. Close Up, do you know that brand? MTN, do you know that brand? Chicken Republic, do you know that brand? GT Bank, do you know that brand? You and I know that brand today. Yes, for the value they offer, but because they are consistently in our faces, day in, day out, they present, day in, day out, they are in our faces, projecting the value they have to offer. I want to end this here. I want to end this here. Of what use is your light if we don't see it? Of what use is your value if it doesn't influence the world? Ladies and gentlemen, while you find your voice, amplify your voice like the lampstand in the Bible and going for the world to see. Thank you very much.
Find your voice, Lagos. We're doing this really, really quickly. Team Value, you have 2 minutes for your closing statements. Please put your hands together for Rachel.
The Bible says your gift will make room for you. Yes, your light will so shine, but your gift will make room for you. Do you remember those guys that blew up on social media? They got viral, the Spell Buhari guy, the fish pie guy. Remember those guys? Awesome. Now, do you know what happened? They got visible overnight, got all of the clout and all that. But then because the world noticed that they couldn't offer substance, the world moved on. Then they came back on social media where they are visible to say, nobody help them? Oh, people use them and dump them. The thing is, visibility, you said, amplifies value. But you see, visibility also amplifies emptiness. And what do they say about empty drums? Loudest noise. So, what are we saying? Now, think about it. There is the whole idea of, in HR speak, there's something called purely unidentified, previously unidentified recruitment error. You didn't identify the error with your crush. You didn't identify the error with that talent that you hired, but then you lost them, or because they couldn't deliver, so you had to fire them. You recruited an influencer. They were supposed to deliver value. They could not. Don't be that previously unidentified recruitment error. You need to be able to deliver value day in, day out. Now, think about it. We talked about how a couple of times you would find people who would go out there, they get a job and all of that. Do you know that some of the most amazing opportunities are not announced? There's this thing called the hidden job market. There are opportunities that you have to go into rooms and have conversation with people because people have seen that you've consistently delivered value. Now, I want you to understand that you could go out there and announce yourself, but then the opportunities that would make you the millions that you want, they are not announced.
Find your voice, Lagos. Can I get a resounding applause for Team Value and, of course, Team Visibility? Please put your hands together for Kenneth Okonkwo, Omobola Olowofeso, Rachel Onoja, and, of course, Peculiar Mao. Find your voice, Lagos. You look like you are jealous. It looks like it's from here. I need you to please put your hands together, scream and shout for these ones. It's no easy feat to stand on a podium like this and defend such points passionately. Like I had said at the beginning, we will be having a link up. Yes, it's already up there. This particular link allows you votes for the People's Voice winner. As you do that, though, I want to do a quick pulse check. Ladies and gents, who do you think won this debate? Can I hear... Wait now. This is a democracy. Everybody will speak. And I like the simulation of the podium here. Can I hear it for Team Visibility? I'll give you one more chance because it sounds like your shout is not visible enough. Can I hear it for Team Visibility? All right. Team Value in the house. Well, your shout had value. You don't need to do it twice. Please use the link on the screen to vote for who you think should go home with 100,000 naira as our People's Voice champion this afternoon. But then, like I said earlier, our judges would let us know in a very short while what team actually has won this debate. But then at the end of the day, we all know, Sha, that both of them are important. We know, Abi. We know, right? We know that both are important. You know, quoting that scripture Kenneth had shared, you do not light a lampstand and put it under a bushel. It's first a lampstand that has light, and then you find somewhere to place it on. You can't put a lamp that is dead on a podium. But then again, I'm just a debate master. It's not like I have money to give anybody, I did try to see if I could debate, but I'd already agreed to hold the microphone and be the coordinator. It's just that the money too was very enticing. But I would speak with both of them. Whoever wins, they have my heart. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, has it been a great time at Find Your Voice Lagos thus far? No, again, you don't have visibility or value. That shout needs progress. Has it been a great time at Find Your Voice Lagos thus far? At this point, it is my singular privilege indeed and joy to bring back upstage. Actually, before I bring them upstage again, can I ask that one last time we celebrate Team Visibility, Kenneth and Omobola, and then, of course, Team Value, Rachel and Peculiar, as they go back to their seats. While the applause is ongoing, can I please invite you to celebrate two individuals who have definitely combined value and visibility in their career. Your MCs for Find Your Voice Lagos, Mojibade Show, and of course, Thomas.
Thank you. DJ, music is like my weak point. I like dancing. All right, please celebrate our debate master, Presley Ademola. Please give him a round of applause. And of course, to all our debaters. Whew. Value or visibility? Do you want to know what divide I'm on? Do you want to know where I stand? I'm standing on the altar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly. By the way, we would announce the results after the breakout session. And of course, you know that there will be grand prizes to be won. So don't go anywhere. You want to stay around to find out which team won, Team Visibility or Team Value. Even though, like my co-host was saying, he says it's valuably visible. And I like that. So it's a combination. It's what to say collabo. That's how we say it in this climb. It's a collabo. But very well done to everyone who participated. That was quite nerve-wracking, but they did a great, great job. All right, so we're moving on quickly, and we have a special announcement and presentation. When Pastor Godman was speaking earlier, he did say that when he turned 50, God asked him to give out 50 million naira grant, and so we launched the Godman Akinlabi Endowment Fund. And now we'll be making that presentation. A round of applause, please. I'm so thankful. At least me, I'm 20, so when God tells me to drop 20 million, it's easy, so we just make the quick mathematics. But very quickly, I'd like to invite on stage the head of Vantage Forum, Dr. Theo Onodeko, to make this special announcement and, of course, speak to us about the Pistis Life and Leadership Institute. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage. Thank you very much. And oh, by the way, guess who's in the house? Apart from all our panelists, who? If you love Johnny Drill, make some noise.
Find your voice, Lagos 2025, make some noise. Thank you so much. I'm standing on behalf of the board and management team of Vantage Forum. Vantage Forum is a duly incorporated vehicle of the Elevation Church to promote enterprise development and career development. The mission of Vantage Forum is to raise kingdom ambassadors who will influence culture, who will innovate in the marketplace, and also model God standards. So like the convener said earlier on, 50 million naira was endowed in December 2024. And we had the opportunity as Vantage Forum to manage that fund. A total of 1,450 people applied, entrepreneurs from all over Nigeria. Guess what? Only 148 made the first round, representing 10%. 148. Those 148 under a partnership with PLI and Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, they attended a one-day event, which was really a career-boosted event, a business-boosted event, and the remaining 148 went into round 2. I'm glad to announce to you today that only 20 people made it to the final round, representing 1% of the 1,450 that applied for that fund. So the people that are filing out today to receive the grants represent the 1 out of the 100. Can you put your hands together for them? So we had a number of people, other people who are part of the graduates that will also be graduating today, who participated in the Spark business training program that was organized by Pieces Life and Leadership Institute. They are filing out. Please let me appreciate them. We're going to have a video that will give us some background about PLLI and what it's about, and then I will call for to the podium the convener of Find Your Voice, and I'll also be asking Pastor Bola to join as we then do the presentation. Let's listen, take a listen to the video.
Find your voice, Lagos. Make some noise.
Yeah.
That noise is not noising. Find your voice, Lagos. Make some noise.
All right, we're going to be moving forward. The studio will fix that. But I want you to put your hands together as I invite the convener of Find Your Voice, our very own Pastor Godman Akinlabi, as he comes to the podium, and then joined by Pastor Bola, who has been beside him all these years. Let's put our hands together for both of them as they come. So what we're going to do simply is call out the names of the graduates, and PG will make a remark, and then we will then file out the ones that will be receiving the grants today. Yes, please.
Well, I just want to say that on behalf of my wife, Bola, and I, we're grateful to God for the opportunity of being able to impact life with our personal money. This is not church money. This is our money. Yeah. And by the way, the trustees of the Elevation Church have also approved that through the vehicle of Vantage Forum, the Elevation Church will also have another endowment, which will be in multiples of these 50, maybe 500 million or something like that, that the Vantage Forum will also use to do more endowment. And these are not just grants that people take and run away with. No, they're going to incubate the business with them. They're going to release the money to them and monitor how it's spent and how the returns are done, so that how the businesses grow, so that from there we can endow many more young entrepreneurs. But it's such a pleasure for us today to have come to the end of this first stage, which is this first 20 new businesses, thriving businesses, or emerging businesses that will be endowed with, I think, 2.5 million naira. Yeah, 2.5 million naira each. It's a small amount of money, by the way, but we believe it's going to go a long way to boost what they're doing and to put them on that track to also be able to give back and become businesses that will be a blessing to many generations yet unborn. So Find Your Voice 2025 will present to you the finalists and the graduates from the Spark program. The Spark program is an enterprise development program of the Pieces Life and Leadership Institute, which I had the privilege of founding in 2019. And it's been running since then and doing great stuff with young people. And they've collaborated with Vantage Forum, which is the institution, a vehicle that we put the money into to train these people and to empower them to run their businesses further. I'm sure PLLI may have one or two things to say about how you can be a part of Spark or any other enterprise development offerings that they have. Thank you, and God bless you.
In less than 2 minutes, I would like to talk about the SPARK program so that you understand what is happening here. The SPARK program was designed to be able to help budding entrepreneurs, ideation entrepreneurs, and already existing entrepreneurs upskill to be able to make their businesses survive. So it's a 12 weeks, very impactful mini MBA program that is pretty practical, hands-on, and at the end of the day, you are able to put everything you learn into whatever you are doing or planning to start. And immediately after that, we'll take you through a mentorship program that runs for 8 weeks. And after that, there's a hand-holding to be able to ensure that whatever you have started is able to survive. So the next cohort of the SPARK program will be starting shortly, and the wait list is already active, so you can visit www.plli.org/SPARK to be able to join the wait list. www.plli.org/SPARK to join the wait list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emeka. So we'll take the video now, and after the video, we'll do the presentation of the awards. Please take a listen.
Hey there. Welcome to Pistis Life and Leadership Institute, PLLI, a place where we're all about helping individuals and organizations thrive in leadership, enterprise, and governance. As one of Africa's leading hybrid education hubs, we're all about personal growth, building skills, and making a real difference. We're here to nurture the next generation of change makers. Our mission is simple: to empower people to live with purpose, lead with impact, and create lasting change. With our sights set on becoming a globally recognized institution, we are shaping leaders who will make a difference in their communities and beyond. We offer 4 specialized schools: School of Enterprise Development, the School of Governance and Politics, the School of Leadership Development, and the School of Faith Ministry, each focused on developing leaders who live by our core values: integrity, innovation, impact, collaboration, and excellence. At PLLI, you'll find a collaborative environment where your ideas matter, plenty of opportunities to keep growing professionally, and a culture that thrives on mutual respect and shared success. Join us at PLLI, where we're building the leaders of tomorrow today. Let's create a legacy of excellence and service together.
Hi everyone, my name is Peacemaker Afolabi, and I work with Brass and Castles Property Limited. It's been a remarkable 10 good weeks of learning at SPARK. It's been an awesome experience right from the very first week to this very last day, and it's caused a lot of transformation in our business, and we are so grateful. I mean, our lecturers were fantastic, the coordination of the classes, the information were so rich and applicable, and all the things that we've been doing are just simply applying them to our businesses and also running with all the information that we've had. So I can tell you conveniently, watch out for this set, SPARK 1. We are taking over. Thank you.
My name is Olayonju Olasukomi. It's been an intensive 11 weeks, but it's worth the time. Every dime and every hour is worth it. For me, I've been challenged. I've had clarity about a couple of things. I've been able to connect the dots and how to run a better organization and run a better business. My key takeaway from this experience is keep learning, keep getting better, and be open to changes and diversities. And I know that my business is going to be better off for this experience. The faculty have been very, very wonderful. It's not a faculty that talks just about the theory, but they speak practically, and they speak from the experiences that they have had. A lot of case studies from their previous projects or businesses that they have done, and it's quite very, very insightful and practicable things that you can take away with and begin to run with it. My encouragement is anyone watching this in future or close by, PLLI, you need to watch out for us. We're coming.
I want to thank the organizers of this program, of the SPARK course, and it was really impactful. Like, we learned a lot, and I pray everyone would, inculcate this in their businesses, and we'll do better going forward. Thank you very much.
My name is Adebayo Latoyi. I'm one of the beneficiaries of this course, SPARK.
cohort one, and I've really learned a lot. I've learned so much about strategy development, business management skill, tasks, and different approaches to ensure that my business grow and I'm able to provide better solutions for my customers. So I'm really grateful, and I'm very sure that my business will be better off by the time I go back to my business to incorporate all of the ideas and the knowledge and the theories I've gained in the course of the course. And I pray that everyone that have also gone through this process, our business will be better off and will be more profitable and better provide solutions to our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together. Find your voice, Lagos 2025. Put your hands together. So a big congratulations to all the graduates. We're not going to get into the awards. We'll ask them to file out. So you hear your name, please. Walk majestically upwards. You are 1 in 100, remember, special. And so we'll be starting with Chioma Nwamba. Chioma Nwamba is the founder of, that's Chioma. Can we put our hands together for Chioma as she comes? That's Chioma Nwamba, representing the manufacturing sector. We have Sophia Olanrewaju. Sophia Olanrewaju. Sophia Olanrewaju represents the services sector. Ayedu Elizabeth. Ayedu Elizabeth. Ayedu Elizabeth represents the agribusiness industry. Semba Adeka. Semba Adeka. Please come very quickly as soon as you hear your name. Semba Adeka represent the service industry consulting. Christiana Olatunde. Christiana Olatunde. Okay. Adaugo Felix. Adaugo Felix. Let's give them a round of applause as we call them. Fakeye Oluwasheu. Hold on. That's Semba. Okay. Then we have Fakeye Oluwasheu. After Semba. Fakeye Oluwasheu. Okay. Olubumi Oyebadejo. Olubumi Oyebadejo. Followed by, so that's Fakeye. Good. Olubumi Oyebadejo is next. Babalola Gbenga. Babalola Gbenga. Chiamaka Ibengo. Chiamaka Ibengo. Franklin Inter. Franklin Inter is after Chiamaka. Yeah, Chiamaka is in Kigali. By the reason of Spark, our business expanded to Rwanda, so she's not here, but she's represented by one of our staff, Chiamaka Ibengo. Next is Franklin Inter. Franklin followed by David Oyetoro. Franklin Inter, David Oyetoro. David, just hold on. After Franklin has... Then Taiwo Oyewale standing by. Adeyeri Isaac. Adeyeri Isaac. Taiwo Oyewale. Adeyeri Isaac. Asiki Loki. Asiki Loki, stand by. Just hold. And Adebisi Adetunji. Asiki Loki. And last but not the least, Adebisi Adetunji. Adebisi Adetunji, last but not the least. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. We want to like to have a group photo, just one group photo. Everybody file out and come and take this opportunity to take this shot with. Romike also, can you join us, please? Two lines. Can we have 2 lines? Okay, thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. That's all that we have. Thank you very much as you go back to your seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the recipients of the grant, and may God bless richly Pastors Godman and Bolarinwa Akinlabi. Please give them a round of applause for this incredible initiative. Thank you for yielding, Pastor Godman. We celebrate you as a voice that continues to enable other voices. You know, when Pastor Bola came off stage, we saw, Pastor Godman has found his voice, but it's not only voice that he found. He found beauty. Please celebrate Pastor Bolarinwa Akinlabi. Beauty. Okay, so we've had an incredible day. We've had amazing sessions. We have a panel conversation coming up shortly, and we promise you this is not even the time to be distracted. It's a power-packed panel. I can see the panelists and our moderator, and they are ready to engage. Of course, we'll have the opportunity to ask questions, so please make sure you scan the Slido QR code and get that. But before then, Somto graciously gave 10 brand new laptops, and we'll be giving out 1 right now. The instructions will be rolled out shortly. The next voice you shall hear will be that of my co-host, reading out the instructions. Don't miss it.
All right, congratulations in advance to Nina. I didn't think she was going to announce it because I was going to get it. All right, so this is, we need 3 people.
Wait, hold on. Just before, don't come out yet. We'll announce.
That will share with us 3 key things they have learned so far from today's sessions. We've had from Pastor Godman's session, from Somto's conversation with Somto, and from Mr. Chuk's session. All right? Do you get the sessions now? Pastor Godman's keynote address, Mr. Chuk's keynote address, and also the conversation with Somto. You're going to tell us 1 thing from each segment that you learned, and the person with the.
We'll do that we'll do that very quickly. And you're seeing these bottles of water. We will call for 3 people to come out. Because we don't want to favor any particular person, the first 3 people to grab the bottles of water, not yet. No, it's not yet time. Calm down. However, when you tell us, it's not just to come out and be visible. You have to bring some value.
All right.
And when you bring the value, the audience will vote. You can't repeat what somebody has said. So only 3 persons will get the chance to speak from Pastor Godman's session, from Somto, and from Chuk's session as well. So we will count down the first 3. No, you can't be standing. So everybody please be seated. Let's do this quickly. We have the panel conversation and they're waiting. All right. So we need to be fast. We will count in. It's on action that you move the bottles. In 3, 2, 1, action. All right, so if you have the bottles, thank you. Only those that have the bottles, thank you. I honestly thought somebody would bring their own bottle, because if they don't make table for you, create your own table. But we already marked the bottles. All right, that's by the way. Very quickly. All right, quickly. Only men. Where's the third bottle? Objection, my lord. Where's it? Okay, just come together. Should I fight for the women? Women. You brought your own. It's not even Nestle. I beg. All right, let's quickly have the three men. We'll do something for the women later. Don't worry, I'm for you. I'm your sister. I'm your sister. All right, very quickly. Who's coming first? All right, let's have you. Your name quickly, and then when we have three of them, of course, the audience will vote for your most substantial feedback. All right, let's have it.
All right, Sama. So, most importantly, the pastor spoke about the importance of your dream without needing permission from anyone. He talks about you being audacious with your thoughts, and at the same time, Mr. Sutton talks about, he speaks about recognizing the power of God, knowing that it's not your idea. You must know that God will always prove to you that He's God. And also, the last speaker before we had the debate also spoke about the importance of value. Like, he was even the first person talking about his value and how he doesn't like showing up, talking to people like that, but at the same time he was creating value on the ground. So.
We have not added Mr. Tayo Dunsi though, so you skipped to his part, but thanks for saying that. You missed out. So you talked about, you're picking Pastor Godman, Somto, and Chooks.
Okay. Then Mr. Chooks talks about the fact that your degree is not enough to bring it down, and more so when he listened to God, God told him that he should go into accounting, like he had heard the voice.
Into Atlantic. No, I just want to be sure what I heard.
No. He was the one that did ICANN, so I listened.
Okay, so accounting or Atlantic? I heard Atlantic.
No, I said.
Okay. All right, thank you. What's your name, sir?
My name is Sakaria Waris Ajibola.
For short, Waris. Okay. That's what he said.
Good afternoon, everyone. From Pastor Godman, he talked about...
Do we want them to read from their notes or off? No, so you can't read from your notes. Thank you. Close that. Your time starts now. Let's go.
Pastor Godman talked about the fact that you don't need permission to be great. That
I'm sorry, you have to close your notes. Thank you.
You don't need permission to be great. That you need to press into your calling and purpose to achieve greatness. Then Mr. Chooks talked about the fact that you need to hear from God. You need to trust God, not following your own, your mind, but listen to God for direction. Then Damilola, who's last?
No, so Somto, Chooks, and Pastor Godman.
Okay, Chooks, Somto, Chooks.
Somto, piggy
okay,
verse,
yes. You also talked about the God factor. That you need to also believe God, majorly the God factor.
Okay, all right, just to be clear, everybody has talked about the God factor, so you can pick one thing that somebody said about the God factor, but not across board. All right, thank you. Your name, sir? Vincent. So we have Waris, Vincent, and you, sir. Your name?
Thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Ihechi.
Okay.
So, I'll thank Mr. Sonto for his section.
Thank you for your appreciation. Just tell us what you learned, sir.
Yeah, I learned that I don't have to be...
Can we have one house, please? Don't put him under pressure.
So
it's not easy to be here.
I learned that I don't have to be too serious with making a decision in creating some certain things. I just have to act, then expect good results from his section. Then from you, sir, your section was so empowering. And what I learned...
Allow him to be visible. Calm down.
What I learned was, listening to signs when it comes. Like when that sign that came towards accounting.
15 seconds to go, sir.
You didn't ignore it. Then from you, sir, I learned, you made a statement. You said,
can we part of finding your voice is that you allow other people use their voices. Allow him. Thank you.
He said, a destiny without permission is a buried...
Hallelujah.
So, I learned a lot. So
Thank you. You learned a lot, sir. What's your name, sir?
Emmanuel.
Miss Emmanuel. All right, please take center here. Come, three of you, please, quickly. All right. So, if you are, can we have one house? We need to do this very quickly. If you are, hold on, please. If you are only team Emmanuel. If you are team Emmanuel, make some noise. DJ, please bring it down. Thank you. Team Emmanuel, make some noise. Thank you very much. All right. Only team Vincent. Only. Make some noise. All right. Thank you. Team Waris, make some. All right. It goes without saying, and by the powers vested on us, we would like to invite. All right, make some noise for Waris. Congratulations. Hold on. On behalf of Find Your Voice Lagos 2025 and Somto of Piggyvest, CEO and co-founder, we are glad to announce to you that when you were coming here today, you didn't have a brand new laptop, did you? You now have a brand new tear rubber, never been used laptop. Go and thank Mr. Somto. Thank him. Thank you very much, Somto. God bless your heart. We have 9 more laptops to go. So stay tuned. Listen. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Vincent. We have complimentary gifts, consolation prizes to be won. We'll just sit, talk to Olajumoke. Yes, please. Both of you, talk to Olajumoke. Yes, thank you. All right. No, the ladies will do. I'm here for you. Don't worry. I have your back. Please just go and sit. We'll come back to more games. There are more laptops, 9 more laptops, so don't go anywhere. All right. So we're ready for our panel conversation. Our moderator is ready. And of course, our panelists are also ready. Our panel conversation is speaking to voices that shape culture, influence, and innovation in a changing Nigeria. We cannot deny the fact that Nigeria is ever evolving. The world at large is ever evolving. So we must listen to voices that shape culture, innovation, and impact. My iPad is hanging, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to introduce our moderator, who just landed. Please make welcome the founder and chief executive officer of the award-winning Oak Antique Interiors, widely recognized as one of the fastest growing interior design companies in Africa. Please make welcome the award-winning, exceptional convener of Grow with Rennie, a mentor of mentors, Morenike Molane. She will be upstage to introduce the distinguished members of this panel. Please make some noise for Morenike.
Lagos, how are we doing? No, you people cannot behave like this. Find your voice, Lagos. How are we doing? Have we been having an amazing time so far? All right, so we're about to take it a notch higher. And I'm really, really excited and privileged to be moderating this panel session, right? I have diverse leaders, right, in different industries, and we're going to be learning from them. We're going to be inspired by them. And so, without wasting so much of our time, because we have so much to unpack from them, I'm going to be calling my panelists. But this is what we are going to do. DJ, are you still there? If you're not there, we're not going to pay your balance. So quickly, when I introduce my panelists, they will come up on stage. They will give us just like 5 seconds dance steps, and then they will sit down. If they don't dance to your satisfaction, they are not permitted to sit. Are you with me? Thank you very much. DJ, play the music. All right, so first off, I'm going to be calling on Mr. Damilola Emmanuel. He is the managing director or general manager of LASWA, and he has over 15 years experience. So please, let's give him a round of applause. DJ, sir, just, sir, no. Oh! See, that one was wayo, but we'll allow him, we'll just allow him. The second person that we'll be introducing upstage is Johnny Drill. Johnny Drill is one of these generation stud bearers. for good music and fan loyalty. So, Johnny, give us some steps. Okay. Serious poster boy for good music. And third on the list, this person, you guys, if you don't shout too much, I will not be happy because she's my lover. Her name is Kemi Onobanjo Joseph. And she's an associate partner with McKinsey, right, serving public and social sector clients across Africa. My lover, show them how it's done. Woo! And last but not the least, our CEO of the entire Lagos. What? Lagos. So we have Mrs. Ichechi Okonkwo. And she's a highly accomplished entrepreneur and respected figure in Nigeria's real estate industry. That's my CEO. So my CEO, give us CEO dance steps. Okay. Woo! You guys, I told you, see my panelists, responsible people. They are demure. They are cooperative, right? So now let's get straight into the conversation for today. Not to say Happy International Day, but happy what? Independence. Have you greeted your neighbor? Have you said Happy Independence to your neighbor? Or you greet them one more time. In case they've forgotten what we are here to do. Happy Independence. And Nigeria is how many years today? 60 what? Just imagine a 65-year-old adult. And as Nigeria is 65, right, there's so many reflections. I mean, on this day, we always go back. We're always thinking, okay, is Nigeria progressing? Where are we? But I'm really excited about the conversation that we're going to have now about voices that shape culture and innovations, right, to shape our future. So, 65 years on, right, how are young Nigerians using their voices to shape the future? And this question is to you. So I want you to ask yourself, right, how am I using my voice right now? Whether, in whatever situation that I'm in right now, whether, I'm accomplished, so I'm just, an aspiring career person or entrepreneur, how am I using my voice to shape the future? So my first question will be to Johnny Drill. Now, so look, I remember I'm a big fan of Johnny Drill, but I think my second daughter is a bigger fan of Johnny Drill. And I'll tell you why. So it was her birthday 2 years ago, and for some reason, I was able, I tried to find somebody that knew Johnny. You know when you know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows someone. And so for some reason, he was gracious enough to come surprise us in our house to sing to her. And, yes, a round of applause. I don't know if you remember. Yes, on her birthday. And she was just crying. I was like, hey, me, now if it's me, you're not crying like this for me. But that's just to show that, everyone enjoys the music that Johnny brings, right? Whether you're old, you're young, it's clean, beautiful music. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. And that's very beautiful, especially in this climb where, you have to sing certain songs for you to, in quotes, blow, right? Well, for you to have, the fan base and all that. But you have stuck to it. And so, did you ever feel, or do you still feel pressure to change your sound to fit trends? And how have you been able to stay authentic even up until now?
Hi, everyone. Okay, first of all, very excited to be here. I usually like to say this every time. Elevation is my church. I've been coming here, been fellowshipping here since 2017. So it always feels good to be here. And to your question, I think right from the start, there was always a conviction in my heart and in my spirit that the kind of music, of the kind of music I wanted to make. I wouldn't say there was pressure to fit the trend, but I know that the one thing that I always kept at the back of my mind was that if I wanted to stand out from the crowd, I had to do something different. I had to do something nobody else was doing. And every step that I took in creating music and branding was always that. A lot of people probably look at me and look at, just see me and be like, oh yeah, he probably just arrived at this, but it was kind of very deliberate, you know. I never wanted to be I always wanted to be the next door guy, you know, simple, clean lyrics, you know, music that everyone could listen to from child to older people. Unfortunately, there's a lot of the music that's out there today that, you know, sometimes you just, if you write out the lyrics and you actually see what they're talking about, it's just ridiculous. And for me, I knew there was a space in there that I had to feel, that I could feel. And I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I was ready to pay the price. Here and there, there's been a few challenges here and there. Of course, there's always going to be challenges, but I think the conviction in my heart that I wanted to make the music, this kind of music, just kind of kept me going. And people listen to my music now, you know, they think I started making music from like 2-3 years ago. I've been making music since 2006, right? That's when I started making music. I officially put out my first song in 2012. I'm not going to say the song so you guys don't go and look for it. It's not a very good song, but I did start putting out music from 2012. But it took a while before people started to pay me attention. I knew it was going to take time just because, you know, Nigerians naturally, at the time, at least I thought they would not like the kind of music I was doing. But it's the music that came naturally to me, and I decided to put it out. And thank God, you know, look how far I've come. You know, people are playing my music all over the world, and yeah, I'm grateful for that.
Thank you so much. That's really profound, right? Just standing, you know, out from the crowd and just always, you know, listening to that conviction. How do I want to stand out? How do I want my voice to be, you know, different from the crowd? And so, thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm really glad that, you know, we are a testament to, you know, your success story right now. And to someone who is trying to do something that is unconventional, I'm very sure that, you know, this is very inspiring. Mr. Emmanuel, I'm coming to you. So what's been your experience amplifying youth voices in governance, and what barriers remain?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Good to see you, PG, and your wife as well, and all the other pastors. I think for me, first thing is this is one sector a lot of people have stayed out from for too long, and our voices have been too quiet. Last September, I was 10 years in government, so people would say, oh, how have you survived for 10 years, and how have you been here? And the truth is that I've learned from mentors. I was very keen to learning, and I'm very big in process. I'm a big believer in process. So people are like, where have you been all this while? I've been going through my process. Because without the process, you know, you can't. So I was enjoying the whole visibility and value, and I was thinking to myself, where are you? Visibility, value, value, visibility. But for me, I think reflecting upon all what I've been through has made me understand that there's a lot more that needs to be spoken about, and we need to also get the youth more involved. So I give an example, my organization. When I started out, we were about 48. Now it's 128. Wow. And I think the singular, and I'm going to just, the singular most important thing I did was to get a lot more women into the organization. And the reason why I did this is not to get women points, no, but really, you know, but I realized that it was something that was critical for us in the organization, and we needed, so now we're 128. And I saw the ratio of men to women, it was about 10-1. And I was like, something is wrong here. And I realized that as we eventually evolved and were able to get more women involved, both young and old, because in government, people see it as, oh, the old folks are there. No, there's some young people there as well, but you need to get a lot more young people involved. So I got a lot more young people as well to work with me. And what I always tend to do is that every time I build teams of the young and the old. So if I have a committee to set up, I don't just say, oh, all the heads must be there. I say, heads, you must bring one person under you. And in every single department, I have 11 departments in my organization. I make sure that there's somebody who's much younger than that head who understands everything that's going on. So just getting on my seat right there, I get a call and someone says, oh, there's a 5 o'clock today. And I'm thinking, oh, all my heads, where are they? No, but I remember the young ones who are available in the office right now. And I was able to reach out and send a message. And I know that they will run it. And I know that easily I can be at rest just being here. So it's a practical example as I was speaking here. In fact, Kemi was laughing at me that she wants to follow me this guy and eat small chops after, but just to speak to the fact that the youth are so important, but at the same time, you must empower the youth by making sure that they learn from the old as well. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. Quickly, I would come to you, CEO. You're regarded as one of the, top female real estate entrepreneurs in Nigeria, and I know that you have other businesses as well. So what inspired you to start what you're doing now, and how has your work amplified your voice?
Thank you, Mo. Thank you, PG, for the opportunity to be here and to further amplify, our voices. As you begin to grow and begin your journey in life, there are certain things that are very critical, and one of them is the lives that you touch. And on that journey of discovering how you can do that, how many people you can reach at a time, let me come back to me first. I went into real estate, and the intention was clear, to solve the housing problem, especially for the young, upwardly mobile Nigerians. A lot of young people work in VI. Well, how many of them can live in VI or in the Ikoyis? And that harsh reality we had to face. And so we began to think of the ways that we could solve that problem for them, right? They wanted safety, they wanted the comfort and lifestyle that Ikoyi offered or the VIs offered. And so we had to go to the satellite areas and begin to build communities that would offer them safety, comfort, and lifestyle, infusing the infrastructure and the amenities that the Ikoyi and VI homes offered those who lived there, from 24 hours power to 24-hour security, to clean water, to drainage system. One of the major news that's been hitting around right now is drainage in communities. And from the onset, it was a major problem we wanted to solve in our communities. You can't come into a VCH community or a Citadel Views community and it is flooded. So those problems were identified and we began to solve. In 2020, COVID came, and one of the major uproars in these communities that we had begun to build was the cost of power, because everything went up. And we had to go back to look for the solution for that, problem that had just been generated from the rising cost of power, diesel, and all of it. And we began to introduce sustainable development into our communities and bet the first fully solar-powered communities in Nigeria. And so today, a lot of young people have found their homes, their place of rest in our communities, because we're able to solve those problems that are critical to them, from safety to comfort to, the basic amenities. And for a young school leaver or copper who has left the camp and is looking for a place to live in Lagos, finding their first job, their first placement, one of the critical things we thought about was, how do we make sure that this person's life is turned around? Kennedy Okonkwo, who happens to be my husband, experienced a time in his life where he had to live under the Abakran Bridge. And he would go on to ask every day, what dream or vision can a young man without a good roof over his head have? And that question has propelled this vision. And everywhere you go, especially around Lagos, and speak about real estate, you cannot but talk about the city of Lagos, because I am one of those who have actively made sure that this problem has been solved in the real estate industry. Thank you.
Wow. A round of applause, please. All right. Kemi, you have such an impressive CV, right? You started out really early, with your career, and I'm sure, I don't know the exact age, but I'm sure before 22, 23, you were already working in multinational companies, you were already flying, you are still flying. So how did you find your voice as a young professional, and what values have kept you grounded? Because if we had the time to read your CV, we'll be like, wow, what's Oppo? So how have you kept yourself grounded, and how have you been able to find your voice as a young professional?
I'm very proud to say that this is my home church. Elevation, make some noise. Woo! Okay. Covenant University, make some noise. Okay. So it's good to be home. It's very good to be home. I was very proud to show my children my photo on the poster when we're coming here. How is it easy for a young person to find their voice in the workplace? The starting point is excellence. I think that's the easy inroad. I remember, and it's interesting that Mujibade spoke about Covenant University. We have a course called TMC, Total Man Concept. Hi, Somto, I see you. And it's a general course, it's like a GST you take. And I remember that the very first quote that we learned, they used to teach us plenty quotes, quotable quotes. If you know Papa, you must know quotes. In fact, they used to test us on quotes in exams. Who said it? When did they say it? That kind of stuff. And one of the first quotes that Professor Obanyo, blessed memory, she was the first female VC of Covenant, maybe the second or third ever female VC in Nigeria. One of the first quotes she taught us was that excellence is the best deterrent to racism or sexism, or any other ism you can add there, ageism, or whatever barriers people would typically put in front of you. And I always say that as a black young girl, I have triple barriers in front of me, right? You're young, you're female, you're black, and you're working in global institutions. There's so many things stacked against you. But excellence is the best deterrent to that. Nobody can deny results. And so the very first inroad to finding your voice in the workplace is being excellent. It means that you are going to do extra work, but it means that your results will be undeniable. And so in the value visibility conversation, the starting point is value, always. You must be offering value. And a recognition of that value is important. A lot of us, even as young people, sometimes think, what do we have to offer? You do have stuff to offer. Your energy is value. Your perspective is value. Your closeness to the market is value. Your ability to learn is value. That you can absorb and learn and grow and pivot quickly is value. And so understanding that value and entering with excellence is really how you find your voice. In terms of the values that have helped me and kept me grounded, having a growth mindset is important. Knowing that there are new things to learn. I'm not a tree. I can grow, I can adapt. There's a new technology. We got it. We're on top of it. Now everybody knows I'm all like, but what is happening with AI? I want to learn. I want to understand what the use cases are and how I can use it to be better in my job. So having a growth mindset is an important value to keep you grounded. I think another important value is really having the humility to learn. So you can have a growth mindset, but you're not willing to learn from anything but research papers. Understanding that you actually have things to learn from all the people around you, potentially younger people, because you will not be young forever. At some point, they will start putting you in elders fellowship, or matured something fellowship. And you're like, I'm but a Gen Z. Why are you putting me in these things? Surge, they are rejecting me now. They say I'm too old, So you will not be young forever. Having the humility to learn from people that have gone ahead or people that are even coming behind you is another important value that will keep you timelessly relevant. That was one of the lines that Peculiar said, timelessly relevant. Being able to learn, having the humility to learn from people. I think the final thing is an acknowledgement that you are valuable, that self-awareness that you are valuable is very important. You are not a victim, right? You are the CEO of your career. I love that CEO is CEO. Anywhere she is, she's CEO. You are the CEO of your career. And so it's important that you're able to take all the learnings, take all the growth mindset and all of that, and know that you are valuable. And you show up with that confidence, knowing that you're adding value, you're solving problems, and you're equally as important in that organization as anyone else. Yeah.
Wow. A round of applause. Have we been enjoying this session so far? Has this been valuable? Let me quickly also admit that I'm also a member of Elevation Church. This is my home church. Please clap for me. Also an alumni of Covenant University. All right, we needed to let that out. All right, so we are done with round one, and then we're moving quickly on to round two. And then my question will be to CEO. All right, so what lessons from building in Nigeria can help others turn problems into scalable solutions?
We just had a very interesting debate on value and visibility. And I'd like to reiterate, even though we haven't gotten the results, that noise doesn't equal growth. You have to put in the work, and you have to be consistent with putting in the work. When you have value, then you can come out and tell us about the value. We will try, and then we can buy into your value. But if you come making noise and nothing to offer, after a while, the noise will fade out. And then the second one is Nigeria is a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous economy. And so being able to do business and survive in Nigeria requires a lot of things. You have to be agile. You have to be able to change your strategy depending on who is in government, especially because that's one of the things that affects, Nigerian businesses. You have to be flexible enough to adapt your strategies or your plans. You have to realize that consistency is very important with whatever message that you're putting out. You have to consistently say it, consistently talk about it. That value that you have, consistently put it out. And then it's also very important to know that your choices, whether you choose to be courageous with your vision, to pursue it, and to execute it, your choices are very important for every step, every stage of your business. You have to make the right choices for your team. You have to make the right choices for yourself, for your personal life, and for your professional life. And then I think the last thing would be courage. Courage is important at every stage of your business, right? I talked about Nigeria being volatile, Nigeria being uncertain, Nigeria being ambiguous. And when some of these uncertainties come, change in government, even traffic and flood is a major problem for a business owner in Lagos. You have to be courageous enough to come out at the war front, lead your team to war, and make sure that you win. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, right? So I remember when we were both sitting down together and we were talking about courage to start things that we want to do. Because I know that there's this very popular quote that says that ideas rule the world. But I always say that it is executed ideas that rule the world. So you can have ideas sitting down in your head, but if you don't have the courage to step forward and execute it, it will just be, another idea just wasting away. And there are lots of destinies and lots of lives that are dependent on that idea that is just that God has put in your hands. So I will go straight to Johnny. As a creative, right, and along this journey, how has your journey shaped the narratives about Nigeria locally and globally?
Okay, so first of all, I think that music it's become such a powerful export for us in Nigeria, because nowadays when people when you say you're from Nigeria and they're like, oh, do you know this guy? Do you know this guy? You know, people identify with our music, and it just means that, you know, it's such a powerful tool for us, and how we use it is super important to be able to tell our story as Nigerians. I mean, besides our individual stories as artists, but, you know, to tell a collective story for us as a country. You know, and I think for me, you know, my own approach to this has always been, you know, the music from here is beyond Afrobeats. You know, Afrobeats is a big sound. It's a sound that, you know, it's everywhere, but there's a lot more to our music industry than Afrobeats. There's you would not believe it, but there's actually rock music in Nigeria. There's a community that make and consume rock music. There's a jazz people in there, you know. And for me, it's always been, I always want to do something to stand out, to be different, to be recognizable. And that's kind of driven how I've created music over time. But at the same time, I also strongly believe in the messaging of the music. I don't think that music is just for vibes. I think there's a place for music that you dance to and you just kind of have a good time. But I also think that music is more powerful when there's a message behind it. And for me, that's always been the driving force. I'm not afraid to sing about love. I'm not afraid to sing about hope. I'm not afraid to sing about faith. I think a lot of people, especially, again, talking to everyone here, you know, who might want to go into the music industry, I think that the best path is to make music that has value, not just surface level stuff. You know, music that is intentional, that when people listen, they actually can get a message, not just a message, but a good message to make them be better people. That's always been it for me. Again, music is a powerful tool. In the last couple of years, it's become such a big thing outside of the country. We've had like global superstars. I mean, even in the gospel music space as well, like the music is going farther than you could have ever imagined. And I think now's the time for creatives in and out of church, like, you know, just take that bold step and don't, like you're saying, be courageous. Again, look at me. When I came to Elevation Church in 2017, there was a guy that used to play guitar. His name's David Rhino. Every Sunday when I came to church, it was always nice to see someone like wearing dreads, but like he was on the altar and he was playing guitar and everyone was worshiping and praising. And I was like, wow, what a church, you know. And look at me, I'm here. I have dreadlocks, but I'm also welcome, right? So, you know, don't be afraid to express. I'm not saying go and do stupid stuff, right? But don't be afraid to use that voice that God has given you to express in whatever capacity. But at the end of the day, just always remember that whatever you do has to be to His glory and His honor.
Wow, thank you so much for that. So quickly, I'm coming to you, Kemi. You started, as I said earlier, you started your career very early. So it meant that, you know, you were also rising early. At some points, I'm sure you were leading teams, even leading people that you were older than. So how were you able to, or let me say, what lessons did you learn leading these teams, and how were you able to keep your authenticity?
Can I just say that I'm holding a mic that Johnny Drill has held. It's taking a lot of energy to stay composed. I'm a big fan, clearly. So the rise of young leaders is thankfully no longer a rarity, right? It's now mainstream, and it's great to see many young people leading and doing big things. How are you able to lead a team with authenticity and not become somebody else? I'll share two personal stories. One is, again, I work in multinationals, and I think I've been very privileged to work in those places. And the first thing that I thought I needed to do was to lead like a man. And then I thought I needed to lead like a white man, to be respected and to be heard and to be valued. And I was failing woefully at it. And I remember I got a coach at some point. And so I recommend coaching if you feel like, you know, you're not able to unlock the next thing. We have coaches for weight loss. We have coaches for everything else. Why wouldn't you get a coach for your career or for your personal growth? And I remember getting a coach, and I was, telling her, I'm struggling. I don't think people respect me. And there's stories you tell yourself in your head as well. Half of that was, stories I was telling myself. And I remember she told me, because I'm a very playful person. Like, people that know me, I'm playful, I dance. I can be working and just start singing, And I would be so rigid in the team room, and I wasn't feeling myself. And she said to me, do you realize that your lightness is your superpower? That lightness that you bring, the joy that you bring into rooms, that you're holding back on because you think people won't respect you because you're like that, that is your superpower. That's what makes you different. That's why people want to work with you. There are enough other people, they want a different prototype. And so that awareness of my superpower and the courage to now lean into it, because your coach will tell you things. You're the one that needs to go and action it and execute it. And so that courage to then say, okay, this is who I am. I'm going to wear bright colors, and everybody will be all right with it, I'm going to burst into song as long as it's not disruptive. I'm going to break into dance when we have a win, and everybody will be okay with it, is how I then really began to lead authentically, because that was who I am. That's who I am. And people will come to respect you because, again, performance is currency. The results are undeniable. You can't be dancing if you don't have results, But I'm doing my work, I'm delivering, but how can I even do it as my best self? And so I think the first thing I would say for young leaders, or the lesson, is lean into your authenticity. And your authenticity is not that you're loud or disruptive or whatever. It's that you're who you are uniquely. The second thing would be to recognize the uniqueness in your team members and engage with it accordingly. My very first appraisal as a manager was terrible. Terrible. Because I was treating everybody the same. And then someone said to me, you need to think about it as, you don't treat all your children the same. I was maybe 27. I wasn't even married. So that analogy didn't really register. But she said, your parents didn't treat each of you the same. You need to engage with each person where they are. And that's a powerful tool for really winning the hearts of your team members, because you're treating them as individuals and not just resources or boxes on an org chart. And this is relevant for both career people and entrepreneurs. Find the gold in each of your team members and engage with it accordingly. Call it out. Yes, you will give honest feedback. You will refine. Gold still needs refining. It still needs polishing. It still needs to be, roughed up to bring out the real value in it. So don't be afraid to give tough feedback, but do it with love, right? And call out the gold. And I think the final thing is continue to reinforce, as you said, the message. What is the shared vision we're trying to achieve as a team? There are people who join your organizations or your teams, and they don't even know what we're working towards. They only know their own little KPI, and that's all they're focused on, which doesn't help with, achieving the bigger goal. Continuously share what that big goal is. We're trying to make affordable housing available for young, upwardly mobile people, 200 million, whatever the number is. And as you begin to win and achieve those things, share the glory. Share the accolades. Tell your team how their contribution has helped achieve this. Because in that moment, they also see that they are part of it. They begin to feel like owners with you of that vision or of that assignment. And you're able to really get the best out of them. So recognize your gold. Recognize the gold in your team. And make sure that you're consistently sharing that win with everyone.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. So quickly, I'll come to you, Mr. Damilola. 65 years on, corruption persists. It's not me. It's the general. We know. What gives you hope for ethical leadership and youth role in shaping Nigeria's future?
Maybe I can walk out of the room now. PG, me too, I go to elevation. Every Monday morning prayer. I'm online. So me too, I'm an elevation member by part-time. Okay, so I'm not going to just speak with unfounded optimism. What gives me hope that ethical leadership can rule is the fact that we all in this room know pockets of ethical leadership which are standing out. We all know leaders in their little spaces who are doing things. I walk in this space There are many people who quietly, you know, when you just feel like, oh, I'm the only one, or we're the only ones doing good, then God points out to you, no, I have many of them you don't know of. So the same thing with what we see. So for me, that's what gives me hope, because I think about if this whole place has no light, all I need to do is bring one candle, and everybody will walk towards that light. So with that single light and that one pocket, right, of ethical leadership that I have as examples, I believe that corruption will just be a matter of time. Because every time we think of corruption, everyone says the leaders. And to be honest, I'm in public sector, so let's take our slack, we take it. But I say to people, when you drop that ice cream that you drink and put it on the floor, is that corruption? When I'm in traffic, and I mean, the other night I was driving and I got to a traffic light about 12 o'clock, and I thought about, be careful, don't move. And I was tempted because everybody was, and it was like, you're the only car there. If they come and jack you, be thinking of all kinds of things. But I said, no, let's stay. So when you break the lights or when you want to jump the queue. So the other day, practical example, I was in the airport. Yes, I sort of have airport protocol. And the guy was already taking this stuff, and my wife and I were working together, and we said, okay, let's stay in the queue. The guy said, come to the front. I said, no, we'll stay in the queue. He couldn't understand it. But I was like, it's because of the mentality we all have to be able to bring. And it's not because of just me trying to be good. It's also because those ahead of me have said, if you're going to be in this space, then you must stand out. So those little pockets is what gives me hope. I'm so glad to say I love a PG. And I know what he represents even in the body of Christ. You know what I mean? No heirs, sorry, let's not go there. Okay, so that's for me, it's also little pockets of those things that gives me hope that indeed corruption will be a thing of the past if we all continue and do our own part. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, so I have just one more round of questions to ask my panelists. And while we're doing that, if you have any questions, and because of time, I think we can take only 2 or 3 questions. So yes, please, if you're interested in asking a question, when the time is right, we'll ask you to come. Okay. All right. Okay, so let me just ask the questions now. For CEO, please tell us one time, or tell us about a time value overrode growth for you. And what did that period teach you?
Okay, so taking it back to 2019, in fact, 2025, 2019, and most recently, 2023, with the change of government, devaluation, rise, inflation hike, every single one in this room, we all experienced the hike in prices of everything. Am I the only one in Nigeria? We all experienced it. And obviously, that's affected my industry. The cost of construction spiked. And how we do our business to be able to actually reach out to and meet the dreams for these young people is we take staggered payment plans. Right? So you're able to pay over a 12 or 24 months period, and you can own and move into your own home. Now, Nigeria happened again, and of course we had taken deposits. In fact, so many clients had already also paid. A lot of them were still spacing out their payments, and it was a tough call. Prices had gone up. What do? We were torn between going back to tell stories or actually taking the hit and delivering. And of course, we first called all the clients who hadn't paid completely and told them this is a harsh reality, right? So we have to find a solution to this. For everyone who has completely paid, we're going to deliver your homes. But for you who hasn't completely delivered, then we're going to have certain conversations that will help us deliver. And so we went on to deliver those projects. Now, this experience or these experiences over the different years I mentioned taught us a couple of things. that we need to be sensitive to the trends in our industries, especially in mine, with changing government. So every time it's an election, pre-election year, election year, and immediately after the election, we have to be very sensitive to the trends. Yeah. And then secondly, it taught us that your core values cannot be core until it has been tested. And so if you tell people, I will deliver your homes in December 2025, you must deliver by December 2025.
Yeah.
We stood by our values and we made sure to deliver. Thank you.
And I can collaborate that, actually. So in 10 seconds, Kemi, please, an advice for a young career professional. Just 10 seconds. It can just be one line advice for them.
Do great work all the time. Be excellent all the time. It's hard, but it is worth it.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Johnny Drill, yourself as well, 10 seconds. If someone, is in music right now and it seems like they haven't broken through, what's one advice that you would like to give to them?
If you know that music is a thing for you, and you know in your heart of hearts that you are good at it, very important, just keep going. It's, what do you say? You have to make sure that you're good at it. And sometimes, if you can't answer your own question, you have to ask people around you. Your friends, play your music for your friends and families. If they think your music is great and is exceptional, then you definitely have a shot. Keep going. It didn't happen for me overnight. It took a while for it to happen for me, and by God's grace, I'm doing a lot better than I was doing 15 years ago. So eventually, it's going to happen for you if you keep going and keep working hard and being different and being excellent.
Thank you so much.
I know that was more than 10 seconds.
It's fine, it's okay. Mr. Oluwadamilola, so for someone that wants to go into politics, but is thinking, I don't want to play the dirty game. Politics is dirty. Politics has, this negative thing around it, but they really want to serve the nation. What's one advice that you give to them to come into politics?
Just do it. You can't go wrong trying, can you? So if you try, you fail at it, it just means that you found another way not to do it, but just do it. I mean, the people who are there don't have two heads, right? So just do it.
Thank you so much, sir. A round of applause for my panelists. All right, so quickly, because of our time, I'll just be taking 2 or 3 questions. We just have less than 3 minutes for this. The first question that we have is to Mrs. Okonkwo, and it says that for Mr. Okonkwo, are there realistic building projects for average young working class Nigerians to own? If yes, kindly share how one can take an advantage of it. Or do we do pay small? If we get, if I have just 1 million naira,
first of all,
can I buy a house?
Means different things to different people, right? Realistic means different things to different people, right? I said the vision for us was to be able to provide housing, safe, decent, affordable, which we then change to accessible housing for young Nigerians. So if you're looking for a house to buy, of course, I have something to offer you. And one of the things that I failed to mention in my last answers was that you need to be sensitive, really, to your environment and your industry. Recently, my industry has begun to tap into an opportunity that was, released to us. It's called MRIF. So with MRIF funding, a young Nigerian can own a home through any of the mortgage banks, and your interest is 1%. Some of them go as high as 12%, but one digit figure, yeah? So some go as high as 12%, but it's between 9 and 12%, depending on the mortgage bank you're working with. So you can either do your staggered payment or you can tap into the mortgage opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, quickly, Kemi, how do I find my voice when I don't have the time and money to do so?
I'm currently at a job that not me, this person. They are currently at a job that they hate and they can't even leave, unfortunately, because it pays their bills. And I'm sure that there are lots of people that have these experiences. They're in a toxic, environment. They're just doing this job. It's not fulfilling, but they can't leave because it's currently paying their bills. But then in the midst of it, they also have to be able to, find their voice. So how do they find their voice when they don't have time and money to do so?
They added more time on this clock. I was waiting for it to finish, and I was going to pass the question to Pastor Godman. But how do you find your voice when you don't have time and money? You have time. You think you don't have time, but you have time. And so the first thing is that scarcity mentality needs to disappear. You have time. You might not have enough money, but you have time. And that's an equal resource that we all have. So figuring out a way to use the time that you have. You can't be at your job the whole day, I promise you. I work really long hours, but at some point you will stop and you need to sleep, right? So you do have time. How do you make use of the extra time outside of the work that you hate, but pays your bills, which means it's a decent job. It pays your bills. There are people that don't have jobs and they're in debt. So I think you need to recognize that the job, you might not like it because it's not in your passion area or it's not in the sector you love, or you don't have a great boss or whatever, but it pays your bills. So let's be grateful that you can pay your bills. With the bills that you're paying, you actually have some brain space to think about problems you want to solve. You have time to apply for other jobs. No one is actually really stuck in any job. You can leave. A lot of people always say there are no jobs, but employers say they can't find talent. It's like, okay, so who's lying, right? It does mean that there are opportunities. So with the time that you have, try to find other opportunities. Volunteering is a way. If you're trying to break into a new sector or a new industry, you can find volunteer opportunities there because you have time. And you can offer that time in exchange for value. It's a very broad question, and it would be great if you want to do one-on-ones to discuss it. But you have time, and you can find another job.
Thank you so much. So we don't have so much time. We just have one. I can only take just this last question. And so if you can please answer it in like 30 seconds, I really appreciate it. So he said, in a team where your boss keeps assigning roles to others except you, what do you do?
What soap did you use to wash your head? So, no, seriously. I think they spoke about excellence. In a team where your boss keeps assigning roles to others except you, clearly it's just because they are not seeing the value. Maybe they're not seeing your visibility. So, but to be honest, you just need to be able to. I feel like you're not being excellent. And if you're being excellent and showing up, because for example, every boss likes that person who you can call anytime. And the person is not going to complain or whine or say he has come again or what does he want again, you know what I mean? So switched on. So I would say, look, make yourself present while also having value. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been such an amazing session. Thank you, my panelists, for doing justice to all the questions asked. And it's been such a privilege to moderate this session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Group picture.
Group picture.
Pastor Godman and Bolarinwa will join both of you. But please celebrate them with a round of applause for that interesting conversation. These are all people that I greatly admire and love. It's great to see all of you. Thank you for sharing from your wealth of experience and knowledge. So we'll take a group picture right now, and then we'll move on to the next things. Thank you so much, Mrs. Morenike Molaying, Billy, for steering the conversation. Are we having a good time? Let me tell you something that happens after the music.
Realize you are taking me far.
I'll give you some music interlude. Just move your body to the song.
One of the things that Pastor Godman preaches is don't do life alone. Find your community. We've also talked about collaboration today. So we want you to look at your neighbor. And, see, I talked about how Pastor Godman not only found his voice, but he found his missing rib. So you never know, maybe that when you leave here today. No, Thomas, no, let's not go there. So look at your neighbor and say, how are you, my friend? Woo. How do you do, my friend?
We're drilling into the audience.
I know sometimes it be like, Johnny Drill, I apologize. I can see him cringing, like, stop. Let me stick to the voice I found, which is being a compere. I'm not a musician. But we just want you to make connections because, honestly, you never know what collaborations can be birthed from here today. You don't look down on anyone. My school daughter was in a room where decisions were being made. And school daughter from Covenant University. Yes, I had school daughters. She spoke for me, and I got a big gig, a very big gig. I can't tell you the numbers of zeros, but that was in my school daughter. I mean, who would have thought? I mean, you would just think, oh, I'll always be the school mother. But here's my school daughter in the room where decisions are being made, and I'm not there. And she spoke for me. So don't think that people are just here casually. You don't know who is who and who can be anything tomorrow. I know we will all be great, and in our greatness, you can also collaborate with other great people. Imagine two great people collaborating. So make sure you're networking. Make sure you're connecting. If his wife you're finding, that's okay. If his husband you're finding, that's okay. But make sure you find your voice, find your partners in terms of collaborations as well.
To add to that, most of the people we've seen here today, we're not just seeing CEO, founder. One thing I've recognized, we're seeing co-founder a lot. There's always a co-founder. So collaboration is the name of the game. Even in the creative space, collaboration is the name of the game. So finding your voice is not just about being the loudest in the room, but also, as PG said at the beginning, when you discover your purpose, you discover the right partnerships, the right opportunities, and the right platforms for you. So please take collaboration and networking serious, especially in a situation like this. People that came here are of like mind already. This is like 1% out of the entire country coming here today, so you know that the people here are ready for business. So please, don't miss the opportunity.
Anyways, I'll still sing the song, Sha. How are you, my friend? DJ, come on now. How do you do, my friend? Woo! I know sometimes it be like say, nobody send you, that's one I like. I did for you, my friend. I did for you, my friend. Alright, me atata. You'll always be.
I'm sorry. She didn't prepare me for this.
All right. But thank you so much for being a part of. The room is still full and we're excited. But what happens most times when I go for conferences is when it starts to get towards. We're getting closer to the end. We still have a few more exciting things. But what happens is people start to tune off. We don't want you to do that because there's still a lot more in store for you. This was specially curated for you as you find your voice. And when panel conversation was going on, and I think there was a question that made me remember my journey. I'm not telling my story, I just remember the part of it. When I was about 6, 7, I used to watch television and see Mrs. Bimbo Oloyede on TV. And listening to her cast the news stirred something in my belly that I could not get over. I would basically, every evening, sit and watch her on NTA or AIT, I can't remember right now, and she was so excellent at it. Years down I didn't think I would ever meet her because the age difference and all. But years down the line, I was invited to speak on a panel, and guess who was on that same panel? Mrs. Bimbo Oloyede. Oh, wow. I froze because how dare me? But I dared to dream and I dared to find my voice. So you too can be great and you too can find your voice. So don't get lost in the midst of everything happening here. Remember, the theme and the key message is find your voice and you too can be great. We will personalize this a charge now. So I'm going to lead us and you would say, initially we were saying, I will use my voice. But after that, we would now say, so when I call for it, you'd say, I will use my voice and I too will be great. Do we have an agreement?
Yes.
Find Your Voice Lagos 2025. What is your commitment?
I will use my voice and I too will be great.
That's like a 9 over 10. Let's give it a 10 over 10 energy. I already love it. Find Your Voice Lagos 2025. What is your commitment?
I will use my voice and I too will be great.
Absolutely beautiful. Congratulations on your greatness.
Congratulations.
And you are in an auditorium where all we do here at the Elevation Church is to make greatness common. So if you don't have a church, you're welcome. You saw how all our panelists were claiming Elevation Church. It's not claim, Shabo, it's because they attend here. And we eat good food at the Elevation Church. So if you don't have a home church, consider making the Elevation Church your home church. I feel like I'm doing Otako. Anyways, we're moving on to our next conversation. And we'll be inviting on stage the another co-founder,
yes,
and CEO Small Small. He's driven by a passion to expand financial access and transform how Nigerians live better. Tunde Balogun is a co-founder and CEO of Small Small, evolving from its roots as an award-winning Techstars-backed PropTech leader. Small Small transitioned to become a fintech company with a core focus on providing accessible credit for the Nigerian market. Prior to starting Small Small, Tunde Balogun co-founded the Unique Edge Management, a property management and vacation rental company that managed a portfolio of over 200 ultra-luxury properties across the USA and Thailand until his move back to Nigeria in 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite on stage our next speaker, would like to spotlight, who also is a sponsor, would like to spotlight again our lead sponsor. We heard the CEO speak earlier. Please, again, let's celebrate our lead sponsor, Credit Direct Limited. A round of applause for them. They are my clients, so please celebrate them so they'll call me for more work. Celebrate Credit Direct Limited, please. Thank you. But we have one of the executives who would come up stage to speak to us very quickly, short, crisp, and sharp and direct. Please make welcome Nifemi Oluboyede. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much.
You need to get your yield together. It's time to invest, chill, and repeat. This is Rich Auntie Vibes. This is Credit Direct. You look like a boss when you are making smart money moves. Make payments, invest, and grow now. This is the life of a baller. This is Credit Direct.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Okay. Find Your Voice Lagos 2025. Good evening. Small energy. All right. My name is Nifemi, as mentioned, and I'm here from Credit Direct. Credit Direct is a finance company licensed by the Central Bank, and we're part of the SCMB group. And today, myself and members of our team are here. We have a wonderful stand at the back that you can visit. They'll be presenting a QR code that allows you to sign up on one of our products. We offer multiple financial services products. We have a mobile app that allows you to invest, make payments, and you earn on your wallet balances. We also have an investment product where you can fix a plan and earn up to 21% per annum. Wonderful pricing, right? But most importantly, today we are doing something really wonderful to help people to find their voices. You have a small assignment. Sign up on Yield, create a plan of minimum 50,000, and you stand a chance of winning 250,000 naira. Anybody excited about that? And first off, some people have been coming to the stand. They've been spinning and winning gifts already. And because of the, forgive me, because of the more serious people in front that did not get a chance to do that, first off, after the breakout sessions, we'll be announcing the first 5 winners of 250,000. How many people want to be part of that? And then for the people that have not yet started, we'll be running this for the next 3 days. right? And we would be announcing the next 5 winners. So we're giving 250,000 to 10 people. How many people are excited about that? All right. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for being a part of Find Your Voice Lagos. And please visit our stand. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give our lead sponsor a round of applause. Thank you. We would also like to celebrate all of our other sponsors. We are sincerely grateful, and this is us saying thank you to, again, our lead sponsor, Credit Direct Limited, Cora Pay, thank you. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Shotlers, thank you. Oak Antique Interiors, thank you. Citadel Views Gardens and Estates and Netcom Oaks, thank you. Small, thank you. Pistis Life and Leadership Institute, thank you. Yes, you were doing it in trinkles. Now give a collective round of applause to all of our sponsors. We're very grateful for your partnership, for your support. We couldn't have done this without you, and we say thank you. We'd also like to inform everyone in the room that we have exhibitors outside, so you can purchase, you can ask questions, and just like we heard from our lead sponsor, scan the QR code and stand a chance to win 250,000 Naira today. All right, on that note, we will now like to invite on stage for his presentation today at Find Your Voice Lagos 2025, Mr. Tunde Balogun. Please give him a resounding applause as he makes his way to the stage. He's a recipient of Clinton Global Initiative. He's also a global ambassador for Jumpstart Africa, empowering young African leaders. Thank you. And he's my brother from Ijebu.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's exciting to be here today. Thank you, Pastor Godman, Pastor Bola. It's interesting that PiggyVest gave 10 laptops. Credit Direct now 250K for 10 people. I was wondering what will small give. So small, we are small. The interesting thing is that PiggyVest, there is a partnership going on, or that is about to be unveiled between PiggyVest and Small. So that will be announced very soon. I'll say that's one of our gifts too. And then, interestingly, I spoke with the CEO of Credit Direct as well earlier today. So there's also going to be a collaboration between Small, and that's also going to be a gift to you guys, yeah. But we're always giving. We came in last minute as sponsor. That's why our logo was not there. So we're always giving. And Elevation has been a blessing to us as a company. I tell my people all the time that one of the reasons we are still in business today is because of a strong grace that we are under. And that is the grace of being a member and a family of Elevation Church. I don't take it lightly. I don't joke with it. So I'm grateful for that. But there's one thing that I've seen today that is kind of common in all the stories that we've heard. Intentionality, being able to make decision, from Adewale, making some great decision, and to even, CEO of Credit Direct and all of that. And for me, when I knew I was going to be speaking here, a scripture jumped at me, which is Luke 14:28, the scripture where Jesus was asking that which one of you would want to build a house without first sitting down to count the cost. So there's a cost for success, and also there's a cost for failure. One thing that failure and success have in common is costs of, one thing failure and success have in common is the cost of the what it takes, the time. So it takes time. If you are going to fail, if you are going to succeed, it takes time. If you are going to fail, if you are going to succeed, it's going to take people. So failure and success take resources, pretty much. That's one thing they have in common. But the quality of the resources you put into what you do will determine how successful you are. So I think success, the fundamental thing with success is what are the quality of resources that you put into what you are doing to be successful. And that story of counting the costs, when I think of, so the way I read the Bible, I always read it from a point of applying it to my life, which we should all do. But beyond that also, as a marketplace person who is leading a company, with several products, with several offerings, with millions of users, millions of, generating revenue in billions and all of that. when I read the Bible, it's always from a point of, what is this saying about my business? So every time I read that scripture of counting the cost, I look back to the times that we've not really counted the cost as a company, and that has really affected our results. Rent Small, we started out in 2017, 2018, with Rent Small, which was our first product. All we wanted to do was to allow people to pay their rent monthly. That was all we wanted to do, right? But we didn't really know what it was going to cost us to do that. Because of a solution that was not common, we were one of the pioneers. One or two companies that started the monthly payment of rent, right? So we had to take on property management, we had to take on facility management, we had to take on so many things that we really didn't prepare ourselves for. And at some point, going through growth and all of that, then we started seeing the effect of really not some of the things we didn't consider before we started the business. And it started showing, because when customers have paid you, they just wanted to get value. We're talking about value now, right? So value in itself might just be that you have an idea and you execute that idea, right? But there are underlying values that customers also want to experience. They want to get when they have paid you for the service or whatever you are selling, right? So with Rent Small, one of the challenges we had some bad properties. We had some bad landlords and even some bad tenants. Just because we didn't consider the costs completely, we started seeing, we were getting called out at some point on social media and all of that, right? And we went into 2023. From 2017 to 2022, we saw high default rates. We saw a lot of, people that were not happy, some of our customers and all of that. So we went into 23 and we said that, no, something needed to change, which was, so we sat and asked ourselves questions. So we said, we're going to have quality landlords, quality properties, quality tenants, and then quality experience and quality products. And we went to 2023. I kid you not, that decision to turn around and prioritize quality, it ended up becoming a 2-year journey. And it took us back to our foundation as a company to fix some of these things. So properties that were giving us issues, we had to let them go. That means we terminated agreement with landlords. Tenants that were defaulting, we had to let them go and all of that. And then our product as well, our customer, the whole experience that customers have with us, we had to revamp the whole thing. Before that 2023, for every single vacant property we had, we have 10 people that were ready to take it. And so it meant that demand was high, very high, right? But from the moment we made the decision to turn around and prioritize quality, we started seeing that, okay, we will have vacant properties, but then it was taking longer to fill those units, right? And I would be asking, what's going on? It was because my people remind me that quality is what we've decided to do now, so it meant that we can't just put anyone in our property. But 2 years, like I said, it took us to revamp the whole experience. And I was just thinking, anytime you make a decision to change what foundation, I think PG was preaching, and he said that they bought a property and they were kind of almost tilting, the foundation was wrong, and they were tilting to almost meet each other in the middle, that they had to support with pillars and all of that. So they had to go back to the foundation, even though they couldn't get to the main foundation. So sometimes you have opportunity to go back to the foundation, and sometimes you just need to do things that will kind of hold. So for us as a business, we had to go to the foundation and fix those things that we didn't count the cost at the beginning. And it took 2 years to the point I was getting the report last month, and now for the first time, all our vacant units were fully occupied, after making those changes and prioritizing quality. And now our demand has been restored after the 2 years of making those changes, right? So another cost, aside from, we have different product line. We have Rent Small, we have Buy Small. In terms of quality, I guess because they told me the time, my mind is like really stuck to the time that I have. So I'm really just going to be calm. Okay, Tunde, calm down. Yeah. So, in the scripture, that same Luke 14, there's something Jesus said in that same Luke 14, and he was asking about banquets. He said a man was going to have a banquet, right? And he sent an invitation to have people attend the banquet. And when the banquet was ready, food was ready, they went out to bring them in, and the people said, oh, they all gave excuses, that they weren't coming. And the man then asked his staff to go out, just go and bring everybody, and let them come and feast. And he said that all these people that have turned down my invitation, they were never going to come to my event or anything I do again, right? Again, always from the point of when I read the Bible, how it applies to me, how it applies to my business, right? Sometimes we start something and then we really, again, not counting the cost. But that scripture, what it really tells me is that, there's something called market segmentation, whereby you're able to segment your customers. You're able to, sometimes we build without having our target customer in mind. And sometimes when we have our target customer in mind, we don't know how to segment them to be able to decide what do we give each of the customer based on their capacity or their offering, right? In that scripture, the target customer for the man were the affluent, his friends, and all of that, right? The poor was not in view at all, but he ended up asking them to go and invite the poor. So that scripture, the focus of it was really Jesus saying that have the poor in mind. But for me as a business person, what that scripture really told me is, interpreting that scripture to me is that we must always focus on our market segmentation at every point in time so that there's an entry point for your target customer. Okay, so what we've done at Rent Small Small and Buy Small Small, and now having a marketplace. So our journey as a company is really, again, we started Rent Small Small, Buy Small Small, alternative mortgage, allowing people to own homes. But now we've built a marketplace whereby it's not just rental, it's not just home ownership. You can own electronics, you can own gadgets, and pay small for those things. Understanding the journey of our customer from needing accommodation, wanting to own homes, and then wanting to own gadgets, electronics, and all of that. So we've launched small app, where you can download and you can pay a down payment of 35%, and then you can get this product, and then we can give you, you have a payment plan to pay the balance. But beyond that there's a debate in the office that we're having, about wanting to try something out, right? And we had to, my co-founder and I, we made a bet that I said this thing was going to be successful. She said it wasn't going to be successful because, again, we don't know who is going to be right, who is going to be wrong, but we're about to roll out, right? And that scripture, what that scripture told me is that the Luke 14, the part of having a banquet, inviting, the target customer and all of that, and having a market segmentation and all of that, right? I think you should read that scripture. It's very, or when you are reading Bible, always think of it from the context of what you are doing if you are a business person, right? So we're making a debate, and I remembered what that Luke 14, the part of the banquet, where if only the man who had sent the invite, if only he had something to entertain the people he was going to invite and keep them and not have to wait until when the food was ready. Imagine you have a banquet, you are going to send an invite, and you have a talk by Alabi that is going to be entertaining the guests until what you are preparing is ready. Or you have a Johnny Drew that is going to sing for them to entertain them before the market is ready. So the model we are going to test was really about, a lot of companies, they put something up that, we have something live coming up very soon. But we don't put enough effort into the people, the target market that we want to get for that new product, the segmentation, and how do we engage them before the product is fully ready, finally ready. And that is where wait list comes in, right? For us as a company right now, we roll out products, we roll out different things we want to achieve, but we are very intentional about wanting to test out things before we roll them out, so that we just don't roll them out and then money misroad type of situation. You know, at the end of the day, resources are limited. So with the marketplace that we have right now, we did an event last year called Small Fair, you know, which was almost like a test for what we wanted to, the marketplace we were going to launch into, which is now the next phase for Small. The app launched this year. We have about 25,000 downloads already. We have about 3,000 active users already, you know, and we are hoping to have 1 million users by Q2 next year. So I'm inviting you to be part of the small journey. I appreciate the Elevation Church for continuing to pour into us, continue to support us, and continue to partner with us. Lastly, I want to leave you with something, because again, everyone kind of shared the decision, the intentionality they made. When I was in secondary school, during I think SS2, usually before you go to SS3, you would take like GSC exam and things like that. So I took one of those GSC exams. I was having lessons and all of that. But then the exam, I carried a Bible textbook inside the exam hall, because I'm sharing this so please follow me. That was because the teacher that was teaching me chemistry, you know, I put so much pressure on me. You know, we have gone through a lot, and I was so under pressure. I wasn't sure if I was going to pass the exam. So because of that, and it was an external exam, by the time I was caught, obviously, and then the news went all around the school, and my nickname became Ababi because of that. You know, I was telling Pastor PK, you know, when I think Chooks was talking about Bao Pim Kem or something like that, and I mentioned to PK that, my nickname used to be Ababi. He thought I was a bookworm. You know, that was why. No, it was because I carried a Ababi textbook inside the exam hall, and I was caught with the, I was caught with it. But that was before I discovered destiny. So expression of greatness take two things. Grace, which we are under as a company because we are a member of Elevation Church, but it also takes great decision. You know, I went from being called Ababi in secondary school to discovering myself, to discovering Christ, and then dropped out of university twice. After I found Christ, I discovered Christ, went back to university, selected to go to the US to meet Bill Clinton, you know. And when I look back at my story, while I was listening, I was sitting there and tears was rolling down my eyes because of some of the great decisions that founding Christ, you know, giving my life to Christ helped me with, you know, and how my life turned around to what it is today. So PG also said it takes intentionality. When you are climbing up, it takes intentionality. You can't climb up by accident. You can only fall by accident. So in climbing up, it takes what are the costs that will help you climb up properly? Because when you are falling, it takes nothing to fall. You can fall anytime, you can fall woefully, but you need to count the cost when you are climbing up. Thank you.
Please keep the round of applause coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Thank you so much, Nde Balogun, for sharing your story in such a heartfelt manner. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you picked one or two things from that. And one of the things I picked a lot was the intentionality behind building and building carefully so you can indeed please your client. All right.
Tunde, were you a debater in secondary school? Were you a debating society? Oh, society? Okay. All right.
Okay. I won't push that. So, we're coming to the penultimate time of this day. We still have a wonderful lineup for you. It's not so much, don't worry. Giz Baba is still going to perform live on this stage today. Is someone excited about that? Woo! Can I feel your excitement? Are you excited about that?
Yes.
And then we still have an announcement for the winners of the debate session. Okay. And we still have the announcement for the winners of the remaining laptops. Are you excited about that? So stick around. We still have these wonderful things coming up. But right now, coming to the penultimate segment of today's event, we are going to be having the breakout session. So please listen to how it's going to work so you know where to go to, and we'll bring you back in shortly.
All right, just to let you know that this is not the time for you to leave, because there's something in that breakout session for you, and we're going to close out powerfully here before you go. All right, so very quickly, for the next 25 to 30 minutes, we will have breakout sessions, and right in this auditorium, which is the main auditorium, we have a purpose and clarity masterclass that will be facilitated by my sister and a member of the Elevation Church, Folusho Gbadamosi. It will be happening here. So please make sure you don't miss it. If you are interested in the Purpose and Clarity Masterclass, that will happen here. Then we have another one that will happen at, there's a building opposite this main auditorium. It's a colorful building. Right there, we will have the personal branding clinic. Personal branding is everything, and you should be a part of that if you are interested. So it's either you choose to be a part of the Purpose Mastery class, or you go to the personal branding clinic. And then we have a final one happening at the high rise right behind this auditorium. It's the Pistis Heights. Thank you very much. The Pistis Heights. And then we have Authentic Storytelling Clinic. So if you're interested in the Authentic Storytelling Clinic, go to the first floor at Pistis Heights, where we have our facilitator, Ejiro Esigbone and Josh Olaoluwa. They will be facilitating that. For the personal branding clinic, Owning Your Voice Online, we have our Director of Public Affairs, Communication, and Sustainability at the Coca-Cola Company, Eniola Ali Faweya, will be facilitating that. Just to go over it very quickly, if you want to remain in this room, that means you have chosen to be a part of the Unleash Your Superpower, Finding Your Purpose Masterclass. If you want to be a part of the Personal Branding Clinic, which will be facilitated by the Director, Public Affairs and Communications and Sustainability at the Coca-Cola Company, you will have to go to the building opposite this particular auditorium. It's a colorful building. You can't miss it. And it's happening there. You speak to any of our hostesses, they will lead you there. If you want to listen to the masterclass on authentic storytelling, first floor, Pistis Heights, which is right behind. It's a high-rise building. You also can't miss it. So you go there, and that will be facilitated by the producers of The Wives. I mean, I don't know if anybody here watched The Wives on YouTube. Make some noise if you did. They are our producers. So authentic storytelling at its finest. So make sure you join them if you are interested. So your time starts now. Please return to the room in 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, we're asking that for those who are leaving the room, this is not asking you to go home. This is asking you to be a part of the masterclasses. Personal branding, the colorful building opposite this building. Authentic storytelling, right behind. It's on the first floor, Pistis Heights. And if you're interested in Unleashing Your Superpower, which will be facilitated by Folusho Gbadamosi, the lead at 10 Million African Girls and Junior Achievers Nigeria, remain in this main auditorium. We would give about 60 seconds for people to commute and find their masterclass rooms. This breakout session will last only 30 minutes. We need to wrap things up. We have announcements to make for the winners of the 9 remaining laptops, courtesy PiggyVest. We also need to announce the winners of the debate, value or visibility. We have 45 more seconds to find your breakout room. If you're interested, again, just to reiterate, in personal branding, and you want to fine-tune your brand and learn how to be, to have a better brand and a sustainable one, you go to the building, the colorful building opposite this facility. If you want to learn about authentic storytelling, the first floor, Pistis Heights, which is right behind this auditorium. It's a high-rise building. You can't miss it as well. All right, I will hand over to our facilitator for this room. I'm assuming that everybody here. So in 30... DJ, please give us a few seconds just to ensure everybody... DJ, thank you. Thank you, DJ. Reiterating again, for those who want to be a part of the Unleashing Your Superpower by Folusho Gbadamosi, I'm assuming that you're here, so just come forward. sit closer to the stage. If you're going out, please, you have 20 more seconds to find your breakout room. Thank you. We will now be inviting to facilitate this. All right, please settle in very quickly as I invite on stage a transformation-driven leader who is committed to using technology and education as catalysts for growth, impact, and empowerment. She has a proven track record of leading initiatives that foster organizational growth and societal impact across diverse industries, including telecommunications, FMCG, financial services, fintech development, oil and gas, just to mention a few. She's the current lead for the 10 Million African Girls campaign at Junior Achievement Africa, where she spearheads efforts to equip young girls with education, entrepreneurship, and leadership skills. There's a lot more to say about her, but I now have the honor of introducing on stage our facilitator. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you our own Felicia Badamosi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just give a caveat. They have cut my time. So if you people know me, I know that I like to talk. You're going to have to work with me here so that we can get done in, it now says 28 minutes and 36 seconds. Are we all on the same page? Are you guys going to work with me? Fantastic. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's very exciting being here with you today. Just like they said, my name is Folushok Badamosi. I am a Gallup certified strengths coach and also a Myers-Briggs temperament indicator coach. And so I'm going to be guiding you through a few steps today to unleash your superpowers. Can you guys help with my slide, please? Multimedia, please, let's work together so that these 28 minutes can come to pass. Let's pray for multimedia, and let's pray for me that we get it done in 28 minutes. Can we all say amen? Okay, so I'm waiting for my slides, but while my slides are coming up, if you have your phone with you, can you please go to 16, so 1 and 6, not the spelling, but 1-6, personalities.com. I'd like you to take an assessment as soon as this session is done. How many of you have ever done the MBTI assessment before? Let me see your hands up. I know a few people have. Okay. Do you know your 4 letters? Oh, great. Let's hear some of your 4 letters. INFJ. Who else? Anybody? ENFJ. Okay. ENFJ as well. Can anybody guess my first letter while I'm waiting for my slides? Anybody? Somebody said I. That's the first time in my life anybody's guessing I'm an I because I am a big fat E. I don't have an eye bone in my body, but thank you for saying that. Okay, so let's get into my slides. Can we go to the next slide, please? Also, there's no clicker, so please forgive me as I say next slide, which I really hate to say, but we don't have a choice. So I'm a quotes girl, and I was very happy when Kemi was here talking about how when she was at Covenant University, they used to recite quotes. Did you guys hear that? They used to learn quotes, recite quotes for exam. I love this because I love quotes so much. So one of my first quotes, which really goes with today's session, is this, and it's a Gallup quote. It says, the key to success is to fully understand how to apply your greatest talents and your strengths in your everyday life, okay? And we're going to be talking more about that as we go along. Next slide, please. So my next slide is a who are you slide, and it really just talks about the fact that all of us really need to know who we are. Now, many of you in this room might have an idea. You know what your talents are, what your gifts are. You know what people say that you are good at. You know what you enjoy doing. You know your passion and all of that. But there's a lot more to that, right? So are you an introvert or an extrovert? It's a very important question because that's all about how you get energy. And I'll talk about that more as I go along. What gives you energy and what drains your energy? Very important. What do you love and what do you hate? I know that we're in the house of God, but we know that there are some things that we love doing and some things that we really hate doing, right? Last but not the least is what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? Next slide, please. Now, there's a whole journey for me to unleashing your superpowers, and the journey is 4 steps. The first thing is you need to discover yourself and discover what your talents are, discover what your personality type that God gave you is, and so on and so forth. The next step is to deploy. Deploy means that you start using it intentionally, right? Number 3 is develop. Develop means that not only are you using it, but you are also investing in it, right? Let me see if I can step to the side so that you guys can take your pictures properly. Develop means you are investing in it, right? So when you know that you are good at something, you don't just sit there and say, oh, I'm good at this thing. You have to invest in it, develop it to continue to get better. And last but not the least is that when you have done all of that, when people say something, they know that you are the person that can do it because you have been so good in stewarding it. You have developed it to the point that you are well known in it. I'm going to ask all of you a quick question. If I say African female author, what's the first name that comes to your mind? Can you, the chorus, it never fails. It never fails because guess what? She's where? She's dominating, right? You cannot think, even if you think of other people, Chimamanda's name will come up. And that is somebody that has been very intentional in discovering, developing, and dominating in her strengths. All right, next slide, please. So we're going to do a very quick, fun icebreaker. Very fun, I promise. If this is you, raise your hand. You almost always talk to people in elevators, airplanes, grocery stores, and wherever you go. I can raise my whole body because this is me. Hey, extrovert friends in the house, always talking to strangers. Even when they're tired of you, you just keep talking, yeah? They are like, why are you disturbing my peace? But you cannot stop. Next slide, please. Raise your hand if you almost always have a color-coded or otherwise organized closet. My bestie is over here. Her hand is always up for that. I need to invite her to my closet because my closet is currently in need of help. Who are these people? Okay, there's a few of you in the house. Look at them well low if that's not you. Make friends with them. They said that we should network for what? We should be having co-founders, co-partners, right? Look at the people that are not like you so you can become friends with them. Next slide, please. Raise your hand if you almost always write down a list of things to do and stick to it even on the weekend. Somebody raised her 2 hands in the back. Go and get to know her. Her 2 hands. Oh, there's another lady here front. Oh, wow. There are many of you here. Okay, this is not me at all. Next question. Raise your hand if you almost always need to pick someone to race while driving. Lewis Hamilton on Lagos streets. Let's see you. Okay, there's a few of you in the house. Next one, please. Raise your hand if you almost always ask too many questions. The whole room. Find Your Voice 2025 is filled with questionnaires. I love it. Next slide, please. Raise your hand if you almost always push the elevator button to remind the elevator that you were there. You see, because when you pressed it the first time, surely the elevator did not hear you. Because if it did, it would be right here. So you got to keep pushing the button. See them? See them? I wish we had enough time so that we could ask you people why you do that. How many of you are curious as to why they do that? When you are at the elevator and they keep pushing it, you are wondering, do these people know that the first push was okay? Do you guys wonder about that as well? Now, these questions might seem funny and light, but they are all pointers to our differences. Do we agree? They are all pointers to how God has wired all of us differently. Now, I'm going to share a very quick scripture from 1 Corinthians 12, which speaks about unity and diversity in the body. I'll be very quick. So 1 Corinthians 12, verses 12 to 27. Please read it when you have the time. Now, imagine that God has wired you a certain way, right? So you are somebody that, you push the elevator button to remind the elevator that you are there. But let's say you are married to, or you have a good friend who is looking at you and wondering, why are you doing that? Can you see how there can be conflicts if we don't understand each other? Can you see how you can actually almost break out into a fight? And be like, but why are you pushing the button? But guess what? This is how God made us. So it's really about us understanding ourselves. Now, this scripture is important because it's a scripture that speaks about the fact that there is unity and diversity in the body. So we are all in the body, but we have unity, but we're also very diverse. We are very, very different. The things that gives us energy, the things that drain us are different and all of that. That scripture goes ahead to say that if the foot should say, because I am not a hand, I am not of the body. Can you guys imagine that? If the foot should say, I'm not a hand. Can your foot be your hand? Can your ear be your toe? God, no. You know what I mean? So imagine when we are resisting being who God created us to be. That's really what we are doing. We're not really stewarding the gifts that he has given us to naturally. Next slide, please. Okay, so let me quickly talk about what a talent is, and then we will go into a quick exercise. So I love this definition of a talent because if you went to school when I went to school in Nigeria many, many years ago, a talent was you can sing, you can act, you can dance, things that you can see. How many of you are like that? When you went to school, talents were things that you could see, right? All those things that are not visible were not really considered to be talents. So you feel like you don't have any talents. Let's see. You feel like I don't really have any talent because all those things that people do that show, yeah? Thank you for being honest. There's a few of us in the house. Now, a talent is not just what you can see. In fact, most talents, you cannot see them, all right? And it is a naturally recurring pattern of thought, feeling, or behavior that can be productively applied. So things like some of the icebreakers that we did, You just effortlessly and instinctively start conversations with strangers. That's actually a talent because not everybody can do it. Thinking in an orderly or timely manner, that's a talent because not everybody can do it. I promise you, because I don't know how to color code my closet, but I'll be making friends with those of you that do. Easily and naturally influencing others, that's a talent. Seeing patterns in data. How many of you see patterns in data? Let's see. Oh, there's a few of us. Data patterns in health. People think that we are strange. Are you guys aware? They think so, Abby. Okay, so you agree. That's also a talent. Consistently having a positive outlook in life. This is one of my favorites. That is a talent. You always have joy. Thank you. You always have joy. It doesn't matter what's going on. There's always joy in your heart. Thriving under pressure. Every Nigerian that was born of a woman with a green passport has this talent. Hallelujah. Do you guys agree? Because if anybody can thrive under pressure, who is it? It's us. We are the ones, yes. Making others laugh. I did not say that you think you make others laugh, because some people, they will say, I make others laugh. Do people really laugh? Do you understand? Like, do you actually make others laugh? That is also a talent. So you see, there's a variety of things that you cannot really see. As in, they are not tangible, but they are also talents as well. And it's very important that you understand what yours are. Next slide, please. Now, how do you take your talent to a place of strength? Ladies and gentlemen, your talent does not become amazing without you putting work into it, right? So imagine Chimamanda, who was our example earlier, just saying, oh, I know how to write books, and just sitting on her oars, not developing her talent. I don't know if many of you know her story, but she was actually supposed to be a medical doctor, because apparently in Nigeria, if you pass physics, chemistry, and biology in secondary school, what did they tell you? Go and study medicine, right? So apparently she was very, intelligent. She is very intelligent. So she was asked to study medicine. Thank God that he diverted the plans of those that said so, But her manuscripts kept getting rejected. It is through the intentional development of her talents, first of all, knowing what her talents were and being very intentional in developing them, that has gotten her to where she is today. Okay, so we have to be very intentional about investing in our talents. So when we take those our talents, those natural ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving, and we begin to invest in them intentionally, it then becomes a strength, which is what I like to call a superpower. So this is part 1 of my presentation today. Next slide. Now let's go into part 2. Now let's talk about your personality type, because when we talk about your superpowers, we're talking about your talents, which you develop into strengths, and then your personality type. Your personality type is very important, and you will see that as we go along. Okay, so I'm not going to talk too much about this because there's no time. Next slide, please. Does everybody have a paper and a pen? Okay, great. If you don't, borrow from your neighbor. If you're not nice to your neighbor, just beg them, if they have spare paper and pen, to borrow you. Okay, I want everybody to write their signature with their dominant hand. So use the hand that you normally use, right? So whatever hand you normally write with, whatever, your dominant hand. If it's your right or your left, write your name. Write your name, write your name, write your name. Now, when you're done writing your name with your dominant hand, I want you to write your name with your non-dominant hand. She said, I love dramatic people because I'm very dramatic as well. That was nice. She said because she's like, how? How am I going to do that? When you're done, let me know. Let me know when you're done. Are you guys done? You're done? Okay, great. I need you to shout loud because we don't have time. How did you feel when you were writing with your dominant hand? How? Your dominant hand. Easy. Convenience, very easy. Great. How did you feel when you were writing with your non-dominant hand? Chaos, right? Like, why am I doing this to myself? Who sent me? Exhausting, exactly. Okay, next slide, please. Now, this is how it feels when you're not leaning into your natural strength. You see the way that God made you, When you decide that you want to just be the opposite of that, how you were writing with your dominant hand, that's actually how you feel. And I'm sure that if many of you spend time reflecting on some of the things that have been happening in your life, maybe with your job, with your relationships, you will see how that is actually the reality. So what that was an exercise of preference. You see, all of us have a preference. There's a way that God wired all of us, whether we like the preference or we don't like the preference, right? And that is what is most energizing and comfortable for you, right? So let's say your dominant hand is your right hand. If you decide that you want to be in situations that makes your dominant hand your left hand all the time, you might be able to eventually, you can write eventually if you keep trying, but it's very hard, right? It's very uncomfortable. It's very stressful. I've heard people say all kinds of things about it, like, it makes them feel really horrible, like, why am I doing this to myself, okay? Now, there's no such thing as a right or wrong personality type, okay? Remember that we said that the eye cannot say that it wants to be the ear. Everybody has a gift, a calling, a personality type, and there's no right or wrong. But you have to discover your own. You have to be very intentional in discovering your own because nobody's going to do it for you. Or you might be fortunate to have had maybe family or teachers that have helped you, but it's really your task. Now, all of us are ultimately able to use our non-dominant, but it's never the same as using our dominant one. Next slide, please. So why is it important for us to understand our personality type? Next slide, please. And I'm going to go through a quick exercise for us to talk through that very quickly. Great, thank you. So I gave you a website that I'd like all of you to please go on and take the assessments after this session because we don't have the time to do it now, 16personalities.com. What I want you to do now is we're going to have a quick fun exercise, okay? So when I ask the questions, I want you to raise your hand if it is you. Number one is, are you outwardly or inwardly focused? So when we talk about, extroversion or introversion, it's really about how you get your energy. Do you get your energy from other people or do you get it happily by yourself? So are you somebody that could be described as talkative and outgoing? Do you like to be in a fast-paced environment? Do you like to work ideas out loud? When you are thinking out loud. You are talking as you are thinking. Do you like being the center of attention? If that's you, let's see your hands up for the extroverts. Don't pretend. Let's see you people in the house. Hi, Kindred. Wonderful. Could you be described as reserved or private? Sometimes they might even describe you as a snob. Very annoying. Some people will be like, why is she snobby? But you're not snobby. You're just a reserved and private person. You take your time to think things through. You don't like them to rush you. Why are you rushing me? You like to think things in your head. So you might be in a meeting and you don't talk much, but you are processing because you really want to think things through before you speak, unlike those other people. You know those ones that are always just talking? You would rather observe than be the center of attention. Let's see the eyes in the house. Eyes, let's see you. Wow, we have a lot of eyes in the house. Awesome. Now, I want you all to imagine, because we don't have time, so I'm going to skip very quickly. Imagine that you are an eye, and you are constantly in situations that ease gets energy from. What does this do to you? It drains you. Beautiful. And what else? Makes you uncomfortable. Absolutely. But even beyond that, do you know that I've seen people be on the same job, right? And that job is obviously more suited towards a personality type, okay? And because the other person is not that kind of person, they are stressed, they are struggling, and they are not delivering the results. And they get upset, they get resentful, right? But guess what? It is your job to go and figure out what works for your personality type. Let me give you an example. So I studied computer science in university 100,000 years ago. I'm just joking. It wasn't that long ago, but it was long ago. My degree is now extinct. And if you know anything about computer science, it's all about you coding, right? How many coders in the house? Coders, let's see your hands up, coders. There's girl coders. Yeah. All the coders in the house are girls. Oh my gosh, the world has changed. This is so exciting. Can we clap for the girl coders? I'm so excited. Because I was one of the only girls in my computer science class. There were 2 of us girls, 2 out of several people. Anyway, when I got my first job, I had to code, I had to test code. You guys, I didn't know why every day, whether I did a lot of work or not, I'll be tired. You know when you feel like you have been run over by a truck? I'll just be tired, I'll be drained, because I'm an extrovert. The best part of my day was when I was gisting with my colleagues during tea break, or taking them to lunch, or they were taking me to lunch. Because anything that has to do with human interaction gives me natural energy. Do you understand? So I very quickly resolved in my heart, thank God for Jesus, that I need to get a job within the tech space that has to do more with interacting with who? Human beings. Because interacting with computer is not working for me. I was the one that during COVID, I was always on Zoom call. How many of you extroverts like that? During COVID, because you were alone, right? Like you were in your house. You're just on Zoom calls for no reason. This is Zoom call. Let's get on the Zoom call because you're an extrovert and you need to interact with people. Meanwhile, the introverts in the house are looking at us like, why are you guys strange? Why can't you just be alone? Now imagine families. Imagine husband and wife and children. Should I tell you a quick joke? Should I tell you? There's no time, but should I tell you guys? So in my family, there are 3 extroverts and 1 introvert. Yes. Myself, my husband, and my first daughter, we are more extroverted. My baby, my second daughter, she's an I. And honestly, I think half the time she's looking at us like, what is wrong with you people? Sometimes me and my first daughter will just be dancing for no reason. There's no reason, we're just dancing. She'll be like, can you explain why you are dancing? And we're like, we don't know. We just feel like dancing. And she's like, okay. But guess what? My baby, she is very thoughtful. She doesn't like disruption. She likes things to be stable. How many of you are like that? We will soon get into that. You like stability. Don't just change your plan anyhow. Meanwhile, me and my first daughter, we're very flexible. We're very spontaneous. So you can just imagine that if we don't understand ourselves, there will be chaos in my house when? All the time. Now, another angle. So me, I'm very spontaneous, like I said. I'm very flexible. I like to live in the moment. My husband is very structured. He's a very structured guy. You know, he likes structure. Can you guys just imagine if we didn't understand each other, the kind of chaos that we'll be living in? Structure and flexibility. Do they go together? Do they go together? Exactly. It doesn't go together. And I'm telling you all of this because some of you have these situations in your life right now. You are wondering why you have been at conflict with people. Some of the reasons is because of the differences that we have. And it's not that we cannot, deal with all kinds of people. It's that we have to understand ourselves first, which helps us understand others, and then we all know how to deal with each other. Okay? Second one. So how do you prefer to take in information? All right? So are you somebody who, listen, you are all about reality. Where are my realists in the house? Please, give me the reality. I don't need your fiction. Yeah? Reality people. You like facts and details. You like practical application. Thank you. So these are the S's. I'm an S as well. Versus, I love my visionary people. Possibilities. Where are possibility people? You don't be seeing the big picture. Oh, the picture is so big and beautiful. Let's see you guys. Yeah. Possibility people. You people drive me crazy sometimes, but I love you. I need you in my life because sometimes, guess what? Nobody is perfect. So the S people sometimes need the N people, right? And the N people also sometimes need the what? S people. So all of us have a part to play. Now, the next one is, how do you prefer to make your decisions? Are you somebody who is, listen, you are logical? 1 + 1 is what? See? She has just told us that she's not logical because she said 1 + 1 is 1. But you guys get the point, right? Logical people, they don't want to be bending. 1 + 1 is always 1. There's no, is it 1.2 + 0.8? Please, 1 + 1 is 1. Sorry, it's 2. Now, you value justice and fairness. If people are arguing, you find flaws in their, yes, all of that stuff. Those are the thinking people. Now, the F people are people like, listen, it's all about your personal values. You make decisions based off of how you feel. Can we see you guys, the feelers in the house? This is how I felt about it, and so that's why I made that decision. There's no logic to my actions, yeah? It was about how I was feeling. Okay. You value harmony and forgiveness. Let's all live happily together. After all, the current state of the world is stressing you because there's no forgiveness and there's very little harmony. All right. You could be described as warm and empathetic. Can we see your hands up? Oh, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Now, I want you to just imagine a situation with these two opposing personality types dealing with situations and not understanding each other. Please, what will happen? Chaos. Whether it's in the workplace, whether it's even in church, serving in a unit, all right? Whether it is with children, whatever it is, because you have to understand that we are wired differently. Now, last but not the least, how do you prefer to live your outer life? So are you somebody that, listen, rules and deadlines should be respected? They said 2 o'clock, not 2:05. Most Nigerians are not like this, but there's a few of you people that are like that because Nigerians, when it comes to timekeeping, the Lord is going to help us. Amen? You like to have step-by-step instructions. You don't like to be playing guessing game. You like to make plans and you want to know where you are going. Yeah? Versus the people that listen, my people, flexibility, spontaneous. Let's just leave our options open. Somebody's waving her hand so vigorously because she knows that that's who she is. Yeah. You know, if you make a plan for the day, you can change it 10 times. Where are you people? Yeah. Because why should we, it's my day, right? I can change it as much as I like. And you just like to improvise. You like new situations. Let me give another example about this. If you are working in a place, right, and you are somebody that likes spontaneity, you are more of a P than a J. If you are working in a place that things don't change much, you will be drained. I'm not shaking for you. It is the facts. Yes, you will be drained every day. You'll be stressed up. Yeah, you'll be stressed up because it's a lot. Yeah, it's actually a lot. It's a lot, you know. It's happened to me many times. Thank God I've been working for a long time now. I now know myself. I know the kind of job I will not take. I don't care how much they are paying me because every day I will be drained, all right? And you have to remember that when you get energy and what releases your energy, you have to be mindful of it. Because every day, you are either receiving energy or you are giving energy away. Do you know? In every situation that you are in. So if you spend your days doing more things that don't give you energy, do you know that you can actually end up sick? I've met with somebody before who was working in a job. He was quite good at it, but it was draining him. He ended up in the hospital, actually sick, because every day he was getting drained. So I need you all to really understand what gives you energy and what drains you. Now, you can do a quick exercise. You can write maybe all the things that you do typically every day, like during the week. You can put an E next to the things that give you energy and a D next to the things that drain you, okay? If you have more Ds, more things that drain you than give you energy, what do we have? A problem. You need to figure out a way to adjust your day. This does not mean that we only do things that give us energy. Nobody is living in la-la land here, all right? We're all adults. We're all big boys and big girls. But you have to figure out a way to structure your day in such a way that you are not only doing things that drain you, okay? And understanding your personality type is a huge first step. Next slide, please. So the next slide is an assessment. So this is the link to the assessment. It's 16personalities.com. Please take it after this session. And, just read up on yourself, and have fun getting to know how you really are wired and use that application in your daily life, right? So don't just read it and that's it. Actually be conscious about how you are using that to develop your superpowers. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to try to start rounding up because I have 4 minutes. So, a very quick one. Now, many of us have a preference type, but our environment has influenced our type, okay? Many of yous are actually, I said many of yous, wow. Did I really just say many of yous? Okay. It's a new English word, why not? Many of you are actually maybe extroverted, but you grew up in a family where they said that you are too much. Why are you always talking? How many of you like that? Be honest. Why are you always talking? Yes. And so your brain just said, you know what, just shut up all the time. And you are actually stressed inside you because you have something to say and you want to say it. But because of what people have said around you, you can't say it. Please, can you go and pray to God? Ask him to just take you back to your resets. He should reset your button. Take you back to amen for you, sir. I saw your hand in the air, amen. Reset, please. It's very important. For you to fulfill your destiny, fulfill your purpose, unleash anything that God has given you, you have to be who God made you to be, okay? So if you've had people influence your type negatively, please work on that, So many of us, from school, even work pressure, right? Sometimes at work, people make negative comments about you, how you were raised, society and culture. Let's not even get into that one. That's a whole different ball game, and just trying to survive. Many of us actually are not who we were created to be. So we have to be very, very conscious about that because when you keep doing those things, you're actually more drained than energized. How many of us in the room, honestly speaking, every day you feel you are just drained? Let's be honest. How many of us in the room? Okay, there's a few people in the room. Okay, please take your time to take this assessment. Take your time to do an audit of your day, of your life. Sometimes it doesn't actually mean changing your situation. It just means changing how you are appearing in the situation. Okay? So for some people, they might even have the same job, but the way that they are presenting at that job changes because they are being more of themselves. So this is not saying that you should go and quit your job or whatever. It's just saying that you have to be more of who you were wired and created to be. Next slide, please. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to break some news to you. 1, 2, 3, 4. You cannot turn your weaknesses into strengths. Did I break your hearts? I'm so sorry. I don't know how to sing like Moji, but even though she sang, she tried. Said she didn't know how to sing. I don't know. I would have sang a sad love song, sorry song for you. You cannot turn your weaknesses into strengths. It is impossible. Everybody has strengths and everybody has weaknesses. There's no perfect person except for Jesus. Okay? So, you cannot say, I like Mojibade's speaking strength. I mean, just look at her on the stage. I want to change from my own that God gave me and become like her. That's literally the eye trying to become the ear. Do you understand? That's the eye trying to become the ear. You are not stewarding what God gave you at all. You are trying to steward what God did not give you that belongs to somebody else. That gets you nowhere fast. So what are some of the things that you can use to identify what your strengths are not? What do you dread doing? As in, whenever they say you should do this thing, you always dread it. When I say dread, I mean you can freeze, like your body freezes up. What drains you? We already talked about that. What things do you put off? You always put them off. You never, ever want to do them. You're always putting them off. What tasks, as many times as you've done them, they just don't get easier. Other people, they seem to be learning. You, goodness, how many of you, did your parents give you music teacher when you were small? Let's see you. Music teacher? Did they try to help your life and your destiny to learn piano? How many of you can play it? Okay, then. You know, meanwhile, you can have one friend. I have a friend, her son did not even do lesson. The boy just plays piano. He said he hears music. I said, wow, just like that. Can you now imagine somebody comparing themselves to him that does not have a musical talent in their body? What will happen? You'll just be stressed for no reason, okay? So, another thing is what makes you feel inadequate. Tasks that constantly make you feel inadequate. You just feel like you're not good enough, you know, all of these negative things. Next slide, please. So those are not your strengths. So what you need to do is focus on, beautiful. What you need to do is focus on managing your weaknesses, okay? There's such a thing as weakness management, and everybody needs to learn it. Every single person in the world. That's why the Bible says that we are not supposed to be alone. It's in community, you understand? Everybody has different strengths. So in community, all our strengths come together, but you cannot change your weaknesses into strengths. It doesn't happen. Okay, so all of you here, beautiful people, you are all blessed with plenty potential, but you have to discover it. So if you spend your time trying to be like other people, then you are wasting your energy on not discovering yourself and your own unique potential. Now, that potential has not only been something that you have to discover, but you also have to, remember my 4-step rule, you have to discover, you have to develop, you have to deploy, and ultimately dominate. And use it in your life. So what you have to do is focus on where you can win and learn how to manage your weaknesses. A great way to learn how to manage your weaknesses is building networks and communities of people that have strengths where you don't have strengths. It's one of my favorite things to do. I've now become a pro at it. I have so many friends that where I'm weak, they are very strong. So when I have an issue, I know who to call. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so let me quickly talk to you about how talents and personality type kind of come together, because we spoke about talents first and then personality type. So your talents are natural. Remember, we said it comes to you naturally, it comes to you easily. You were just dashed. God just dashed you the gifts, right? Now, your personality is your preferences, right? Like we said, when we did the handwriting exercise, how you get your energy, how you take in information, how you make decisions, and how you live your life. Now, together, your talents and your personality form your default wiring, your own unique operating system, how you operate as a person, and we are all different. We might have some similarities, but ultimately, we are all quite different. Now, when you know and own your personality type, your strengths and all of that, you can now begin to walk in your superpowers. But outside of that, you will struggle because you are not owning who you were created to be. Next slide, please. So I have a few questions to ask you as I begin to round up. Number one is, as I've been talking for the past, 20 minutes, what insights have you gained about yourself that maybe you didn't think about before? Just think about it like, I didn't actually realize I was more of this, but I'm actually more of that. And what is one step you will take before the end of this year to unleash your superpowers? Because it's really about us taking insights to action. Okay, so think about it. Just spend a moment and think about it. Next slide, please. And that is the end of my presentation. Do we have any questions? Thank you so much. So we're out of time, but I think that we can take some questions. Let me ask the MCs, the fabulous MCs.
Yes, so...
Can we clap for these MCs? Dressed to the T.
Thank you.
Do we have time for questions? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so while we wait for other groups to come, if anyone has any question, I saw that hand first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let me just start with her. Hello. Your name, right?
So, hi, my name is Inuma.
Hi, Emma.
My question is, okay, when you're, let's say, for example, in university, you are usually assigned to do different things. Maybe you're trying to figure out your talent. And because you're busy with some certain things, you're tasked with school reading, maybe you're in a club, for example, and you end up, after maybe 5 years, 4 years, you don't know what your talent is. You end up trying to see, okay, what can I actually do after spending your time taking care of things and stuff like that. So how do you start that process as somebody that is trying to figure out their talents?
Great question. Thank you for asking that question. So there's 2 things I would ask you to do. The first one is please take the personality assessment that I spoke about, very important. Second of all is a great way to start is to ask people around you. So when I started this journey of trying to discover my talents, which ultimately led me to becoming a certified coach, I was stalking people around me, everybody, my husband, my friends. What do you guys think I'm good at? What do you guys think comes naturally to me? And you will be surprised by their responses. You won't be so surprised because some of it you already know, but you don't think that is a talent. Do you get? The problem is that there are actually many things that we have as talents that we don't even think are useful, but they are very useful. All right? So start with that. Ask people around you questions. Do the assessment. Get my number and let's talk after. Anybody else?
Good afternoon. My name is Felicia.
Hi, namesake.
I would say for my kind of person in terms of my career journey and what I want to do, I'm an introvert. I would say I'm more or less in between. But the career path I've chosen for myself, which is in management consulting, is more of a fast-paced environment. But I tend to think more about what I'm doing, so it kind of affects how I thrive in the workplace. So how can I make that adjustment to be able to thrive even when it's fast-paced, be able to make quick decisions, because sometimes in those kind of careers, you need to be able to make decisions on your feet. And also the kind of problems you are also solving need to be on your feet as well. How do you manage your personality in that aspect?
Namesake, I love that question because I have so many examples about how I've been able to do that in my life. So I'll give you an example that I think would help you. So I'm not very good at strategic thinking because I'm an extra, thinking alone is not really my thing. So what I discovered is that it's not that I'm not good at it, it's that I prefer to do it with people. Right? So if I'm in a group, I love teamwork because if I'm in a group, oh my goodness, I can come up with ideas. But typically if I'm alone, it's just like, what's going on here? So what you need to do is that you need to figure out, first of all, if you enjoy your job, do you actually enjoy it? We have a problem, namesake. Okay, well, we have to, sometimes we don't enjoy the work, but it's paying our bills. So until we get the next one, we have to manage the one that we have. So I'll give you 2 tips before I continue. One is, if you really feel like you need to, let's talk about it after, because I realize that this is live and some of it might be, personal. We don't want, people hearing too much. But honestly, you just have to figure out what works for you. So there's things that you might not be good at on your own. But for instance, there might be a team member or 2 that if you sit with them and talk to them, you are able to be quicker with your responses. What you need to do is, don't try to be like an extrovert. Let me tell you something. The truth is, a lot of times in meetings, I've observed it, and I manage a lot of people. I've observed that the people that speak the quickest, they don't always have the best idea. In fact, I found that, even though I'm an extrovert, that the I people, you guys come up with better ideas because you think things through. So you need to figure out how to make them see your superpower in your workplace by coming up with fantastic ideas. You tell them, I don't think as fast as other people. Sorry, not that you don't think. You don't deliver results or you don't come up with solutions as fast. It's because you need to think through it. Maybe you just need a few hours. Maybe if you come to work the following day, you have better ideas. But you need to be able to describe yourself even to your bosses. See, I've learned that if you can explain to people how you are as a person and you deliver results, you are good. The problem is if you think, these extroverts, they're always just talking. I want to be like them. Own your superpower. Do you understand? I'm sure that you probably come up with better ideas than them. Don't tell them that I said so, but I'm sure that you do, right? So just take the time out to do that and also explain to your boss that I also have ideas, but it's not going to be in the middle of that meeting. Because I've seen many people like you who come the day after, 2 days after, and your ideas are better than everybody else's ideas. Or you might be the person that when you pull everybody's ideas together, there's a great one. Do you understand? So you need to figure out where you fit. But let's talk after as well because, we're on camera. We're live. Next question.
All right. I have a question here.
Okay, good evening. My name is Florence.
Hi, Florence.
And I picked something from what you said. You said we can't transform or we can't turn our weaknesses to strengths. And there is this thing about HR specialists whenever you want to go in for an interview. And so there's this thing they say when you have to talk about your strengths and your weaknesses, and then they will be like, oh, okay, probably suggestion on how you can answer about your weakness. So you're working on making your weakness your strength and all of that. So how do you marry these both informations together?
Okay. HR people always come up. HR people have suffered. Are there any HR people in the house? Hi, HR person. How you doing? And her friend is pointing, Folusho. My namesake, why are you doing that? Your friend is trying to hide her HR. I'm just kidding. Okay, honestly speaking, that question is a question that they always ask at interviews. Even me, I ask it at interviews because why not? Everybody says that we should be asking it. Just like I said to Folusho just now, you can even be describing your introverted self and let them know that. So I have been told that a weakness is that, I don't come up with solutions as fast as others. However, for me, because I'm an introvert, it just takes me a little bit more time to come up with solutions. Do you understand? It's really about how you frame it. All of us have strengths and all of us have weaknesses. I think we often think, if I say I have a weakness, it's bad. There's no human being that doesn't have a weakness. Even the most successful, everybody, I don't want to mention people's name because, in Nigeria, we like to sing about successful men. I don't want to call anybody's name. Everybody has weaknesses. That's why a lot of those people that you see that are very successful, they have surrounded themselves with people that have strengths, where they are weak. So when you are responding, you need to respond with authority, knowing who you are. A weakness could be, let me think about let me give you an example. Goodness, there was a job I once had, and they said that as part of my role as running an organization, that I had to be the company secretary for when we were having board meetings, and I would take the minutes. Minutes. I laughed in Chinese, French, Yoruba, Hausa, all of it. And I thought to myself, wow. But it was a very small portion of my job. I mean, we had board meetings 4 times a year. The portion of my work was very small. Those minutes were always the hardest things for me to write because it just drained me. Whenever I would have to write those minutes, I would be drained. So I now decided that, you know what? I need to figure out a way around this because I have to do it, and I like to be excellent in my work. So whenever I had to do the minutes, thank God I don't have that job anymore, and I don't have to do that. And if they're listening, thank God, because you guys stressed me with those minutes. I would do things that would give me energy before I would have to do that. So let's say I'm blocking my day. Let's say I'm blocking 8 hours. I can spend 3 hours doing the things that come naturally to me, that I enjoy about my job. I'm getting energy. Then I'll just now schedule 1 hour of painful work that I don't want to do. But because I'm a big girl, I have to do it. Do you understand? So this thing is really about us learning how to manage ourselves and even articulating it. I think that when people ask those questions during interviews, they want to know that you know yourself. That's actually the truth. HR auntie, is it not the case? She has agreed with me. I'm not an HR person. They don't want to know that you know yourself. Because whenever people say, I don't have any weakness, I only have strengths during interview, it's either you just graduated yesterday or you are clueless. No, it's true, because who does not? Do you get? So it's really about you showing that you know yourself and you can articulate and present how you are as a person. All good?
Self-awareness. So I want to go to
I just want everybody to know that I was on time. Mojibade, I want you to know that I was, out of all the panels that we did today, I kept to my time. When you shorten my time, thank you, because, they are not back. I could have continued, right? They are not yet back. Yeah. I just had to put that in there because they stressed me about my time. Yes.
All right, so what I want to ask, okay.
Sorry, I'm going to the back because most times when it's time for questions, most people in front always get answered and you don't see people at the back. That's why I have to go to the back. I'll come to you this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
People in the back, please, if you have questions, just come to the front and grab the mic.
All right, so my
can
name
take
is,
my own, I don't mind.
So my name is Waris. So what I want to regarding talent, so...
Laptop. You know the winner of the laptop. Hey, laptop winner, tear rubber.
All right, so when we are talking about the aspect of talents, it seems to be like some talent seems to be, or it makes you look unserious. For example, someone like me, I love talking about politics, governance, leadership. So if I'm going to say I want to become a politician, everybody will ask you, that's not a job. Or if you should say, okay, I want to be teaching politics, it will take you how many years of experience before you can start teaching people politics. So me having a talent like that, I was like, okay, I still need to pay my bills. Let me try and apply for roles. So I'll apply for roles. They will call me for interview. Then they will ask me, what can you do? I'll tell them I can do this, I can do that. Then at the end of the day, I'll get a response like, you are sounding boastful. Okay. Someone even asked me, what do you think is your strength? I mentioned it. Then when
what did you mention? Tell us.
So I told the person that I've led a team of being the former faculty president of my school. I've led over 2,000 students.
Wonderful.
I told them that I worked with teams. I've also served as I've also served as campus director of sustainable projects. So I told them that then they asked me what is my weakness. The moment the person asked me what my weakness is, I was like, okay, my weakness would be I always want things to be fine. I always care about things being fine. So after the interview, I myself, I was just convinced that that's not good. That's
okay,
not.
you said you knew that weakness answer was not answering.
So what I'm trying to say
I'm happy that you said it. I didn't say it.
So what I'm trying to say is, if I'm going to define myself, I'm going to say I like to talk about leadership. I like to talk about politics. But all of the roles I'm getting, how do I tell someone that wants to employ me for a role that I like politics? Be like, okay.
Okay. Sorry, let's slow down. So tell me what exactly you are applying for as a role that you are saying, I like to talk about leadership, because it's not really clear to me yet. So help me out.
All right. So, for example, I studied counseling and human development studies from the University of Ibadan.
Nice.
So
and you were campus president of many things. Hallelujah. Yeah.
All right, so one of the roles I applied for, a particular time I applied for education program officer because I was president of faculty of education. So I applied for a role. Then I think their own scope of work is around justice, going to the going to help the children that are. So that's one. Then, so I applied for a role of this particular one does not even have a particular job role. They were just like apply.
It doesn't have a job role. Yeah. As in, there's no job description.
There was no job description. So it was like, so now the question thrown to me. So now, body branding.
What's your name again?
Why not? Waris.
Waris. Okay, continue.
Okay, body branding is around organizing parties and all. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, I can help them with mobilization. I can help them get people to the event. And so when the woman asked me that, so how do you want to come in? I said I want to come in as a community manager. In this sense, mine is not virtual. It's going to be more physical, mobilizing people, working on the logistical aspects. So after the interview, I saw that I didn't get a call or anything from them. In my head, I was like, did they tell me they need people like that for their party? That I was like, okay, probably I'm not saying what they need. Then the third one, I applied for procurement or officer role. When I went to read what procurement is all about, I know it's not things I can do.
I will not hire you to be. Let me say, Waris, just wait. That procurement officer, I will not hire you for procurement officer because I don't understand from where to where. Do you know what procurement officer? So hold on. So I think that there's a few things here that you need to kind of just spend time thinking about. Please take the personality assessment, okay, and learn how to describe who you are. You sound like you have some very amazing talents. You are good at mobilizing people. You ran a few, campus initiatives. But when you are interviewing for a role that doesn't have a job description, for me, that's a red flag. Anybody else in the house? Because what are you interviewing? There's no job description. Mommy HR, please help us. There's no job description. So what are you applying for? Are we just on vibes? Do you get my point? Because also, guys, let's also remember, it is not every company that is organized. So please, I beg you, don't be applying for roles that don't have job description. So what am I applying for? So you are almost internalizing it in the wrong way, in my opinion, because the first one that you said has no JD, so it's not even clear what they wanted you to do, unless you did not get the JD. Are you sure that they did not have JD?
That one was just like, I think there is an opening somewhere, so send your CV.
Oh Lord, okay. Moving on. Now to the procurement. You don't sound like somebody that procurement would necessarily be something that you are wired towards doing. But let me tell you something. If you want to apply for a job and you see the job description and you understand yourself, there's a way that when you are interviewing, you can speak, you are not lying, you can speak in line with what they want. But if you don't know what they want, then, so for instance, now if I ask you, what is procurement? I'm not putting you on the spot, but you put yourself on. So, what procurement?
So I see procurement as someone that delivers, like when a company sells out, then you ensure the delivery of it and all.
No. So thank you for this. You've really helped me today. Next advice, everybody, please, when you are applying for a job, I know that we're looking for money, we're looking for work. All of us, I don't care how much money, we're all looking for. Don't apply for things that you have not done research on. If you want to apply for anything, please take the time, go on Google. You guys, you people are the ChatGPT generation. Do not go, say, please, what is procurement? I want to apply for a procurement role. This is what my CV looks like. This is my personality type. After you take the assessment, what do you think I can use to sell myself? But if you don't understand the role, guess what? When they are interviewing you, they are experts. They will know. Do you get? So, Waris, are we Are we good? You and I can talk a bit more after because it seems like there's a bit more to the matter. My handle where? On Instagram? Generations have changed though. I say Instagram, Uncle say IG. Just messing with you. It's right there on the screen. Folusho G. F-O-L-U-S-O-G. There's no H in my name. I'm a proper Yoruba girl. No H in my name. So...
All right, so
our daddy has come back.
The rest of the questions you go to DM or on Instagram.
So please take our LinkedIn, Instagram, and
at
email. Remember, Adewale Yusuf, he started by sending a mail, so be the one to send a mail today. All right. So please just take advantage. A round of applause for Felicia, please. She's been expressive with us, so thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us up until this time. We do not take it for granted that you are taking this personal investment into your personal and professional growth, and we are sure that it's going to count for something. And when we start hearing your voice, to be a voice of impact and of significance. All right? So while we wait for other colleagues to join us, and we wrap up.
All right, so somebody should help me announce to the people outside that the finale is about to kick off. Gaze Baba is in the building. Yeah. And we're going to dance, we're going to sing, we're going to, just have fun before we go. And we have one or two more surprises for us, actually. And the surprises are going to, that's their job. I'm going to leave it to them to do the surprises. We'll get to know the winners of some of the laptops, winners of the debate, and a few other things before we go. So everyone coming in from other breakouts, please come in, take your seat. Multimedia, can we have some music? And then let's get the people outside in so we can bring Gaze Baba in. All right. Thomas.
Jesus the bread of life. Jesus Jesus eternal life. Jesus for me ni àlàáfíà. Láìsí ní Nasarawa. Ìsinmi wà nínú Jésù. Ọmọ ọpẹ́ ó yá sáré wá. Goodness and mercy they follow. From now until tomorrow. And everything where I get, ọmọ na my own. Me I no borrow. Nínú ayé, Jésù yọ mí kúrò nínú ayé. Ó rà mí padà, ó wá sọ mí dọmọ. Mo wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ayérayé. Nínú ayé, Jésù yọ mí kúrò nínú ayé. Ó rà mí padà, ó wá sọ mí dọmọ. Mo wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ayérayé. Ó fún mi ní ìbára, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́, ìbára, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́, ìbára, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́, ìbára, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́. Let's go. Let me see you dance. Let's go. Let me see you dance. Let's go. Let me see you dance. Let's go.
It's a banger. Silence the voice of failure. We make success louder. Bigger than bigger. What we got is realer than real, and we are on fire. And this is the life that we chose. We're balling in the Holy Ghost. Higher we go. We will never stop. There's a spirit that's alive in me. The spirit of the Lord, and it's taking me to levels me I've never been before. I got joy like a river, chopping life like a pizza. 'Cause I'm bigger, bigger. I'm bigger.
We know who we are, we are born of God, oh. We know what to do, we have the future. I'm unstoppable, I'm the fourth. I'm like a city that is set up on the hilltop.
Upward and forward, we are on fire, we are on fire. Nothing can stop us, nothing can stop us. They cannot stand us, they cannot stand us. We are on fire, we are on fire, we are on fire. Upward and forward.
DJ DJ Dopex.
Living for His glory, I'm on fire every day. Nothing can stop me, doesn't matter what I face. I am getting bigger every day. Every day, we getting bigger every day. Bigger every day, we getting bigger every day. Bigger every day, no limitations. We taking over, we getting bigger every day. See us, my face, they show. No be me, they run up. See us, my shoe, they shine. I'll give it up for only God. See us, my face, they show. No be me, they run up. See us, my shoe, they shine. I'll give it up for only God. Wetin Baba do for me? Some people say na juju. Them no go fit understand them, 'cause the basic must know my standard, yo. If I say Baba God no try, na me no try at all. I be my fancy no show, he show. Yeah, my head he dead, yeah, he dead, yeah. Come follow me, shout hallelujah, hallelujah. Baba God, you too much. Hey, see us, my
DJ
face,
Dopex.
no be me, they run up. See us, my shoe, they shine. I'll give it up for only God. See us, my face, they show. No be me, they run up. See us, my shoe, they shine. I'll give it up for only God.
Oil on my head, increase in my hands, increase in my hands, speed on my feet, speed on my feet. Everywhere I go, everywhere I go, there's oil on my head. I carry the bar for head, increase in my hands, increase in my hands, speed on my feet, speed on my feet. Everywhere I go now, everywhere I go.
Thank you, DJ. DJ.
You bring it down.
Thank you, DJ. Just
All right, welcome back from your breakout rooms. I hope you had a wonderful time. All right, but now without any further ado, I'm going to be welcoming Pastor Debo, the resident pastor of Elevation Church, Lekki Expression. Can we give a round of applause as we welcome Pastor Debo to the stage right now to come and announce the winners of the competition, the debates, right? All right.
Thank you very much. Welcome back from your breakout sessions. I trust you had a great time. I'm here representing the very robust panel of judges that assessed the debates that occurred earlier. We have two teams, the team visibility and the team values. And the rubric we use to evaluate the debate has 5 parts. Clarity of argument, which is 25 points. Evidence and examples, 20 points. Rebuttal and responsiveness, 20 points. Delivery and presence, 20 points. Team synergy, 15 points. And these are the scores for team visibility. In terms of clarity of argument, out of available 25 points, they got 18 points. Team value, out of 25 points, for clarity of argument, got 22 points. Evidence and examples, out of 20 points, the team visibility got 16 points. Team values got 18 points. Rebuttal and responsiveness, team visibility got 12 points. And team values got 19 points. This is why we had the biggest margin. Delivery and presence, team visibility got 14 points. Team values got 17 points. In terms of team synergy, Team Visibility got 11 points. That's out of 15 points available, and Team Value got 14 points. Now, I want you to know that both teams did a fantastic job. However, for the purpose of this competition, while Team Visibility scored a total of 71 out of 100 points, Team Value scored 89 out of 100 points. So the winner of the debate, of course, is Team Value. Come on, put your hands together. And they have won a whooping 200,000 Naira for coming tops on this debate. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor Debo Motsinde, resident pastor of the Elevation Church, Lekki Expression. So we're going to announce very quickly the winners of the laptop.
Yes.
Are you going to question me or you wait for me to explain? Okay, thank you very much. That gentleman that was shouting yes, are you part of Team Value? All right, before I announce the winners of the laptop and, of course, the criteria that was used for selection, I will announce the 5 winners of 250,000 Naira each, courtesy Credit Direct Limited. And then you'll go to their booth to claim your prize, of course, with the relevant information that you need, your ID card and everything in between. We have 5 winners of 250,000 Naira each. Congratulations to Michael Ogar. If you're here, Michael Ogar, O-G-A-R, congratulations. Sarah Hannah, congratulations. You've also won 250,000 Naira, courtesy Credit Direct Limited. Toyosi Hude, Hude, I'm not sure if that's the right pronunciation, H-U-D-E, Toyosi Hude, congratulations to you as well. Chinasa Okoye, 250,000 Naira Richa, congratulations. So, congratulations to you. And Adiola Jimo, congratulations. Adiola Jimo, congratulations again. Michael Oga, Sarah Hannah, Toyosi Hude, Chinasa Okoye, and Adiola Jimo, 250,000 Naira each. Please proceed to the Credit Direct booth and you'll sort out the disbursement from there. And now, for the winners of the laptop. Yes, I will announce and tell you how we got these people. Very quickly. So when we put out the registration link to register, these 3 persons were the first to register. And so they will get a brand new laptop each. Next time when we put out link, you register.
First.
Temitope Olajide, congratulations if you're here. Please stand. Temitope Olajide, or if you know Temitope Olajide, please inform him or her. Congratulations to Temitope Olajide. Bukola Oziegbe. Bukola Oziegbe, if you know Bukola Oziegbe or if Bukola is here, congratulations to you. Odunlami Adepeju Esther. Are you here? Odunlami Adepeju Esther, please come forward. Congratulations to you. You've just won yourself a brand new laptop, courtesy Find Your Voice Lagos through Piggy Vest. Congratulations to you. And then we also talk about volunteering. So the first 3 people to register to volunteer would also be getting 3 laptops, 1 each, of course. Feintoluwa Aluko. Feintoluwa Aluko, if you are here, please make your way. All right, make some noise for Feintoluwa. She's coming. She was actually working at the back. So congratulations. Thank you for volunteering to be a part of this team. Omobolaji Oyetade. Omobolaji Oyetade, if you're here, congratulations to you as well. Ibukun Fagbemi. Ibukun Fagbemi, congratulations to you as well. We will make the other announcement for the last 3, but let's celebrate. All right, so we have one of our volunteers. All right, congratulations, very well done. Thank you for serving, and your service has, of course, earned you a brand new laptop. Congratulations to you.
So, for the first 3 people that registered, if you heard your name, please just go to Tony over there, please. Oliver Tony over there.
That's to the left.
Yes.
Of which means to your right, anyway.
Thank you.
All right, have we had a really good day? Even if you didn't win money or laptop, have you had a really good day?
I can't find your voice. Have you had a good day?
What is your commitment?
I will use my voice, and I too will be great.
What is your commitment?
I will use my voice, and I too will be great.
Amazing. On that note, please rise and celebrate our convener, who has not only gotten the vision, but also executed this vision. Let's celebrate him as he comes to give the closing remarks before we introduce Gaze Baba for the after party. Please celebrate the global lead pastor of the Elevation Church and convener of Find Your Voice Worldwide, Pastor Godman Akinlabi.
All right, somebody make some noise. Thank you for waiting till now, and we are now at the final phase of the event, and we're privileged to have Gaze Baba just take us to the next level. But before we get into that, very quickly, I have some very important announcements to make, and I need you to listen. Now, this community that we're building is a community of people of influence who will influence other people. Please, you can take Gaze Baba to that side. Right there. Yeah. Let's appreciate Gaze Baba, please. So, I said it's a community of people of influence that will influence other people. So, giftings and all that are things that will continue to flow here. So, if you stay within the community, obviously, what you did not get today, you will get one way or the other. So please don't be disappointed. So having said that, we have a mentoring lab that I want you to be a part of if you subscribe and you pre-qualify and you qualify. What do you call it? Multimedia, can you put the slide on the screen for me for the mentoring lab? The mentoring lab is a 6-week program. There will be 15 mentors, all right? 15 mentees, and we have 3 tracks: entrepreneurs, creatives, and entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are people who are working currently, but they want to be entrepreneurs within the work that they are doing currently. And this is only open to 15 people, and the 3 tracks are also there. Grow with mentor, connect with peers, step into influence. That's what this is all about. This is how we made it in Africa, mentoring lab. And we have builders, creators track, leaders track. I want you to just pick on the QR code, and you can just be fortunate to be pre-qualified to be a mentee. And there are many things that will come in the process. So scan the QR code. Also, later on this year, in the month of December, 7th of December to be precise, we're going to be having Music in the Park 2025. Yeah. So Music in the Park 2025, 7th of December. I want you to watch out for it. You can register now as well. If you have ever been to Music in the Park before, then you know it's something that you should not miss. This year is going to be bigger, it's going to be better, and it's going to be all sorts, from Afrofusion to, different kinds of whatever you want to call it. I'm not saying that because Gaze Baba is here, but we have been in this together. It's just that my hair is not colored, but we have been doing this for a long time together. You understand what I'm saying? Even Pastor Debo that does not have hair has been a part of this movement too for a long time to come. All right. So Music in the Park, 7th of December. Please register. to be a part of that. Find Your Voice 2026 is going to be on the Green Day as well, 1st of October 2026. But I want you to be a part of the community before then. There are many things that will be coming in, and you need to just continue to plug yourself into this movement. But what I'm trusting God for is that someday I will use your story here on the stage. And just like I brought people up today, it's you that will be coming up along with me. Someday you are the one that will run the panel. Someday you are the breakout speaker because you have an authentic story. Now, for somebody listening to me right now, the story of your life is in chapter 1. And perhaps the book of your destiny has 12 chapters. Don't give up in chapter 1. Yeah. Don't think that things are not working because you are still in chapter 1. The one who wrote the story of your life has written and finished it. All he wants you to do is to step in, like we say in theater, act 1, scene 1, act 2, scene 3. Just step in like that and make sure that you show up. Part of stepping up and stepping in is coming for Find Your Voice 2025. Don't stop stepping out. Don't stop stepping up. Because it's in taking those steps that you're going to find your voice, and it's going to be an authentic voice that will create another movement that will change the world. I'm waiting to hear your story, and I know your story is going to be sweet. Yes! Yeah. So, without further ado, taking us to the finale after party, Find Your Voice 2025 is none other. Well, have you had fun today? Have you been blessed today? Have you received inspiration today? Have you received revelation today? And how many of you are going to do something with what you have heard today? I want you to know that all the people So, okay, I understand there's the People's Voice Award. I think it's part of the debate award. When people were shouting, when somebody was debating, right? That's the People's Voice Award. So, the loudest noise during the debate came up when somebody was speaking. Who do you think it is? You know why I'm asking? I want to be sure, since it's people's voice, the people should be able to know their voice so that I can corroborate what they have given me. So you people will not throw paper at me. I know you won't steal me, but you can throw paper at me if I... So, the People's Voice Award is going to Peculiar Amao. And it's a cash prize of 200,000 naira. 100,000 naira. Yeah. Peculiar Mao, please put your hands together for her. Congratulations for being the winner of the People's Voice Award. And then double winner because you and your team member won the debate. Congratulations. So the team will settle you with your money. Okay, so we can see the People's Voice Award. You people voted Peculiar, and that's why, as your favorite debater. So Peculiar, I hope you'll come next year and debate again on a different topic. And if you love to debate, you think you are good at debating, please, when you hear the announcement for Find Your Voice 2026 and you register, there will be something there that will ask you if you want to participate in the debate. Make sure that you let us know. But make sure you won't come here and let's leave it for another day. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Are you ready? One of the things that Gates Baba has been saying recently, which I've seen in a lot of his posts, is that we are outside. Yeah. We're outside, right? Me too, I'm going to join him outside. And so the next time you see me, if you see my hair color, don't be surprised. I hope you still listen to my message. I said, I hope you still listen to my message if I color my hair. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and receive with me Gaze Baba.
When the Spirit is upon, leave them and carry go. I will surely outrun them. Why? Because Oluwa is involved. So I don't listen to the noise, which is the highest. Plenty chariots, they run for my front. But when I begin my run, it go be like say I dare on steroids. If you are ready to find your voice, Elijah level is our normal level. So we are more than able. Because the Spirit is upon. All right, let's get this party started. Okay. When the Spirit is upon me, leave them and carry go. I will surely outrun them. Because Oluwa is involved. So I don't listen to the noise. When I begin my run, it go be like say I dey on steroids. Elijah left. I want to do Ferrari love. It's my normal left. I want to do Ferrari love. So I'm more than able. I want to do Ferrari love. Cause the Spirit is upon. Elijah left. I want to do Ferrari love. It's my normal left. I want to do Ferrari love. So I'm more than able. I want to do Ferrari love. Cause the Spirit is upon. There's a spiritual substance on your inside, and the world will bow to your voice. Listen, I'm not your regular. Know the things that is speculate. We go cool temper. Don't be number one, they always carry first. So no need to shiver. When my time comes, everyone will believe me. Now. Why? Cause Oluwa is involved. So I don't listen to the noise. 20 chariots for my front. Now I begin my run. It will be like say I dey on steroids. Elijah level. I want to do Ferrari love. It's my normal level. I want to do Ferrari love. So I'm more than able. I want to do Ferrari love. Cause the Spirit is upon me. Is upon me. Elijah level. Elijah level. Elijah level. My normal level. My normal level. My normal level. I'm more than able. I'm more than able. Cause the Spirit is upon. Is upon. Elijah level. Is your normal level.
more than able. Why? Because the Spirit is upon. Say gbàgbé òṣì. I didn't hear you well. You're still responding like you're touche. And we are not touche. Our touche. Say gbàgbé òṣì. You know we are people of faith. Isaiah chapter 43 verse 18 says, remember not the former things. I'm about to do a new thing. God is about to do new things in your lives. So all those things that are former things, gbàgbé òṣì. So with that consciousness, say gbàgbé òṣì. So anything I say, you respond with gbàgbé òṣì. Olúwa bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ náà. Gbàgbé òṣì. Ohunkóhun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ náà. Gbàgbé òṣì. The thing for your life where I go do. Gbàgbé òṣì. The whole world go shock, even you too. Olúwa bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ now. Be alert, be ready for me now. Ó ní kí n bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ too. I go make your whole life brand new. Let go. Hey. Gbàgbé òṣì. You say gbàgbé òṣì. Bí o gbọ́. Gbàgbé òṣì. Yes, Baba. Gbàgbé òṣì. Oya now. Oya. Gbàgbé òṣì. Pàdé mi. Gbàgbé òṣì. Mọ́mí, dáàdì. Gbàgbé òṣì. Gbogbo ìdílé. Gbàgbé òṣì. Olúwa ọba mi bá ti sọ̀rọ̀. Ó ní dandan kó di mímú ṣẹ. Anything you talk, he go do. Ó ní dandan yìí ló lè fẹ́. The thing wey you send me today. Na the same thing that they talk. Say amen. Poverty go comot for your life. Amen. Sickness comot for your life. Amen. Wahala go run away. Amen. If you believe me, make you say. Amen. Poverty go comot for your life. Amen. Sickness comot for your life. Amen. Wahala go run away. Amen. If you believe me, make you say. Olúwa bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ náà. Ohunkóhun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ náà. The thing for your life where I go do. The whole world go shock you too. Olúwa bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ náà. Be alert, be ready for me now. Ó ní kí n bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ too. I go make your whole life. I like this part. Gèrègè, gèrèjì, gèrègè, gèrèjì, gèrègè, gèrèjì, gèrègè, gèrèjì, gèrègè, gèrèjì, Olúwa bá mi sọ̀rọ̀. I'm a sharp God, ọmọ yẹn ṣe bí ìkọlọ. Come out from the dark place, kúrò ní kọ̀rọ̀. Be bold like a lion, be firm and be strong. Be firm and be strong. Oh yeah, get up and move. I've told you my grace is sufficient for you. My baby, your father can do and undo and with you every day in everything you do. In everything you do. Bàbá bá mi ṣe, mo gbà yẹn mi dé. Èṣù má fi mí ṣeré. Ẹ ràn mí lọ́wọ́ today. I have come to you again. Ìgbàgbọ́ ọ̀dà kéréje. I do not want to fail. Oh, there is something that makes me come to your presence. There is something that makes me come to. You say there is something that makes me come to your presence. There is something that makes me come to your presence. There is something that makes me come to your presence. There is something that makes me come to your presence. There is something that makes me come to your presence. There is something that makes me come to your presence. There is something that makes me come Say we outside. You know, I did not know that PG was with us outside. But you know, you can't be outside without the connection inside. It is the fire that you build on the inside that you take outside. So you cannot cut off from your source. You are an extension of the temple outside the temple. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you check the river that flowed in Ezekiel 47, the river did not cut off from the temple. It continued flowing from the temple, but a lot of his work was on the outside. So when we say we're outside, so whether you are a content creator, you are an architect, you're a banker, you are a fashion designer, TikToker, whatever it is, your place of consecration still has to be solid. You understand what I mean? That's when you can burn the world. You can't burn the world if you are not carrying fire. You get what I mean? We will burn the world. We'll spend the billions. We'll spend for Jesus. See, we shift the culture. We don't shift time. Sure you know. We don't shift time. And it's not a one man's work. It's not 12 men's work. We need to be an army. That's why you all have to find your respective voices. That's the reason why all this investment has gone into this event. You understand? You can't take Babylon as one man. You need to be an army on fire for God. So before we do no turning back, let's go outside first. Are you ready to go outside?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Put your hand out like this. You know, I was about to say, picture yourself driving your dream car. And I looked at PG. I was like, PG is probably already driving his dream car. But for those of us that still have dream cars, put that car before your eyes, the eyes of your heart. Whichever one it is, your father is the owner of a cattle on 1,000 hills.
Yeah.
So put your hand on the steering. Then sing with me. Say we outside. We go there all right. 'Cause Jesus dey my side. I no go get no fear. Esofeshu kó má ní ẹ o. You guys take that line again. Esofeshu kó má ní ẹ o. You know, this generation, we are not competing. We are collaborating.
Yeah.
You know why the devil should not come near? Who can guess? What do you say? Come out, come out. You don't want to come out? Okay, you don't make out. All right. He said, oh yeah, shout it, shout it. We'll break his jugular. This is a generation on fire with tears. You understand? You won't lose your composure, but you're on fire. You will not lose that fire. That fire is on point. This fire that you're looking at. Say we outside. Let's sing together. 1, 2, go. We outside. We go there all right. 'Cause Jesus dey my side. I no go get no fail. It's official. Come on now. Let go. We outside. We go there all right. 'Cause Jesus dey my side. I no go get no fail. It's official. Come on now. We outside. We go there all right. 'Cause Jesus dey my side. I no go get no fail. So come on now. Papa and she baby. If your mom won't she judge. Any demon we won't try me. Alone them go see baby. To my person me, what berry. You won't fight me. I won't tell you. Heads been waiting, not fair. King of glory, that's my daddy. Open a room for the bakery. Food done, and the world on the taste me. God been cooking, spirit brooding. Me is using, now we're moving. So my God, today, overload day, yeah, glory is okay. So my God, today, overload day. 1, 2, go. We outside, we go play alright. Jesus name my side. I don't go get no fail. Some fish come and help. We outside, we go play alright. Cause Jesus name my side. I don't get no fail. Some fish come and help. Hey, one fucking shot up. Kole sheshe, omo I can't stop. Never stopping, ever rocking. When I go hear word from KD to Guagualada. Singing in Uyo, preaching in Nasarawa. We get different marching orders. Some are called inside God, Italawa. Hey, and we carry oil for Garawa. Anointing Shambalaja. Just a little Shambala here, Shambala there. You can see wonderful here. Me, I cry for the spirit. Loud road, always tipsy, high on grace. If thou don't come, I'll always be there, even when I'm gone. I don't get no fail. Come on now, we are outside. We go play alright. Cause Jesus is my side. I don't get no fail. That's a special come on now. No go get no fear. That's a fish come on now. Listen, I want you to hear the lyrics of the verse. No. We're outside key. Thank you. Listen, first verse. Baba nse bebe, emi omo mo nse jeje. Any demon we won't try me. Alone them go see pepe. Toba besi me, wa bury. You won't fight me. Abo terry. Earth's been waiting. Emi long ferry. The earnest expectation of creation awaited the manifestation of the children of God. Earth's been waiting. Emi long ferry. King of glory, that's my daddy. Ogun odun for the bakery. Food done, and the world done, they taste me. God been cooking, spirit brooding. Me he's using, now we are moving. Toba gboti mode, obalode oya egbori soke ilekun ayeraye. Toba gboti mode, obalode oya egbori soke ilekun ayeraye. One fucking shut up, kole sheshe, omo I can't stop. Never stopping, ever rocking. Una go hear word from KD to Guagualada. Singing in Uyo or preaching in Nasarawa. We get different marching orders. Some are called inside but in Talawa. And we carry oil for Garawa. Anointing Sean Balaja. Just a little Shambala here, Shambala there. And you go see wonder for you. Listen, me I drag on the spirit. Loud no reach. Always tipsy, high on grace. I'll always be here, even when I'm gone. We outside, we go there alright. Cause Jesus is my side. I no go get no fail. As of the Shukomania, I can never turn back. Oh. It's already too late. Oh. It won't make sense. So, where am I going to? It's already too late. So, I've already come too far. It won't make sense. So, oh yeah, come out. Fill this place. Let go. I've decided. Choice. I go now to say I don't know. Everything more. I really go on God. I'm stayed up on bus. No going back up. Don't stop. On 240. There she gone. But I'm Kuroti. Yeah, I'm steady, ready. Don't take that. Eyes on the prize. Papa line. One police. Nothing from his hand. If I just know one, he goes back to me. That's why what? I have it to follow Jesus. No turning back. I can never talk back. It's already too late. It won't make sense. Where am I going to? It's already too late. I've already come too far. It's already too late. We found the world. We spend the billions. We spend for Jesus. Till we shift the culture. We heal the sick. We raise the dead. Transform the nation. Yeah, well done. We found the world. We spend the billions. We spend for Jesus. Till we shift the culture. We will heal the sick. We will raise the dead. Transform the nation. Till we hear well done. I've decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided. No turning back. No turning back. I've decided. I have decided. To follow Jesus. I have decided. no, no. Say no, no. No turning back. Say no, no. Shout no, no. Scream no, no. No turning back. Thank you so much. Thank you, Elevation. Thank you, family. God bless you.
Thank you so much for coming for Find Your Voice Lagos 2025. Woo! Ever the midweek service of the Elevation Church. Switch. It's a prayer and communion service. So if you don't have anything urgent to do, you might want to just stay back for our midweek service that starts at 6:30. It's a prayer and communion service. And what better way to usher yourself into the last quarter, into October, than being in the presence of God, taking of his flesh and blood and praying, because 1st of October, beginning of a new month, new quarter, we are ready for you, 6:30. So just sit back, enjoy, and be ready to enjoy Switch. Come and switch it up in the presence of God. Switch is going to switch your life and switch this last quarter into a memorable one. So stay back. If you are single, stay back because you're not going to meet anybody. Just stay back. Stay back and let God show you your partner. Stay back for Switch. Don't be in a hurry. Commune with God because it's a communion service, prayer and communion service. Stay back, stay back, stay back.